Chapter 39. Maybe he should have gone to class. Mistress Deirdre Cosgrave was a 17-year-old child, and she knew it. She was always the smartest one in her class, but comparing herself to the people she admired, she knew she had a lot to learn. She respected her mother, the city lord, along with those who had experience and guile. One day she would be like them, and people would ask for her opinion. Until recently, she had considered her brother Derek an intelligent young man. He was 19 and seemed to radiate a quiet wisdom and nobility. However, over the last year, she started to notice things that called that opinion into question. She saw the cracks in his facade. Growing up, she wondered why her mother was always radiating her disappointment with Derek. Now she couldn't help but see what her mother saw. His flaw was that he always thought he knew better. Her brother's voice brought her out of her thoughts. "Deirdre, I found it," he said with pride. She shook her head. "This is a bad idea. The risk is not worth the reward." Sitting in the observation room, Derek was filtering through the castle feeds to find the dinner that their mother warned them to avoid. Derek had agreed to stay away, but thought watching the dinner was a brilliant countermove. Deirdre could feel the disapproval from Katerina, their center advisor. It was radiating from the corner of the room. Katerina had been in charge of their education and training since they were children. She was always there when they needed her, but still let Deirdre and Derek make mistakes. Mistakes are the fertilizer for growth. If you don't learn from them, you're not using them right, she had told them. Katerina had not said a word as Derek outlined his plan. And now Deirdre looked at her, standing by the door, arms crossed in disapproval, watching Derek manipulate the security cameras. Reassuring his sister, Derek said, "We aren't doing anything wrong. Besides, this is a secondary observation room. No one will know we were here. I just want to see what's so special about this commoner that is being raised into nobility. Maybe we'll even find out something about the archmage that showed up." The holograms in front of them displayed Nero walking alongside a captain and two people that Deirdre recognized. One was the head of Gate 7 research. She had seen Nicholas Salvatore give a lecture on essence infusion. The man was brilliant. At the end of the lecture, she had met his wife. She remembered the woman being very exacting. At the time, Deirdre noted how Mrs. Salvatore didn't radiate any emotion other than calm. She wondered what they had to do with the boy they were now escorting to meet the city lord, her mother. She and her brother watched them sit down to dinner, and Deirdre noticed that Derek was focused on the screen like it owed him money. His brow was furrowed, and his eyes never left Nero Walker. They all watched Nero deflect questions and push all of the responsibility off on the Salvatores. Perhaps the Salvatores would back his new house? Vera Salvatore was going to act as his house's proxy. Vera's husband was a branch head? No doubt that was a bold choice. Every word out of Nero's mouth was both idiotic and careful. He was a very difficult young man to read, just like he was when she and her brother had met him last night. Deirdre felt Katerina approach and look over her shoulder at the screens. Apparently, she was interested in the boy as well. Katerina's psychic field radiated her curiosity like a beacon. Derek zoomed in on Nero as the nobles made small talk and probed each other's personalities. It was obvious that the real conversation had yet to begin. Deirdre couldn't figure out what had her brother so interested. Nero didn't look like he was even paying attention. Then she noticed the glass on the table. The dinner party went silent as Nero was casting something. Soon, Archmage Jennings was nearly bouncing in his seat with approval. Deirdre looked at her brother and could see the resentment in his eyes. She thought back to her mother's prediction and warning. As usual, her brother kept his own counsel and was ignoring their mother's advice. They watched as Nero absolved himself of the responsibility of negotiating with the city lord, while convincing the Archmage and the director of Gate 7 research into offering a personal lesson in magic. Did he plan this? Was he using the absurdity of casting at the dinner table as a lure? Was gaining the attention of the new court mage his goal all along? she wondered. Derek was using the hallway feeds to follow Nero and the mages, and they were soon met by Captain Angelton. "Bring up the dining room. That is the current front of the game. He has retreated from the front and is gaining allies, but he left his proxy surrounded. We need to see why," Deirdre said in a voice that brooked no argument. Katerina nodded and radiated pride in her student. Derek only sighed in annoyance and changed the cameras back to the dining room. They rolled back the recording to see what happened after Nero left. Witnessing their mother being artfully countered, all of them felt a pit in their gut. Vera Salvatore even turned their mother's allies' presence to her advantage. Deirdre let out a gasp of surprise as she recognized her mother's withdrawal from the game. Derek had a frown on his face and seemed to ask the monitor, "I don't understand. Did you just let that woman win? You left a fortune on the table. What's your game, mother?" Katerina spoke from behind the two Cosgrave heirs. "When you find yourself in a position with nothing to gain, you don't fight for advantage. The goal isn't to always win, it's to never lose. Lord Cosgrove won, and she did it by surrendering the enemy's territory. You have a lot to learn, Master Cosgrove, and it's time you realized that." With a wave of Katerina's hand, Derek and Deirdre's chairs were pushed aside to make way for her to reach the console. Manipulating the controls, she switched the cameras back over to Nero. He was in the arena, having his lesson. This is who you should be concerned about. Did you see how the boy presented himself as a joke? But look at the facts. He walked into a room with the weakest position possible. He's a new noble with no backing. Yet he leveraged his pieces perfectly, spoke nothing but riddles, and left with converted allies. I'm finding it increasingly difficult to believe that his successes are accidents. Did his plan begin when he found out that he would be a noble, or was it last night, when he declared as an independent? She said, manipulating the holograms to show the captain examining the explosion. She focused the image on the splayed and broken limbs of what was once a military training dummy. Katerina took a step back from the console, as if to clear the area so the Cosgrave heirs could see clearly. Crossing her arms, she said, "This Nero Walker is not an enemy to target. He is an obstacle to be avoided. I agree with your mother's play. There is no reason to fight unless we manufacture one." Tone. Archmage Jennings and Nick reeled in their laughter. Adopting sheepish expressions, they exchanged looks. Their silent conversation resulted in Jennings taking the lead. "Nero, we're sorry for laughing. I assure you that we weren't laughing at you. It's just that your question was very amusing. It's because of how you cast. You see, everyone is taught to cast using their center to form the spell forms, then isolate the flows of essence to do what the spell requires," he said in what he hoped was a kind and considerate tone. Nero nodded and rubbed his chin in thought. Turning to Nick, he asked, "It's like earlier, when you had me use my center to activate or bond with my clothes. I don't know what you call it. But that was me using my center, right?" Nick replied, "Yes, that's your center. Normally, that is how a person casts spells. I don't know where you got the idea to just manipulate raw essence like that. Didn't the books mention flows? Instead of letting the essence move as you guide it, you seem to grab hold of the essence and force it to do what you want. In addition, you used ambient essence to create spell forms. That's just madness. The only reason it didn't explode was that you were using air. What made you think of that?" Nero looked at the two in confusion. "I was casting a spell in the air. You think I'd try to use earth or water? The spell form would just crumble apart when I added the essence components. I would use water to cast in water, and earth to cast in the ground. I can see how using your center probably makes things easier. Wait, is that how you stamp? You just will the pattern into existence with your center?" Nero asked. Without waiting for a reply, Nero pulled from his center and created a standard light spell. Instead of creating it with air, Then feeding the component essences of light and air, Nero stamped the image of what it was supposed to look like into being. The spell form appeared and started sucking in the light and air flows from the essence all around them. Almost instantly, a ball of light appeared. Shocked gasps came from both Nick and Jennings. "Did you see that?" Jennings said in a loud voice, apparently talking to Nick.
"I saw it. I saw it. He did a pattern stamp on his first try. In fact, he imparted it so strongly that the essence leapt to fill the inputs. I didn't see any flows being directed, did you?" Nick replied as he leaned forward and seemed to concentrate on the floating light.
Nero was ignoring the two old men as they went back and forth. His focus was on the pattern. It was losing its permanence. When he first created it, he felt the world almost lurch. It was like he was demanding that the pattern exist, but with every second passing, his demand was turning into a suggestion. Nero watched as the essence stopped flowing toward the inputs. Taking control of the essence flows, he coaxed them into place, and he watched as the spell form kept up the conversion from the light and air into a ball of light. Yet the spell form was still weakening. He needed to add another flow, one which connected his center to the spell form in order to feed its identity. Its existence was predicated on his will. While the mage and researcher were arguing over the little ball of light, Captain Angelton had come over to observe Nero's spell. As they had their lively debate, Nero was focusing on his findings. As his smile grew, Nero watched with mad delight as the ball flickered and changed. He played with adding heat and using an intent filter to add hydrogen. He was feeling the world warp to include his wishes into reality. This is what being a mage is. Not forcing essence to do what I want or convincing it with a nudge. Magic is imparting my will on reality. The building blocks of that reality are all around me. I am the architect. I create the shape with my very being, and the world places the blocks. I will it, and reality is rewritten. Nero thought with wonder. An idle thought popped into Nero's head, and he opened his identity. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 6. Race: human. Growth: 84%. Tier: 1. Condition: 100%. Age: 14. Center: 48%. Body: 1. Mind: 1. Soul: 1. Confluence: 10. Stars: 2. Pillars: 0/0. Nero watched as the percentage counter for his center ticked down. He thinned his connection to the spell. He didn't need to use so much to keep the spell going. He found a nice balance and realized that if he was careful, a spell could be held for about a minute per percentage point. While he had his identity open, he noticed his growth. He was still looking at a level a day, more or less. That was 100 times faster than the books characterized fast growth. That was interesting, but it wasn't his focus. As he reminded himself about priorities and his intention to be a super mage with a traveling tower, he saw his growth go up by a point. That's the secret to leveling: knowing what you want and going for it. Learning along the way and paying attention to what's important. The fucking self-help posters had it right all along. I need to keep my goal in my heart and keep my eyes open on the journey, he thought to himself. Nero closed his identity and released his center from the spell form. It started to deteriorate again, but more slowly than before. He was sure there was something to deduce from that observation. However, now was not the time. Returning his attention to the conversation going on around him, Nero heard Captain Angleton speaking. Considered a tactical asset, I can't think of anyone in Dorchester that could serve as a better combat instructor. Jennings snorted. I'd serve just fine, but I don't want to infect him with my preconceptions. It is imperative that we give as little input as possible. The three of us have to offer enough information for him to come to his own conclusions, without arbitrarily setting limits. Based on his history, this specialist Howard seems like a fine choice. 5 days a week with you and him at the compound should cover physical and magic combat. The remaining 5 days will be split as needed between the director and me. While you focus on combat, we will focus on the world. Everything from the essence cycle to theories on the origins of the identity. Captain Angleton and Nick were nodding along. They seemed to collectively notice that Nero was now paying attention.
Nick asked,
What do you think, Nero? This is your path, after all. You need to decide on where that path leads.
Nero looked up at the three very serious men.
That all sounds good, but I think you're forgetting about Mrs. Salvatore. She's off planning my immediate future with the city lord. Until she weighs in, I will agree to nothing. Since I've arrived here, she's had my back. I trust her, he said, quietly, but firmly. Nick smiled and nodded. Jennings and Angleton shared a look, then gave Nero a nod in approval. Jennings said, Following the advice of your house's chosen steward is a good policy. I've been watching her demolish the city lord in the game. She has served your house well. Nick chuckled and said, Vera always gets what she wants. Always. It's gotten to the point that I don't even bother to argue, unless it's for fun. Getting her riled up is, well, that's not important. But you can split your mind and observe at this distance from the dining hall. That's incredible. Archmages really are the peak of the kingdom. Nero piped in. Look, this was great and all, but it's been a long day. Nick, I need you to show me how to get back to the dorms. And tomorrow, I need to use my stars. I should have another 3 to go by the morning. I'm thinking confluence, soul, and mind for them. I still don't really understand the stress part, but they'll offer the most growth, I think. Jennings responded with a hungry look. Nero, would you mind if I observed? I know it's incredibly rude, but I promise not to interrupt or steal any of the director's work. I just want to be in the room and observe the essence flows. Captain Angleton was lost. He asked, What are you all talking about? Stars like in his identity? Nick just shook his head at Nero sharing his secrets without concern. Turning to the two men, he said, Nero is letting me measure his growth while he uses his stars. He doesn't seem to suffer soul bloat like most people. Because of that, he tends to save his stars. With his ridiculous leveling speed, the origin of which is still a mystery, they have accumulated. Nero spoke up. Yup, and I need to get to spending them. I think I got smarter last time, and I heal really fast now, too. Everything is better with just 1 star. I'm looking forward to the increases. I read that stat stress should be considered. Anyway, we'll talk about it tomorrow. I need to head to sleep. Patting his satchel and making sure he had everything, Nero continued. Nick, I'm sure you want to wait for Mrs. Salvatore, but I just need you to point me toward the teleporter thingy. I'm sure I can get directions on the way. Turning to Angleton and Jennings, he said, It was nice hanging out with you guys. Cap, you gotta show me how to do shields sometime. And you, Mr. Archmage, will be showing me a lot of stuff. I'll consider your continued instruction payment for attending my testing. Nick sets the rules, but I'll allow you to be there in exchange for showing me stuff. Deal? Jennings nodded and said, That sounds fair. Do you have everything you need on you right now, or do you have to return to the dining room? From the corner of his eye, Nero saw Nick and Angleton smile. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at Jennings and said, Yes, I have everything on me. Why? Nick patted Nero on the shoulder and said with a smile, Nero, he is an archmage.
They live by different rules than the rest of us. Remember when you told me that you wanted to be an army-destroying, reality-warping whatever? Well, that would be an archmage. I'll see you tomorrow at 7 in my lab. Sleep well.
Both Nick and Angelton then took a step back. Before Nero could say anything in response, he saw Archmage Jennings wave his hand. Nero's world turned white and gold. Then he blinked, and he was in his dorm room, stumbling as the disorientation hit. Looking around, Nero realized that Jennings had forcibly teleported him directly into his dorm room. Taking a second to let the stunned look fade from his face, Nero tossed his satchel on his desk and kicked off his boots. Figuring that the bastards were scrying him, he pointed both middle fingers in the air and said, "Thanks for the lift, but you guys are still dicks." Chapter 40. The End of a Long Day. Archmage Mathers was standing at the back of the council hall. He had been summoned to account for his colleagues' actions. He wasn't worried. The entire procedure was going to just be a theater production for the nobles. If there was one thing he and his colleague, Archmage Jennings, agreed on, it was that nobles were a necessary evil on par with cafeteria lines. The entire kingdom was organized in a way that could only function with the house system intact. By fostering the honor and reputation system, the first king had done a masterful job of leashing the economic powerhouses of his time. In ages past, those with power abused their positions. But by codifying the benefits of nobility and punishing transgressions harshly, the nobles now fight each other to be considered better than the others. The entire system was brilliant, while also being inherently sad. It was a depressing realization for all involved when they had to accept that politics and caste systems were an inevitability. However, the data didn't lie. No simulation ever came close to the stability that this system provided. With all that being taken into account, Mathers still hated coming to these council meetings. He looked around the room. Hundreds of attendants in the balconies were silently watching the proceedings. In the middle of the room was a circle under a soft but bright light. The nobles sat at their large, unnecessarily ornate tables surrounding the supplicants' podium. The gold motif on the royals' thrones set them apart from the dark mahogany wood that made up the rest of the room. This could all be done through pings. This is such a waste of a morning. I wonder what Jennings discovered during Nero's test, he thought as his mind wandered. The council speaker's voice interrupted his thoughts. The council calls to the podium Archmage Mathers of the Hennings Tower of Magic. Voice of the Mage Tower, come forward and be heard, intoned the obnoxious man. Mathers was lazy and didn't care if he showed it. Instead of walking up the steps from the recessed floor, he floated up to the podium. This room is stupid. No room needs to be this big. Most people at the back aren't even a high enough level to see or hear what the hell is going on. Morons, all of them, he thought, as he tried to hide his annoyance. Landing lightly, he gave a bow. Looking at the king, he said, "Sire, you have called, and the tower has answered. What can we do for you?" The king sat on his throne, legs crossed and a smile on his face. "We would like an explanation of Archmage Jennings's actions yesterday. I'm sure you've heard what he did, and the results of his trip to Dorchester. As he hasn't returned, you will have to answer for him," the king said, in a tone that was without emotion. He could have been asking about the weather. Mathers nodded. Putting on his most serious face, he said, "We of the Tower of Magic apologize for the confusion that Archmage Jennings must have caused. It was, however, unavoidable. Yesterday, a sworn mage of the tower refused his orders and went rogue. It was the court mage of Dorchester. As the kingdom and the tower both take oaths of service seriously, the head of the tower went personally to deal with the renegade." Mathers looked solemn as he spoke the heavy words. The entire hall gasped in surprise. An oathbreaker. A court mage oathbreaker at that. How scandalous. One of the nobles on the council spoke up. What was the order that he refused? Was the order lawful? She asked. Apparently, she hadn't bothered to read the brief. The king looked over at her with frown of disappointment. The council should be aware that it has no place in the running of the towers, only with setting policy. But I will allow this question. All will know what prompted the renegade's actions. Speak plainly, Archmage, and let all doubt be dispelled. Mathers knew what the king wanted, and he played his part accordingly. The Council of Mages had ordered the court mage to watch over a new noble. He was to protect him from nefarious schemes and foster his growth from a distance. The new noble was raised that day and had earned his title as an independent during a noble war. His heroics saved the lives of the heirs of the city lord and showed remarkable insight into new ways of manipulating essence. When ordered to protect the young man, the court mage thought that the task was below him. His words were that, if the boy dies, then that is his fate. As everyone here knows, new nobles have 100 years of protection under the crown. The tower's orders were in support of that edict. Mathers finished, with a voice of iron support for the crown. Nodding, the king said in loud voice, I allowed the Tower of Magic to act in accordance with their principles. The orders were just, and to ignore them out of pride was an insult to the oaths that the renegades swore. Archmage Jennings did his duty. Although the outcome was tragic, it was necessary. No one is above the law of Oglevark. Any other questions? Another noble, who didn't seem to be intimidated by the speeches, spoke up. I have 3 questions. Why hasn't the Archmage returned? Do you lead the tower in his absence? And who will be appointed to the court mage position in Dorchester? The king sighed in annoyance and gestured for Mathers to just get on with it. Mathers looked at the noble in disgust. Matters of the tower, as previously stated, are not your concern. However, if you must know, then Archmage Jennings will be staying in Dorchester for a while. He is going to go through the Tower of Magic in Dorchester with a fine-tooth comb to see what else your son ignored. So far, he has found evidence that your son ignored the bribing of mages who were responsible for hiding an army, and a rather extensive smuggling operation. That operation included arms and essence crystals being sold to Islingor. The Archmage has been there less than a day. Who knows what else he'll find? For the foreseeable future, he'll be stuck there, cleaning up your son's mess, Lord Cranston. As for the Tower of Magic here, I will lead the Mage Council for the time being. I'll be more than happy to personally address any of your concerns. Anywhere, any time, Mathers finished with a sneer. As Lord Cranston paled, the king addressed the council. The matter of treason is being addressed. The populators have already purged the house responsible, but the investigation is ongoing, he said. Letting the silence hang over the hall, the king's eyes swept across the nobles in calculation. Does anyone else on the council wish to be heard? He asked. Without waiting for a reply, he looked to Mathers and said, Thank you for your presence, Archmage. Your wisdom is missed when it is absent. May your path remain wide and clear. As Mathers bowed and floated down from the podium, his flight stumbled as he heard the king's voice in his head. The man bypassed Mathers' essence shield like it wasn't there and said, Well done. And tell Jennings that he can keep the yacht he stole. He's right that I owe him more than one. And tell him to watch out for the Guild of Assassins. Apparently Lord Cranston met with them earlier this morning. I don't know who their target is, but I doubt it's Jennings. Cranston couldn't afford the price, and they don't have anyone that would try. Returning to the tower, Mathers had a lot to think about. Nero opened his center and willed his fancy clothes that he borrowed from Nick to loosen. He felt them accept the command and await further instructions. Amazed at the quality of the enchanting, he carefully put them away in their garment bag. Nero planned to return them unwashed, because he didn't know what washing something like them entailed. Are they magic, dry clean only? He wondered. Walking into his bathroom, Nero spent a moment or two debating on why he didn't care that someone could be spying on him at the moment. While relieving himself, he decided that there was nothing he could do about it, so he didn't need to care. If someone wanted to watch him shower, when there were so many more attractive people in the world, then he'd just be flattered and forget about it. In no time at all, he was under the hot water of his large shower head. As the heat released the tension in his muscles, Nero's mind went over the day he had. 30-hour days were long, he decided. Since last night I've met nobles, learned how to properly cast magic, saved a princess, or close enough, killed men in combat, and won a war. This world is ridiculous, he muttered to himself. Saying it out loud seemed to make it more real. Turning off the shower, he grabbed his towel and headed into his room. Looking at his desk, he saw all his notes stacked up in neat piles. Thanks, Nick, he thought, with a smile. The books all recommended meditation for growth, but Nero thought it was unnecessary. He's never been a meditation guy. Besides, there weren't any candles or incense, no vapes or edibles for that matter. He'd have to level by just laying in bed with his thoughts. Ruffling his hair with his towel, he figured he was dry enough. Nero laid down in bed and double-checked the alarm for tomorrow. Even with everything that has happened, he still could manage 8 hours easy. It was mind-blowing how much could be done in a 30-hour day without TV, the internet, or some other distraction. Looking up at his plain white ceiling, he realized that this was his life now. Tomorrow, he would use his stars and solidify his growth. Opening his stat breakdown, he took a look at his progress. Body. 1. Base. Operative. Level. Stress. Presence. 9. 10.8. 6.3. Durability. 7. 8.4. 2. Recovery. 13. 15.6. 14.6. Speed. 11. 13.2. 4. Adaptability. 24. 28.8. 17.2. Power. 8. 9.6. 0.7. Mind. 1. Base. Operative. Level stress. Weight. 20. 24. 13.2. Control. 21. 25.2. 19.8. Field. 8. 9.6. 31.2. Precision. 22. 26.4. 36.5. Endurance. 26. 31.2. 41.5. Focus. 6. 7.2. 86.6. Soul. 1. Base. Operative. Level stress. Size. 26. 31.2. 2.1. Density. 101. 121.2. 0.8. Intensity. 76. 91.2. 0.3. Pressure. 23. 27.6. 3.9.
Harmony.
3. 3.6. 26.3. Adaptability. 270. 324. 0.8. The last time he looked at it was yesterday. Since then, his level stress was pretty heavily focused on his mind. That made sense, since he mostly just thought a lot. The body stress was probably from being blown up. Nero was clueless about the soul stress. Stars were the key to changing his stats. He'd have to remember to ask Nick about how level stress is calculated, and how much it will affect the base when a star is added. How high should he get his numbers before he adds a star? Should that even be a concern? Banishing the questions, he tried to analyze what caused the numbers to go up. The identity system must have some benefit, other than just tracking progress. Nero thought the secret might be in what caused the stress. He closed the window and thought about what he went through from when he woke up until he laid down in his bed. He always kinda knew that he wouldn't care about killing someone in combat, whether he was desensitized by video games, movies, or he was just a sociopath. It was no surprise to him. The surprising thing was how well he handled being around all those important people. He had just focused on not making mistakes. In the future, he'd have to adjust his mindset. Playing a defense-only game was a recipe for losing. Nero decided that he would have to sit down with Mrs. Salvatore tomorrow and make some plans. The room really freaked out when I called her my proxy. It must be some title or something. I think she gave an oath or something, he thought with a cringe. That's something else he'd have to get used to. Nero was going to be a noble, once he got around to taking the pledge. He decided to treat it as a job. He'd put up with nonsense and be surrounded by idiots, but he'd get paid. That archmage he met was interesting. Nero bet that the man was a lot older than he looked. Jennings was crazy powerful and acted like no one in the room mattered. The man was also overly interested in Nero. I bet he is one of the people who's been watching me. Wait, didn't that silver chick with the stripper name say that some guy named Jennings gave her books to give to him? Son of a bitch. Did he come from the capital? Nero pondered the implications. He decided that he would focus on the positives. The guy knew his way around a spell tome. He was willing to teach Nero. In fact, the guy already taught Nero a better way to cast. Reminding himself to reread his books with the new information in mind, Nero put the old man out of his head. He felt his body relax as he laid in bed. With a smile on his face, he tried to remember the feeling he had when he was casting his light spell. I took my first steps on my path to magic. I imparted my will and cast a spell, a real spell. I did magic. This is just the beginning. Tomorrow I will learn how to shield myself, and at least one true combat spell. From there, I'll build my mage tower brick by brick. It will be glorious. Someday, I'll be the guy in the room that doesn't seem to give a shit, he thought to himself, swelling with resolve. He felt the level coming, the essence flowing around him and through him. The soft chime announcing the level was lost in his humming. Nero felt like he was one with the universe. As the essence quieted, Nero released a breath and sank into his bed. He went to sleep thinking that the day turned out all right. Both Nick and Captain Angelton looked at the scrying screen Jennings was projecting. They watched as Nero realized where he was transported and promptly gave them a double helping of middle fingers. Chuckling, Jennings dismissed his scry. He turned to his compatriots and said, "Let's head back to the city lord and your wife. I'm sure they've made some decisions. I want to make sure that the boy's growth isn't impacted by all this noble nonsense." Without waiting for a response, Jennings started back toward the dining hall. Both Nick and Angelton followed. Neither was going to argue with an archmage. As they walked down the halls, They discussed the oddity that was Nero. Captain Angelton did his duty and reminded them that they needed to make sure the boy learned how to defend himself. Whether he was protected was irrelevant. There were many dangers that they couldn't intercept. Jennings walked them past the dining hall, where they had eaten dinner, and said, "The dinner guests have moved on to a sitting room." With a chuckle, he turned to Nick. "You should check on your brother. He's looking a little pale. I think he's terrified of your wife." Nick responded, "Most sane people are." Jennings pinged the large wooden doors as the trio walked up. After receiving a welcome, he waved them open. "So, what's been decided?" he asked without preamble. The city lord, Lord Cosgrove, was sitting in a large chair resembling a throne while sipping tea. Her response was equally to the point. "House Walker has been allotted the spoils, and we are now discussing the trials." Sitting in the comfortable after-dinner room was General Branson, Lord Bennings, Lord Salvatore, and Nick's wife, Vera Salvatore. After walking into the room, the trio took their seats among the couches. Nick relaxed next to Vera, while Captain Angelton joined the general and immediately reported what happened with Nero. Jennings, however, didn't seem to find a place that was up to his standards. Walking next to the city lord's chair, he hopped into the air and crossed his legs. He hovered in the air, evidently quite comfortable. His smirk was wide as he said, "That boy's intriguing. He skipped essence weaving and went straight to stamping. I didn't even show him how to do it. He just saw me cast using my center and copied me. It was remarkable." Waving his hand, he poured himself some tea with sugar. As the teacup floated over, he asked, "Now where are you with the trials? He is too young for them. Lord Bennings, isn't there some law or procedure that is applicable?" Lord Bennings nodded. "Yes, as I've explained to the City Lord and Housewalker's proxy, a schedule has to be made, but not enforced. This situation isn't common enough to have a procedure in place. The closest thing would be a disinherited noble heir. They could found a new house, but without royal protection. They must complete one trial within a year, but it doesn't matter which one. I have been recommending service. With some help, House Walker should be able to complete that trial with some effort," she said. Lord Cosgrove said, "I've offered the city's assistance, but Mrs. Salvatore said she wanted to speak with Mr. Salvatore first." Nick looked to his wife with a raised eyebrow. "Oh? How can I help?" he asked. Vera said, "Well, aren't you and he working on a paper or two? It's his identity which is the subject of the data. Wouldn't that constitute a service to the people? I know that the identity of the subject is usually not published, but it is never a secret. Is that a viable avenue to explore?" Jennings was the one to respond. "Technically, service requires the noble to do something. Being a test subject, even if it is immensely helpful, doesn't qualify as service. Make sure to check with the Tower of Law, but I believe I'm correct. I'd recommend the combat trial and service to be done in unison. Nobles up north do it that way all the time. Have the new Lord Walker go kill something that constitutes a danger to the public. That way he knocks out 2 trials at once," he said. Lord Bennings offered a nod and said, "The Archmage is correct. Subjecting oneself to testing doesn't qualify. However, a beast quest would be acceptable. Isn't the boy too young for that, though? I've never heard of someone under level 20 attempting one." The city lord snorted. "That's because it would be madness. A beast quest can only be issued for dangerous animals or monsters, class 3 or above. The hunting guild has its own laws that have to be followed and cannot be interfered with. It will take years before the boy is ready to fight at that level." The general looked over at Captain Angelton. The captain spoke up. "I doubt it will be that long. Based on his leveling speed, he'll be level 20 in 2 weeks. Jennings started laughing. "None of you have figured it out yet? Not even you, Mr. Salvatore?" he asked with a smirk. The city lord looked around the room and saw only confused faces. "Please let us know what we're missing, Archmage," she said without a hint of shame or embarrassment. Seeing that no one was rising to his provocation, The Archmage sighed. He missed being around people that he could irk. Everyone in this city was so afraid of him, he could insult them to their face and receive nothing but a smile. It was irritating. Jennings said, "Lord Walker is an old soul. His body is trying to catch up to the strength of his soul. His mind is acting as an intermediary. I bet his soul and mind stats are exceptional. As such, he'll start slowing down drastically around level 10. Some of the Mage Council believe that he'll assume a normal leveling speed at that time. A few, myself included, believe that he will still be a fast leveler. Regardless, he won't continue to gain a level a day. The only thing we agree on is that he'll stabilize in a few days." Everyone in the room nodded. Some sighed in regret, others in relief. Captain Angelton said, "Even if his leveling speed drops off drastically, he is still a formidable young man. I'm looking forward to training him. After a few days, I'll have a better idea of his potential. At that time, I could make a recommendation as to whether or not he can be made ready for a combat trial within the year." Lord Cosgrove said, "That would work. We haven't discussed a legacy trial. We could just arrange a marriage. That would satisfy the requirements." Nick burst out laughing. "That's a wonderful idea. Just please let me be there when you tell him," he said. Nero woke up without issue for the first time in what felt like forever. His link didn't receive any urgent messages, and his alarm woke him with the jaunty tune he programmed. Wearing his center robes, he went to get a bagel and a coffee from the cafeteria, while on his way to Nick's lab. Waving to the attendant at the front desk on the 5th floor, Nero sipped his coffee and pinged the door the moment he saw it. He tried waving his hand to open the door with his psychic field, but only managed to rattle the doors. Frowning, he continued his approach. As the doors slid into the walls, Nero remembered that they slid rather than opened. Cursing himself for ruining his epic entrance, he saw Jennings, Kendra, and Nick discussing some data on a holographic screen. They were ignoring him and didn't seem to have noticed his mistake. "Nice, no one saw. So it didn't happen. I'm still having a perfect morning," he thought with a smile. "Good morning, all. I have 3 stars to use, but first I have some questions," he said loudly, interrupting them as he walked up to the trio. Jennings said, "Welcome, Nero. Sleep well?" Nick and Kendra were still ignoring Nero and muttering to each other about the data on the screen. Nero replied, "Yup, slept fine. What's so interesting?" He gestured to the screen that was evidently important. Archmage Jennings pointed to the screen and said, "That's data that was recovered from the Mage Tower here in Dorchester. It seems the previous court mage was allowing the mages under his employ to ignore a great deal of things. At Dorchan's request, some mages had moved the testing nodes for a study the director and his aides were doing. It seemed that they were worried that their mercenaries could be discovered by accident, so they removed all the nodes from the mountain and placed them in a valley instead. Nick and Kendra are trying to see if anything can be salvaged. It may be that the 3 years of work they've done is now worthless." Nero looked at the data and had no idea what any of it meant. Perhaps he was being contrary, but Nero felt like pointing out the obvious. If the guy from the 5-minute video on the accidental discovery of penicillin was to be believed, screwed-up data still produces results. Looking at the data as if he understood it, Nero said, "You're presuming that the data is useless because it isn't what you were looking for. But you should be looking at what the data is telling you. There is always something to be learned from observation. Maybe not what you were looking for, but something." Nick's eyes narrowed as he looked at the screen. Kendra spoke up. "Oh no, that can't be right." She manipulated some little knobs as her link lit up on her temple. The display turned into a 3D model of the city and its surroundings. Mountains and valleys were beside lakes and rivers. Nero assumed the little dots on the map were the essence testing nodes. The city actually looked small in the map. Nero said, "Holy crap! How big an area did you monitor?" Nick responded without turning around. Just the area within Dorchester's influence. Kendra, overlay the essence flows with the new locations. With a bit of snark, Kendra replied, "What do you think I'm doing? Hold on." The 3D map gained, what to Nero, looked like a meteorological overlay. It had some numbers scrolling above it. Suddenly, the little lines and clouds started moving in a 20-second loop. Nick said, "Taking this into account, the flow was not as even as we thought. I have no idea what this means, but Nero's right. It means something." Kendra responded, "You don't recognize it? Here, look at it without the flow overlay. Just look at the density distribution." She manipulated the controls to show little pillars over each dot, changing height throughout the 20-second loop. Jennings chimed in. "Can your on-site hub extrapolate a density threshold?" Nero was getting bored and was about to go refill his coffee. As he turned to leave, Nick shouted, "Gods be damned if that's accurate. Then we can correlate flow data to spawn patterns," he said in excitement. Nero said, "So, is something bad happening, or are you just being nerds?" Jennings was the one to answer Nero, as Kendra and Nick returned to their scientific babble. "If the data is to be believed, their collection net may be a much more accurate early warning detection system for monster waves and dungeon spawns. In about 6 months, Dorchester looks to be in some danger. It's too early to tell from what, though," he said. Nero nodded and gestured for Jennings to follow him to the kitchenette. "That's super interesting and everything, but I don't care. Let's grab a coffee. I said I had questions," he said. Jennings chuckled and followed Nero. As Nero poured some coffees and the nerds collated data off in the lab, he said, "Okay, 2 main things. What do stars actually do, and how is level stress related to their use?" Sitting down, Nero was focused on Jennings like a dog watching a treat. Sipping his coffee, Jennings leaned back and crossed his legs, enjoying Nero's undivided attention. He figured, rightly so, that this level of interest was rare for Nero. He started his lecture with a gesture to the nerds. What they're looking at is somewhat related. Sentient species use their identity to codify or organize their essence collection. When you grow, you are collecting essence from the surroundings and condensing a star. When enough essence is collected, you level. It's that simple. The star is then stored in your soul. You use your mind to direct its use through your identity. Following so far? He asked. Nero nodded and said, "Yup. You collect experiences and create a star when you level. That part I get. But what do they do?" Jennings took another sip and nodded. When a person has condensed a star from a level, they are able to apply it to an aspect of their existence. For example, they apply a star to their mind. The star then infuses that collected essence in its abstract form to reinforce the person's mind stat based upon how much stress that substat has sustained. For example, say that they had been training their control. The control substat would have a lot of built-up stress. The star's essence potential would reinforce the mind to consider that the new normal. Does that explain the relationship well enough? Nero replied, "Yeah, kinda. But how much will the base go up? The book I read had a lot of charts and stuff, but was light on the examples. Let me give you a hypothetical. A level 5 has a 20 control substat in his mind, with a level stress of 10. What would happen if he added a star when he reached level 6? Jennings snorted. "Your hypothetical needs work. A level 5 wouldn't have a control that high in the mind stat. At most he would have a 10. Even that would be monstrous. You don't see 20s in stats until around level 15. But, for the sake of argument, the level stress is based in relation to the base stat. So, since the stat is at 20 and the stress is at 10, your hypothetical person would gain a point or two in their base stat. It's almost impossible to get level stress high enough to increase a stat by more than 3 points." Nero was getting nervous. His stats were really screwed up, and he didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. Was he uber buffed,
Or was he going to explode if he used a star? He brought up his stat breakdown and decided to take a chance and ask Jennings a question that was actually relevant.
Body.
1.
Base.
Operative.
Level.
Stress. Presence. 9.1. 10.92. 6.3. Durability. 7. 8.4. 2. Recovery. 13. 15.6. 14.6. Speed. 11. 13.2. 4. Adaptability. 24. 28.8. 17.2. Power. 8. 9.6. 0.7. Mind. 1. Base. Operative. Level stress. Weight. 20. 24. 13.2. Control. 21. 25.2. 19.8. Field. 8. 9.6. 31.2. Precision. 22. 26.4. 36.5. Endurance. 26. 31.2. 41.5. Focus. 6. 7.2. 86.6. Soul. 1. Base. Operative. Level. Stress. Size. 26. 31.2. 2.1. Density. 101. 121.2. 0.8. Intensity. 76. 91.2. 0.3. Pressure. 23. 27.6. 3.9. Harmony. 3. 3.6. 26.3. Adaptability. 270. 324. 0.8. Nero wouldn't give up all his secrets. He'll probably never tell anyone about his soul stats. But maybe his focus stat should be all right, he thought. He figured a 6 was pretty normal. All right, I'm going to ask a specific question, but this stays between us, agreed? Nero asked with his most serious face. Jennings seemed curious and said, Sure, what's your question? With a sigh, Nero said, I have a 6 in my focus substat for my mind, but my level stress is at 86.6. If I put a star in my mind, what will happen? Jennings froze. Nero saw his brain crash like an old computer trying to display 4K video. As the seconds stretched, Nero snapped his fingers in front of the man. Hey, he said. How fucked am I? And what can I do about it? Jennings came to and replied in a trembling voice. Nero, I have no idea what would happen. I can't conceive of a person having a level stress 14 times the base stat. Normally, I'd say that there is never a danger to leveling, but that is based on historical data. Data which I don't think applies to you. I'm guessing your focus might double? But whether or not you can handle the influx of essence into your mind is another matter entirely. Nero sagged back into his chair. Well, shit, he said. Jennings took a sip of his coffee, with a worried look on his face. Shit indeed, he replied. Chapter 42. Hungry minds can usually be pacified with books. Nick and Vera had gotten home later than usual. The dinner with the city lord and the elite of the city was an unexpected and exciting end to their day. The course of their lives was altered, and they needed some time to decompress.
Vera sat in a deck chair on the veranda. She looked up into the night sky and debated the choices and moves she had made. Why did she do what she did? Was it really time to enter the game? She had a plan. Why didn't she stick to it? Nick came through the doors with a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. Seeing Vera in quiet contemplation, he kept silent. After pouring the wine, he sat down and passed her a glass. Vera noticed the offered wine and gave him a smile as she took it.
Well, the privacy screen is up. We can talk. Say what you have to say, she said with a rueful smile.
Nick just leaned back and chuckled while taking a sip of his expensive wine. Vera huffed and said, "We were going to get into the game eventually. This just provided an opportunity." Nick raised an eyebrow and said, "That's what you're going with."
Vera turned to look at him and said in a serious tone,
"It's the truth." Nick nodded and replied, "Sure, part of it. I think a lot of it had to do with that little troublemaker. You like him, admit it." Vera looked back to the sky and took a minute to think before she said anything. "I don't deny it. The young man is interesting. He makes me laugh. I know we talked about children, but we had a plan. We decided to firm our position before you took the trials. With nobility, our children would have many paths open to them," she said. Nick said quietly, "He's not our son, Vera. We've known him less than a week. I admit I like him. He is a breath of fresh air. He's funny and always provides excitement. But you've tied our future house to his now. Why did you accept the position of his proxy? You, of all people, know what that means." Vera sighed and took a sip of wine. When she didn't say anything, Nick continued, "As his proxy, you will rise or fall with him. You know I will never leave your side, so I'm now tied to his house as well. In fact, you've essentially tied all of House Salvatore to House Walker. My brother is too afraid of you to cut my branch. Just tell me why." Vera kept her eyes on the sky. Nick watched her lips purse and her shoulders tighten. In a tone of steel, she said, "Because of his potential, his drive. When he was in my office, the essence practically sang in his presence when he talked about his goals. He will be great. I've been helping people find their paths through the center for decades. I've seen people with goals fail, and people be surprised when options opened. But I've never seen someone like Mr. Walker. He knows exactly what he wants, and has no shame about doing anything to get it." She turned to face Nick and met his eyes with a smile. "He blackmailed you with me standing right in front of him? There was no fear, no hesitation. He just implied that there was a record of you doing something you shouldn't have, and that his silence and allegiance were for sale. His price was that you would help him on his path. His position compared to yours was laughable, but he won. He won, Nick," she finished and leaned back in her chair. Nick smiled at the memory. "He is a remarkable young man. I don't deny it. But the fact remains, he isn't family. I'm more than happy to help him. I'd even put myself in danger to help him. But you've tied us together, and that isn't like you," he said with concern. Vera sighed and said, "During one of our meetings, he asked if we were friends. I told him that it's possible we could be in a few years. He said to me, 'Even if I'm not your friend, I consider you mine.' He trusts me. He believes in my character. He has offered me his trust. I don't think of him as our child. I think of him as my friend." Nick smiled. That was what he wanted her to admit. She needed to hear herself say it. He said, I think of him as my friend, too. Vera raised her glass with a smirk and said,
To Housewalker, may their path be wide and clear.
Tapping his glass to hers, Nick responded,
And may Housewalker's enemies feel the chill of their impending defeat. Nero stood on the testing platform with shaky legs. He saw Nick and Kendra working the controls on the Essence Forge, as Jennings watched the proceedings with a frown. Trying to take deep breaths to calm his nerves, Nero couldn't stop his eyes from darting around the room. He knew he didn't have a choice. He needed to use his stars. It should be fine. No one in recorded history had ever had a bad result from using a star. Their function was well studied, and their only danger was when they weren't used. Repeating those facts in his head, Nero wrung his hands. Jennings didn't like what he was feeling. But this was just the kind of excitement that he came to Dorchester to find. This situation reminded him that the unexpected doesn't always lead to something fun. He had silenced his connection with the Mage Council. Their blathering in his head was breaking his concentration. However, he could still feel them watching through their scry link. As he looked at Nero with concern, he hoped for the best. Nick and Kendra were focused on the forge. This time, Nick was stressing the importance of full-spectrum recording. When Nick recorded Nero's earlier star usage, he was just doing a standard scan. Now, he was planning on an in-depth analysis. His palms were sweating in anticipation. With a nod to Kendra, Nick activated the forge. The essence collection and monitoring nodes lit up. He spoke over his shoulder. Nero, we're ready. Just push a star into your mind stat. It will be just like last time. Whenever you're ready. Nero opened his identity. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 7. Race: human. Growth: 0%. Tier: 1. Condition: 100%. Age: 14. Center: 96%. Body: 1. Mind: 1. Soul: 1. Confluence: 10. Stars: 3. Pillars: 0/0. As the lights from the forge floated around him like a swirling kaleidoscope, he focused on his mind stat. He felt the potential. The feeling was much more than an empty bowl. It was a waiting chasm. With the lightest touch, he pushed in a star. Jennings' senses were entirely focused on Nero. While Nick and Kendra were looking at the data, he knew that the data could be reviewed later. Suddenly, his psychic field picked up a growing essence storm. Nero had closed his eyes, so he could fully focus on what he was doing. As usual, he didn't notice how his inner battle affected the outside world. His mind stat was sucking the essence from his star reservoir. He could feel his soul emptying, and his mind blooming like a flower in the morning sun. Unconsciously, he raised his arms in acceptance, and his feet left the floor. He was hovering an inch or two off the ground, held in the air by the surrounding essence. Jennings' jaw dropped open as he saw the ambient essence aid a star infusion. He didn't know that was possible. The entire storm lasted less than 5 seconds. It looked like the essence just picked Nero up and gave him a quick hug. It was like an incredibly tiny tear transition. He remembered the essence storm that accompanied the one he had seen many years ago. The entire city of Hennings was affected. That gave him an idea as to what made Nero so unique. Nero felt his stored stars empty, like they were sucked out of him through a straw. He felt as though the choice wasn't his. He collapsed to his knees and huffed in air. The aftermath was an entirely unfamiliar pain. It was like having the air knocked out, but deeper,
The feeling quickly faded, but Nero was panting and rubbing his chest at the memory.
The lights from the Essence Forge were still flying around, and Nero heard Nick say,
"Wow, Nero, I'm not understanding what I'm seeing, but we can review the data later. While your setter is still in flux, let's move on to your next star. You decided on Confluence, right?"
Nero checked his full breakdown, then realized he didn't understand what he was seeing. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 7. Race: Human. Growth: 0%. Tier: 1. Condition: 100%. Age: 14. Center: 100%. Body: 1. Mind: 4. Soul: 1. Confluence: 10. Stars: 0. Pillars: 0/0. Body: 1. Base: Operative. Level: Stress. Presence: 9. 10.8. 6.3. Durability: 7. 8.4. 2. Recovery: 13. 15.6. 14.6. Speed: 11. 13.2. 4. Adaptability: 24. 28.8. 17.2. Power: 8. 9.6. 0.7. Mind: 4. Base: Operative. Level: Stress. Weight: 26. 46.8. 0. Control: 29. 52.2. 0. Field: 23. 41.4. 0. Precision: 39. 70.2. 0. Endurance: 46. 82.8. 0. Focus: 48. 86.4. 0. Soul: 1. Base: Operative. Level stress. Size: 26. 31.2. 2.1. Density: 101. 121.2. 0.8. Intensity: 76. 91.2. 0.3. Pressure: 23. 27.6. 3.9. Harmony: 3. 3.6. 26.3. Adaptability: 270. 324. 0.8. Nero sat back from his knees and sprawled his legs out while leaning back on his palms. Ignoring the lights, he muttered, "I don't understand any of this shit. What the hell is going on?" Jennings was watching closely, and he could see that Nero's psychic field had substantially grown in strength. The air around the podium was humming. He was going to have to teach the boy some control, and soon.
Nick, turn off the forge. I think you've gotten all the data you're going to get today, said Jennings.
Nick looked over his shoulder and saw Nero sitting down on the podium with a confused and angry expression. Raising his eyebrows, he turned to Kendra.
Let's shut everything down. I want you to personally create a private file and use my office to organize the data. Wait for me there. I'll be with you as soon as I can. Don't tell anyone about this. Do you understand me? He asked in a serious tone.
Kendra just nodded with a stunned expression. She whispered,
I have no idea what I'd say. What did we just record? The essence distribution makes no sense, and the amount is unprecedented. No one should be able to incorporate that much raw essence, let alone have the environment add more to the infusion.
Nick nodded and replied,
Look, I don't have any answers. I didn't expect this, and until we know more, we're going to treat this as protected data. Locking his eyes on her, he continued, Kendra, it's his path, the path of a noble. We cannot let this data out.
Kendra seemed to regain some of her composure.
I understand. I know I'm not entitled to any answers, but I'd like them. I'll be in your office organizing this mess into something readable. Please ask Nero if I can be of any use. I would very much like to be part of this study, she said with her hunger for knowledge on full display.
Nick nodded and offered her a strained smile.
Thank you, he said.
As Kendra and Nick were turning off the essence forge, Jennings stepped onto the testing podium.
Nero, are you all right? How are you feeling? He asked in a quiet, cautious tone.
Nero looked up at him with a dull stare.
When I started to use a star, my mind just swallowed everything. It felt like my consciousness was opening like an umbrella, while my soul was emptied like a balloon, he said in a flat voice, devoid of emotion.
Jennings watched as Nero pulled his feet in and stood up slowly. Rising to his full height, Nero looked different. Jennings's scrutiny isolated the differences.
Nero's eyes had changed. His posture was different. The boy was gone. A serious little man stood where the boy used to be. Jennings nodded to himself, as his theory seemed more and more likely.
Nero looked at Jennings and said,
I need to speak with you and Nick. You two brilliant men are going to explain exactly what is going on with me. Right now.
Kendra hurried for the door, and Nick walked up to the podium. Jennings sighed and said,
All right, Nero. I have a theory.
Chapter 43. Where Babies Come From, the Nero Edition.
Master Derek Cosgrave was doing his best to appear calm and collected. He walked through the streets of Dorchester, politely nodding to the bowing commoners. It wouldn't do to show his feelings to his subjects. He was an heir of Cosgrave, and he would act like it. Yet his mother's words haunted him. He had barely slept the night before. After watching her dinner with that Nero Walker, he couldn't forget her warnings. He had skipped breakfast and was in the training hall trying to work through his feelings when he received the message that prompted his current trip. He had received a ping from a great noble house that demanded his immediate attention. It was a request from House Cranston for a long-distance scry meeting. His personal aide said that the request was sent in secret, and it specifically asked him not to mention it to anyone. Normally, he would have asked his mother or sister their opinion, regardless of the request for secrecy. But House Cranston had said the subject of the meeting would be Nero Walker.
For Derek, there was only one explanation.
They were watching the events happening in the keep. Their intelligence was too good. A great house could wield a great deal of power, and if they were following the events in Dorchester, then they would know if he spoke to anyone. He was well aware that he was no great player, but he knew the game well enough. Eventually, he made his way to a scrying hall in the Tower of Mages. He chose to use a public meeting hall, rather than the one in the keep, in order to hide the scry meeting.
Entering the code into the console, he sent the connection request and took a step back. He forced a dignified expression onto his face and crossed his hands behind his back. The hologram appeared around him, and he was facing two men. Derek thought the man on the right was a servant, as he was wearing house robes, and his chin was facing the floor. But the man on the left was clearly a noble. His robes were impeccable and seemed to glow with an inner light. The man was tall, and his bearing spoke of refinement. His gray hair was cut short and parted neatly. Cold gray eyes regarded Derek with intelligence and intrigue.
You must be Master Derek Cosgrave. Your image was accurate in our files. I am Lord Nyland Cranston.
Thank you for your prompt response, as we don't have a lot of time, said the man with a soft but firm voice. Derek gulped and tried to keep his voice from shaking. Lord Cranston, the pleasure is mine. What can House Cosgrave do for you? Lord Cranston's face could have been carved from marble. It offered no hint to his mood as he said, I do not require anything from House Cosgrave. I have contacted you to offer an opportunity. The opportunity will aid your house, but it is really an opportunity for you. I'm aware of a great deal of what has happened in Dorchester, and I know about your problem. I only offer a solution. Derek tried to read between the lines. This wasn't his area of expertise. He was a plain-spoken man, a warrior. This doublespeak was his sister's thing. His mother would already have a counter-opportunity to offer the man. Squinting his eyes in confusion, he couldn't understand what Lord Cranston was trying to say.
Lord Cranston, to what problem are you referring? House Cosgrove has just won a noble war, and all is well. Is there something I should be made aware of? Asked Derek with concern. Lord Cranston's aide coughed lightly, trying to hide his laugh. And for the first time, Lord Cranston's stoic face showed some movement. With one tiny corner of his mouth showing a hint of a smirk, he said, Nero Walker. I'm referring to the new noble. Even more confused, Derek said, How is he a threat to House Cosgrave? Lord Cranston realized that Derek was an idiot, and it was time to be more direct. Walker isn't a threat to your house, but to you. Didn't you listen to your mother? I'm offering you an opportunity to cut him down before he grows into a threat. I have a plan in place, but it requires someone from the city lord's house to implement. Your mother is too cautious, and your sister is incapable of action without her mother's approval. You are the one who is threatened, and you are the one in position to do something about it. Is that clear enough for you? Asked Lord Cranston. Yes, thank you. May I have a moment to think? He asked. Lord Cranston snorted and replied, Take your time, boy. It's not like I have more important things I could be doing. Stunned, Derek tried to think it through. Well, the man obviously had a reason to want Nero Walker dead. Asking him what that reason was would be pointless. Yet, Lord Cranston seemed to agree with his mother about the danger the new lord posed. Was that commoner turned noble really that much of a danger to him? Deciding that he should err on the side of caution, Derek looked up to see Lord Cranston impatiently waiting for a response. Clearing his throat, Derek stood at attention and said, On behalf of House Cosgrave, I thank you for your help in this matter. What would you have me do? With a cold smile, Lord Cranston replied, Follow the plan, and the boy will be dead by tonight. Sitting at a table near the kitchenette, they were still in the lab. Nero was cupping his glass of water with both hands as he looked across the table to Jennings and Nick. With a serious but calm voice, Nero said, All right, what's the theory? What's with my stats and levels acting all weird? Nick spoke first. Before that, I'd like to hear what you experienced. Your sensations and observations are essential to understanding what's happening. Nero took a deep breath, then replied, Everything started off normal, but when I started to use a star, my mind stat felt like an empty vessel demanding to be filled. The stat sucked in all 3 stars, and then seemed to pull in even more from the essence floating around me. And I could also feel the chamber in my soul, the one where stars are stored. It felt like it was being squeezed. My entire soul felt like it was shrinking, while my head felt like it was expanding. I might have to trust you guys with some hard numbers, because without them, I don't think you'll understand.
Jennings was keenly aware of the Mage Council watching through a scry. He didn't want to turn off their entertainment, but he also didn't want Nero to share his personal identity numbers. It would feel like a betrayal of Nero's budding trust in him. He decided to steer the conversation toward a more general direction. The council would get something to talk about, and Nero wouldn't have to get into specifics. "Nero, let me tell you what I think is going on," Jennings said, while holding up his hands to stop Nero from speaking. "I think this all goes back to how you came into this world. I think it was a mistake to think that your mind suffered any amnesia from your journey through the upper planes. I think you remember everything. Isn't that right?" Jennings asked. Nick and Jennings both watched as Nero paled. He seemed to hide his agitation better than before, but it was still obvious. Staring at Jennings, Nero seemed to come to a decision. His shoulders slumped, and he took a big drink of his water. "I remember everything. As Nick would say, I came into this world with a fully developed mind. I've already figured out that my previous experiences and personality have been speeding up my leveling. But I don't see the connection to the stats in my identity, or why my leveling isn't slowing down. I was hoping you two had some ideas," he said with a wry smile. Nick was vibrating in his chair. "You remember everything? Where did you come from? What was your past life like? Do you remember the journey through the plains? What did you see?" Jennings didn't seem surprised. He just nodded as if his theory was confirmed. He looked to Nick and said, "There will be time for that later. Buy him a drink or something. The planes of reincarnation are not unknown to the Mage Tower. I'll send you some books to read. It's one of my hobbies to explore the upper dimensions. Right now, Nero needs some answers." Nick nodded and forced himself to calm down. "Quite right. So what does this mean in a more practical sense?" he asked. Jennings didn't answer. He just pointed to Nero. Nick looked over to see Nero frozen in stunned shock. Nick and Jennings shared a look and decided to give Nero some time. Nero was flabbergasted, and he couldn't stop his mind from racing through the worst-case scenarios he had imagined. Many times he had played out the reveal of his previous life, and it never went like this. Instead of the shock and accusations he expected, he received curiosity. Not even overwhelming curiosity. It was like they found out that he used to be in the Merchant Marines, and now they just wondered what that was like. They sat in silence while Nero stared off into space, trying to come to terms with what he had just heard. It took almost 5 minutes before Jennings saw that Nero was paying attention again, and then he proposed his theory. "Here's what I think happened. You lived a life somewhere else, and when you died, your soul was released into the upper planes. Something happened that pulled you out of the cycle of reincarnation. You don't have to tell us anything. It's not our business. But whatever happened, you ended up crossing over to our outer realms. Rather than being purified of the remnant mind that was ingrained on your soul, you carried it with you through reincarnation. As your soul wasn't clean, it couldn't latch on to a new body upon reaching the upper planes. You see, a baby requires a fresh soul, one it can grow with. However, your soul couldn't find a suitable vessel, so it just floated around the upper planes. I doubt you could even sense time there, so you could have been floating for a very long time. Eventually, circumstances aligned by chance. A body that was near death released a soul. I'm guessing it was a very weak soul, and it couldn't hold on to its material body. But the body was capable of holding a strong soul, and your soul was pulled like a kite on a string. The recently dead body acted like a magnet and drew your soul through the planar walls. When a soul is pulled into a body, it is usually small enough to slip through the planes without issue.
but your soul was so large that it ripped a path open. That tear was what I observed from my tower in Hennings. When the body received the new, more powerful soul, it was reinvigorated. Your birth used the essence the soul brought with it to heal the body, and you were born anew. As your soul already had an identity, it immediately created a mind, and now here you are. Sound right so far? Nero was amazed. He'd met smart people, but Jennings was like Sherlock Holmes had a baby with Stephen Hawking while using Gandalf as a surrogate. All Nero could do was nod and mutter, "I remember looking for a world of magic and wonder. I saw a gate that called to me. I threw myself toward the light. I just remember burning, then waking up at the merchant caravan." Jennings leaned forward. Slapping his hand on the table in excitement, he said, "That's the missing piece. I assumed your mind was already attuned to the magic of a different realm. We would have had to study the differences. But you're implying that your previous world didn't have magic at all. When you say wonder, I hear adventure and excitement. You chose this world with that in mind, don't you see?" He was waving his arms around frantically with a wide smile. Nick and Nero were both surprised and confused at Jennings's outburst. Nero said, "I see you freaking the fuck out. I'm assuming that we're missing something significant." Jennings nodded and said, "The choice, Nero. You were an insubstantial soul. Souls are essence infused with an identity, or, in other words, realized potential." Nick started nodding as he interrupted with an excited shout. "Oh, I see! His memories were there, but his soul was the motive force. It's still shaping the container. He came to this world with the promise of magic and adventure in his very soul. His unconscious formed before his conscious mind took control. Using the framework of his memories, a mind was created. That explains his obsession with magic, his utter disregard for doing anything productive." Nero was feeling his pride rise and fall along with Nick's words. He grimaced and said, "Hey, I'm not being influenced by anything. In a world of magic and dragons, I'm not going to focus on boring crap." Jennings chuckled. "Nick's not saying you don't have a choice or anything. He is simply pointing out that your body, mind, and soul are being influenced by your inner desires. That typically starts to occur at higher tiers. What you're experiencing is a very weak case of unity." Nick's eyes lit up with wonder. "That's possible?" he asked. Jennings nodded proudly. "That's my theory. It explains his absurd casting ability, level-breaking psychic field, and ridiculous leveling speed. His entire existence is quite literally built for the pursuit of magic and adventure. The first tier is about finding your purpose. Nero here came into this world knowing what he wanted. It's been less than a week, and he has grown toward that goal like it was the only light in the room. Unity can be achieved during Tier 2 by embodying a goal or an ideal. It's usually based on a person's pillars, but during Nero's testing, I saw the world recognize his purpose while he was on the podium." Nero nodded. He thought it made sense in a way. He was only a soul that created a mind and hijacked a body. As his stats showed, his identity was all over the place. With a curious look, he asked, "Okay, so now what? What do I do with that information?" Jennings thought for a moment and said, "Well, you live your life. Your mind had grown too fast and required more essence to form. From now on, make sure to keep your confluence higher than your other stats, and you shouldn't have a problem. You'll balance out as you level. Just keep in mind that you won't be able to compare yourself to anyone. Your situation is so unique that your level is relatively meaningless. I'm guessing that some of your stats are probably the same as someone who is around level 50. You just don't know anything yet. And your soul is probably very old and very strong. Good news is that you're probably able to ignore most illusion magic. Your sense of self and connection to the world around you is too strong.
Nick nodded and added, "You should just follow the plan you had before. Learn what you want and live your life. Your stars should be in balance now. Don't let your level stress rise too high, and you shouldn't have any problems." Nero said, "I think my book showed level stresses really low, though, like under 20. Jennings spoke up. 20 would usually be considered a monstrous level stress. Typically, you shouldn't get higher than a 6. Yet, there are always outliers. You should be safe as long as you stay under 50, maybe 60 at the highest. Also remember, you're still adapting to this realm. It will take time and levels for your body, mind, and soul to reach equilibrium. I'd be surprised if you still had problems after level 10. Just focus on your training. Now that you're going to be a noble, you'll have plenty of options." Nero stared at Jennings and said, "That's the most useless explanation I've ever heard. I'm just as confused as I was before you started talking. And what options are available now that I'm a noble? Can I go to magic school?" Ignoring Nero's question, Nick chimed in. "Speaking of your upcoming nobility, Vera has some things to speak with you about. She wanted to have lunch with you. Thank you for honoring her by appointing her as your proxy. She won't admit it, but she loves getting into it with nobles." Jennings chuckled. "That woman is really fun to watch. She is a superb player. I wasn't surprised to see that she was raised in a noble house. I've met her mother, another formidable player. Nero made a wise decision choosing her as his proxy," he said. Nick stood up from the table and said, "You've got a few hours before lunch, so just stay here and read. I have to go calm down Kendra. What would you like me to tell her?" Nick watched as Nero rubbed his chin in consideration, seemingly lost as to how he should handle more people knowing about his past. Nick tried to help by adding, "All of your data is useless, by the way, so you don't have to worry about it being published. However, I would recommend keeping your history quiet. Much like your uniqueness, it would be a bother to continually answer questions. Maybe you could write a book on your past life or something. Or just keep it secret. Your choice." Nero fidgeted in his chair. He wasn't very proud of his past life selling cell phones and trolling people on the internet with provocative memes. "Well, if you trust her, you can tell her everything. Just let her know not to spread it around. And my data isn't useless. It's like the data that was screwed up by Dorkin or whatever his name was. The data just shows something different. What you learn from it is up to you," said Nero. Nick smiled and replied, "Right. I'll review everything I have. I'm sure there is something to learn from what we observed." Turning to Jennings, he said, "Feel free to stay here with Nero, or do whatever you want. Is there anything you need from me?" Jennings understood Nick's gesture of respect, and replied, "No, thank you. You've been very accommodating. Go about your day. I'll stay with Nero for a bit. With Nero's permission, I'd like to look at the data you collected." He turned to Nero to see his reply. Nero shrugged. "Sure, you seem like a stand-up guy. Just show me how to do that shield thing you do, and 3 combat spells. Then we'll call it even." Nick started laughing. He turned to Jennings. "Never ask Nero for anything without being prepared to pay for it." Nero added, "By the way, Nick, nowhere in our agreement did it state that your end of the deal was cancelled if my data turned out to be worthless. Just because your assistant, David, never finished the contract doesn't mean that we don't have a verbal agreement. I'm a noble now. That's a promotion that comes with lawyers." He leaned back into his chair with a satisfied smile and crossed his arms in victory. Nick's jaw dropped. Then he started laughing again. "Of course, Lord Walker. I'll abide by our agreement, but I'm sure we'll have to amend it over lunch with Vera. As your proxy, she'll have an opinion on how you should be spending your time." He finished with a smile of victory all his own. Nero's smile dropped. "She will, won't she?" he muttered. With a bow to Jennings, Nick left the lab. He was enjoying his moment of victory, until he heard Nero's parting shot. I'm sure she'll have a comprehensive lesson plan that you'll have to follow along with me. In addition, I think you'll be taking the trials with me, Lord Salvatore, Nero shouted to Nick's back. Chapter 44. When you can't teach, do. The Dorchester Hall of the Huntsman was busier than usual. Every hunter and seeker in the area was taking advantage of the aftermath of the Noble War. Although technically the source of the excitement was the fields of dead bodies left in the wake of the populators' purge. Yesterday, they had taken on an entire army of mercenaries, and those who weren't massacred were scattered into the surrounding wilds. Ulrich Lindemann was looking at the postings, as his fellow huntsmen were gently jostling each other for a peek at the request board. He thought that this would be a perfect opportunity to take his apprentices out into the field. He could have them collect gear and get some experience while minimizing the risks. As he was taking notes on the particulars of a gear collection quest, he received a ping from the last person he wanted to hear from. With a sigh, he pushed his way toward the exit. The wide doors were packed with people from all over Dorchester, and it had taken him over an hour just to get to see the request board. The crowd made way for his 6 feet 8 inches frame, and he strode through the weak Southerners like a knife through butter. Ulrich's face was set in a rictus of anger, which definitely contributed to people getting out of his way. After crossing the street, Ulrich made it back to his rooms at the lodge. He noted that his apprentices stood up to greet him. With a wave of his hand, they immediately sat back down. They could tell he wasn't in the mood. Stomping past them and into his private room, he locked the door, then enabled the privacy screen. As he felt the ward go up, he activated his link. "What do you want? I told you I'm unavailable for the next few years," said Ulrich. Ulrich could feel the amusement over the link. "You know the deal. Orders are orders and all that," said Chance. They hadn't spoken in over 2 years. Not since Ulrich requested leave from active status in the Assassin's Guild in order to train his new apprentices. Chance should have known that it would be years before they were ready to be inducted. Taking their history into account, Ulrich knew that this ping would be nothing but trouble. "Just say what you need to say. I'm busy," said Ulrich. "A request was made in Hennings for a target in Dorchester, and you're still listed as a local contact. Considering the details of the request, you'll understand why you were chosen," said Chance. Intrigued, Ulrich said, "Send over the details." Receiving the file, Ulrich wasted no time and went through it. Ulrich couldn't believe that the guild accepted this madness. Who in their right mind would be so stupid as to target a new noble? They are relying on a loophole. Technically, it was a valid argument. Probably. In any case, Ulrich still thought the client was insane. Returning his attention to Chance, Ulrich said, "They are really offering 250,000 common valens for this? They have to know what the repercussions will be." Chance's good cheer was obvious over the link. "Who cares? The very nature of the contract negates a silence clause. What happens after the target is dead has nothing to do with us. As long as we follow the letter of the law and abide by the assassination accords, the guild will be safe. The question is, do you have someone that can do it? The requirements rule out almost all of our assets. You're the only one in the area who has access to a piece that can play." Ulrich took a minute to think. The target was an easy first kill for an apprentice. However, even in the best-case scenario, he'd need new identities and a new city. "No. The money is good, the target is good, but the aftermath is an unacceptable cost. I'd need to buy passage to another city and an identity sweep for 2 apprentices and myself. The need to start over makes this cost too much," said Ulrich. "Don't worry about any of that. Full identity sweeps and travel in a protected convoy will be provided upon successful completion of the assignment. That's in addition to the 250,000 valens. This needs to happen today. The window is closing," replied Chance. Ulrich was surprised. How much was the guild getting paid for this? Shaking his head, He banished that line of thought. He didn't need or want to know. Rubbing his chin, Ulrich tried to think it through. It was a lot of money and a solid plan. Chance interrupted Ulrich's pondering by upping the payout. Fine. We'll go up to 300,000. No more. And it has to be today, he said. Ulrich straightened to his full height. His hesitation was gone. The deal was too good to pass up. All right, consider the contract accepted. You'll be hearing the good news in a few hours, said Ulrich. Cutting the connection, Ulrich dropped the privacy screen. Taking a breath, he read the file again to make sure he didn't miss anything. Nodding to himself, he walked back into the common room. His apprentices looked up as he walked in. Caleb was oiling his sword, and Rose was tightening her arrowheads. Seeing Ulrich stop and cross his arms, they put down their gear and stood up at attention. Both looked ready. They obviously knew something was up. Well, they were expecting a couple nights in the woods, not a contract, he thought. Ulrich took some time to evaluate them. The contract could only go to one of them. They were both around 18, both level 8, both had been with him for years. Both were dedicated to the path of the hunter. It would be their differences that would determine his choice. Caleb returned Ulrich's gaze with a smirk. His wiry 5 feet 6 inches frame made him an ideal assassin candidate. His black hair and tan complexion blended well with his black leather combat harness. As he preferred to fight with blades, he would be well suited for an arena match. Rose was 5 feet 7 inches and thicker. She was fit and wore her brown leathers and cloak like she was meant to be in the wild. Her light brown hair was cut short, and her blue eyes sparkled in expectation. Although she could win in the arena, she preferred to kill from a distance. Having made a decision, Ulrich smiled and said, "Well, it looks like we have a job. Caleb, how do you feel about killing a new noble in a completely legal arena challenge?" Rose looked to Caleb in surprise. Caleb's smile took on a dangerous glint as he replied, "Legal? That means people will get to see how good I am. You think they'll broadcast it under the arena banner?" Archmage Jennings chuckled as he went to get a cup of coffee. He really enjoyed the banter between Nick and Nero. His trip to Dorchester was turning out to be quite amusing. Nero saw what Jennings was doing and said, "Hey, can you grab me a cup while you're up? Just black is fine." Smiling, Jennings poured Nero a cup of coffee. He was also enjoying the way Nero treated him. He hadn't been treated as an equal in a long time. Even Archmage Mathers held a certain respect for him, though they argued plenty. Nero, though, he just respected him as a mage. There was no awe. Jennings hoped that wouldn't change when Nero found out more about him. "Here you go," he said, handing Nero the coffee. Jennings returned to his seat. Watching Nero take a sip, he said, "So you want to know how to cast an essence shield? Why? You won't need one for years." Nero gave Jennings a look like he was an idiot. "I've been here like 7 days and already was in a fight. A magic fight. I was lucky that I didn't get myself killed. I'm not going to be one of those morons who doesn't accept the world around him. I'm in danger, so I need to learn how to fight," he said with conviction. Jennings raised his eyebrows at Nero's resolve. "As a new noble, you're under the protection of the royals for the next 100 years. You're not in danger." Nero just shook his head. "Let's agree to disagree. Now, tell me how to cast a shield. Then we'll move on to some combat spells." Chuckling, Jennings said, "Fine, but I doubt it will help you. Follow me. We'll need some space." Standing up, Jennings didn't forget his coffee. He led Nero to a corner of the lab with some training dummies and isolated areas for spell testing. Turning to Nero, he narrowed his eyes as he saw that Nero had taken his cup of coffee as well. Deciding not to make an issue of Nero's disregard for decorum, he said, "An essence shield is not a spell. It is using your psychic field to collect and cycle the ambient essence into a film to cover yourself. Everyone does it naturally as their psyche grows. However, mages have perfected it, While warriors rely on their essence-infused bodies and their essence fields, we mages solidify our fields into a shield. A well-done essence shield is like a coat of armor. You can anchor spells to it, use it to fly, make teleportations instantaneous, and much more. It is a very advanced technique that requires years of practice. Condensing your psychic field is a matter of will and focus. Nero, are you listening? Nero was already playing with the ambient essence. Rather than looking Jennings in the eye, he was using his psychic field to examine the thin field of essence that always surrounded Jennings. With his increased stats, he got a much clearer picture of what it actually was. While Jennings was talking, Nero sipped his coffee by reflex as his mind worked on copying the Archmage. Realizing that Jennings had stopped talking, Nero looked up and said, "Yep, mage armor, got it. Here, hold this a second." Nero handed his coffee cup to the stunned Archmage. Jennings was so surprised at Nero's behavior that he took the cup by reflex. As Nero stepped back, Jennings was about to start up one of his legendary rants. He could feel the amusement of the Mage Council in his head, and it was infuriating. Before Jennings could say anything, he felt the essence around Nero begin to swirl. Snapping his mouth closed, he focused on what was happening. Nero had his eyes closed and was using his psychic field to grab all the essence within a few feet. Rather than pick a flow or type, he just mentally clasped a big fist. Around his body was already an area that interacted with essence. He assumed that was the beginnings of his essence field. Collapsing his mental fist, he held the essence in a clinch over the field. The two fields didn't seem to want to interact. They were fighting each other. With a frown, he opened his eyes and released his hold. Taking 2 steps forward, he walked right up to Jennings. The man just cocked his head with a smile. "It's not so simple. It's amazing that you could even condense a field. You should be proud," he said. Nero gave him a deadpan look and replied, "Just give me a sec." Nero turned the entirety of his psychic field to the study of Jennings's shield. It was flowing over him at insane speeds. It was like looking at an essence waterfall, one that was flowing over the field Jennings' body emitted. Though it looked like a film, it actually extended a couple inches off his body. It just stayed near him. Nero poked it with a psychic finger. Jennings jumped a little and said in an annoyed tone, "What are you doing?" Nero nodded to himself. He looked up at Jennings and said in a matter-of-fact tone, "Your explanation sucks. It's not a film at all. You're creating an area of your essence. You're taking ownership of the area around your body. It gets weaker the farther away from your skin it is. It's not a film, and calling it one is just wrong. Now be quiet for a second." Jennings couldn't remember the last time someone had so thoroughly told him that he was wrong. He'd been corrected, his conclusions questioned, his thought process challenged. But he was stupefied to the point of silence by being told so directly that he was wrong. Nero stepped back to give himself some space. Once again, he reached out with his psychic field. Nero could sense the entire area was blanketed by Jennings' consciousness, but it wasn't actually under his control. The Archmage was just lightly laying his presence over everything and using it to monitor his surroundings. Nero briefly considered how much Jennings was currently paying attention to, but he quickly banished the useless thought. Nero reached out much further this time and collected all the essence he could comfortably grab without straining his mind. Rather than squeezing, he just encircled the essence with his field and pushed it toward his body. As the essence around him compressed, he could see how his natural essence field interacted with it. There was no difference between the essence he collected and the ambient essence in the air. He couldn't feel a difference, aside from the fact that it was now his. With a smile, Nero let the essence he'd collected move however it wanted. Slowly,
He kept collapsing the field tighter and tighter. Soon he started to feel some tension in his head, as if there was a weight on his mind. It was the mental equivalent of holding your abs tight. It was uncomfortable, but he could deal with it. The collected essence was under pressure, and, as a result, it was cycling around his body like river rapids. Examining it, he compared it to Jennings. Although he was several feet away, he thought they looked the same.
Opening his eyes, he saw a stunned Jennings. Nero ignored his expression and said, "So how is this like armor? It's just like wrapping yourself in essence. I don't see how that will stop a knife." Jennings had watched as Nero created a very respectable essence shield. His attention snapped to Nero, standing there with a frown on his face and his hands on his hips. Jennings muttered, "What was that?"
Nero rolled his eyes.
"I just don't see how doing this with essence will do anything. It's just me claiming the essence around me and compressing it." Jennings' eyes narrowed, and he waved his hand. A spear of light several inches thick shot at Nero and struck him in the chest. Nero's eyes widened as he was lifted off his feet and flew backward into the wall. Bouncing off, he landed on his hands and knees. In order to demonstrate the new distance from each other, Jennings said loudly, "Without an essence shield, that would have gone right through you." Walking up to Nero, Jennings watched the boy patting his chest. With barely any effort, Nero rebuilt his shield like it was a reflex. As Nero stood up, Jennings said to him, "It's a thin film of essence that intercepts and absorbs things that you don't want to touch you. Whether it's a knife, an arrow, or a spell made from foreign essence. When you called it mage armor, you weren't wrong." Nero reached out and retrieved his coffee cup from Jennings' hand. Taking a sip, he replied, "I'm calling it mage armor. It's not a film. Stop calling it that." Jennings pursed his lips in annoyance and hissed, "It is a film. That's what it is described as, because that's what it is." Nero's blank eyes met Jennings in a stare down. Without breaking eye contact, Nero took another sip of his coffee and said, "Agree to disagree. But for the record, you're wrong. Stand there in your wrongness and be wrong." Jennings' eyes widened, and he could feel cheering from the Mage Council. With a huff, he turned around and walked back to the center of the testing area. Perhaps giving those bastards away to monitor us was a mistake. That little shit is going to give them ideas, he thought. Chapter 45. Popularity has its downsides. City Lord Cosgrove was in a meeting with several department heads from various city services. They were discussing the recent influx of hunters and adventurers clogging Gate 15. The short but methodical actions of the populators had left bodies with loot spread all over the woods, along with localized essence storms assaulting the entire area. The woods had always been dangerous, but now they were a death trap. Looking up from the paper in her hands, she looked at the scry record of what's left of one of Dorchan's estates. The buildings were in ruins, and creatures stalked the grounds. Their black skin looked wet, and their snouts made them look like severely mutated hounds. Apparently, they were spawning from somewhere among the rubble. Lord Cosgrove groaned in annoyance. How long ago was this recorded? And what's the spawn rate? Also, has the Hunters Guild been alerted? She asked. One of the paper pushers lived up to his title and sorted through his folder for the answer. Without warning, the doors to their conference room slammed open. The wood creaked as they were stopped by their hinges. Lord Cosgrove's aide, Ms. Chandler, strode in with a look of concern plain on her face. "My lord, may I have a moment of your time?" Ms. Chandler asked as she sent a message to Lord Cosgrove's link. "It's a code cyan." Standing quickly, but with grace, Lord Cosgrove addressed the room. "You all know what to do. Make sure the Hunters Guild is alerted and send them all the information we have. Ask the army for support if you have to. The numbers must be culled quickly. We don't want to give the essence time to condense into permanent spawn zones." It's much easier to prevent them now than to clear them out later. With a nod, she followed a nervous Miss Chandler into the hallway. The pace was uncomfortably quick as they walked to the City Lord's office. Lord Cosgrove leaned over and asked, "What's this about?" Miss Chandler whispered, "Master Derek seems to be aiding the Assassin's Guild. He escorted an assassination team to the Tower of Law, where they offered a formal assassination challenge to the commoner Nero Walker. As the contract was requested by House Cranston, who no longer has a presence in Dorchester, it required someone from the City Lord's house to sign off on it. Master Derek was there to act as House Cosgrove's heir and representative." Stopping in the hall, Lord Cosgrove's jaw had dropped. She was staring at Miss Chandler as though the woman was spouting gibberish. "When did this happen?" she asked. Miss Chandler folded her hands in front of her waist and pursed her lips. "Less than 10 minutes ago. One of the associates there realized that something didn't seem right. He contacted the guard to report the event because he recognized Mr. Walker's name from the Noble War results. The local reports have been running articles on Mr. Walker's rise to nobility and the intricacies of the laws concerning our recent Noble War." Taking a deep breath, Lord Cosgrove forced herself into action. Resuming their march to her office, she said, "I don't understand. Lord Walker is a new noble. The law is quite clear. He cannot be challenged for 100 years. Why is the Tower of Law allowing it?" With a wave of her hand, the ceiling-high doors to her office opened while she and her aide talked. Closing the doors behind them, Lord Cosgrove went straight to the wet bar and poured herself some wine. Miss Chandler replied, "The associate at the Tower of Law was very helpful with his report. It seems that House Cranston took advantage of the fact that Mr. Walker hasn't taken the pledge yet. It's a technicality that only applies because he met with you personally, but didn't take the pledge. In the strictest sense of the law, that means that he refused to pledge. Until he does so, he will remain a commoner. Had that meeting not taken place, Mr. Walker would have remained a new noble under protection of the crown. For the brief time that a new noble stands before a city lord, they are under the city lord's protection, not the crown's. Therefore, Master Derek could allow a challenge." Lord Cosgrove paled. "It would appear to all those who witnessed it that we were playing the game to remove Mr. Walker before he could become a noble. It would be legal, as our house didn't initiate the challenge, only allowed it. The crown will be angry, but will be without recourse. They'll change the law immediately, but that won't help Mr. Walker. Wait, what was the reason stated for the challenge? If I recall, a noble house can only initiate an assassination challenge to a commoner under specific rules." Miss Chandler nodded. "The challenge listed a blood grievance. It seems that the Mage Council executed our previous court mage, Lord Cranston's son, because he wouldn't agree to protect Mr. Walker. Archmage Mathers stated so in open court for all the nobles to hear. It's another technicality. Lord Cranston's son was executed for refusing orders, but he is stating that a blood grievance still applies. Technically, his noble son fell so that a commoner could rise. That allows for the noble house to test his blood to see if the sacrifice is worthy. Hence the assassination challenge." Lord Cosgrove took a gulp of wine and said, "So, to sum up, my idiot son dragged my house into an assassination attempt on a new noble who has the eyes of the Mage Council following him, in addition to the protection of the crown. All right, we'll just have to deal with it. The assassination attempt is completely legal, so we can't stop it. Therefore, we need to prepare for repercussions from our new court mage and the crown itself." Miss Chandler helpfully added, "Don't forget Vera Salvatore." Lord Cosgrove's shoulders slumped. "If Nero doesn't kill Derek, I'm going to. Collect my daughter from wherever she is. We better be at the arena to mitigate whatever damage we can." Nero was walking through the halls of the research center, mentally going over the 3 combat spells he learned. He found the principles of combat casting extremely interesting. Absently, he used his psychic field to flex and release a little of the pressure from his essence shield, or mage armor, as he called it. Archmage Jennings said that Nero shouldn't keep the shield up, as having it active drained his center. Nero didn't notice any particular drain, though. His center was hovering around 70%, even after some serious magic practice. His guess was that everyone else was just doing it wrong. With his link still in his pocket, Nero mentally reached out to it. Connecting through his field was easy, and he didn't understand why everyone didn't do it. Sending a ping to Nick's office door, he kept playing with his mage armor. Receiving the signal, he walked in with a smile. "Hey Nick, ready for lunch?" he said. Nick was leaning against his desk as his 2 lab assistants were seated in comfy chairs taking notes. He looked up to Nero and said, "We can leave in a minute." Nero nodded and went to grab some cookies from the tray that Nick always seemed to have by the coffee. Kendra sent Nero a ping without looking at him. Raising his eyebrows, Nero accepted the connection. "What's up?" he said. While she was listening to Nick go over some duties and assignments, she looked like she wasn't paying attention to Nero at all. Over the link, she said, "I wanted to thank you for your trust. Nick told me what you said, and I appreciate that trust. I won't abuse it. If possible, I'd like to join the research team. I think I'd be able to help you on your path. It will be exciting, and I think I could learn a lot." Nero was munching on a cookie and staring at her while he poured himself some coffee. He thought it was kind of creepy how she could be talking to him while looking like she wasn't. Rather than think too much about it, he just said, "Sure, I don't mind. Just tell Nick that you're now part of Team Nero. Don't worry, I'll get us some team robes or something." Right as he closed the connection, the doors to Nick's office opened, and in walked 3 very large guards. Nick stood up with a frown on his face, and he squared his shoulder as he demanded, "What can I do for you?" The lead guard was a large woman with what looked like a bat on her hip. She said, "We're here for Mr. Nero Walker. He's been formally challenged in the arena. As it is a lawful assassination challenge, it falls under the Accords." Seeing Nick's growing anger, she continued, "If you would like to submit a complaint, feel free to accompany us, Director. However, we won't be stopped from taking him." Nero was in a great mood from his combat practice, and he continued to munch on his cookie. Wanting to head off any unpleasantness, he said, "Sure, I'll go with you. Don't worry, Nick, it's fine." Nick gave him a confused look and said, "You're just willing to go with them? No questions asked." Nero took the last sip of his coffee and set the cup in the sink. Walking over to the guards, he spoke over his shoulder. "You thought the nobles would let a nobody like me join them without doing anything. You're adorable, you know that?" Waving goodbye to Kendra and David, Nick's lab assistants, Nero maneuvered around the shoulders of the giant guards. "Are we going or what? I'm missing lunch for this," he said. Exchanging confused glances with each other, the guards followed Nero out. Nick just stood there and watched the group leave with a stunned expression. "Vera's going to go on a gods-be-damned warpath," he thought in horror. Nick caught up with Nero and the guards as they were getting into a carriage. While Nick enjoyed the ride while sitting next to the guard leader, Nero was sandwiched between the other 2. Nero did his best to make small talk about what the guards usually dealt with and whether or not they liked their job. Overall, the ride was rather pleasant for Nero. He enjoyed being among the working class again. The longer he stayed in this world, the more he saw parallels to his old one. People at the center were like the activists. They had grand ideas and believed in things. Nobles were like the rich assholes. Most people were probably like these guards. They just went about their day and tried to avoid having to deal with annoying people. Nero's compliant attitude caused them to treat him with respect, and they answered all his questions with smiles and stories. Eventually, they came to a teleport center. They had to go to a different gate for the arena. Of course, this caused Nero to be interested in jurisdictional questions. He asked where they usually
guarded, or whatever it was called. It turned out that their squad was assigned to the Tower of Law. They were a special squad for high-profile retrievals. Picking up Nero apparently required a fantasy SWAT team, and his pride was immeasurable.
As they finally arrived at the arena, Nero got out of the carriage to stare in wonder at the giant structure. It was bigger than a football stadium. Made of solid white stone, Nero thought the Colosseum in Rome would be jealous of the arena's splendor. Instead of columns, there were crystal pillars that glowed with essence and displayed the fights that were currently underway. There were people everywhere, walking in and out of giant archways with flags and banners waving all over the place. Looking around, Nero saw people dressed in every manner of medieval theme he could think of. There were knights in full plate, walking alongside commoners and nobles. Carriages were everywhere, along with horses. The excitement in the air reminded Nero of the one time he went to a UFC match. He felt one of the guards put a hand on his shoulder, and he looked up to see him gesture with his head. Nero nodded and followed. Raising his voice a little to be heard over the crowd, Nero asked, "So what happens now?" The guard next to him, who he had found out was named Bill, said, "We take you to the adjudicator. They should be near the sign-in podium. They'll take you to the challenge room, fill out some paperwork. Then you fight. I'll be watching, so die well. Make the bastards bleed at least. Spit in their eye till the end." Nero looked up at the big guy. Bill was like a caricature of the stubborn bruiser. He would have fit in well in the Hollywood version of Boston. Nero smiled at him and said, "Will do, big guy. Hey, what do I get if I win? You know, in addition to not dying." Bill looked confused. "I don't know. There's always a payout, I think." "Make sure you ask. You really think you have a chance?" he asked as he looked down at Nero with appraisal. Nero's grin widened. "Is there betting?" he asked. Bill returned the smile and replied, "Sure is. It's a formal challenge, so it will be shown on the arena banner too. The recording will be available over the link. If the odds are good, I'll bet on you. Keep your chin up and face it head on. My dad always said, when your path is blocked, you can either go around and waste time or go over whatever is in your way. It's always your choice." Nodding at the big lug, Nero looked around to appreciate the large archways, spectators, and vendors. He couldn't help but get caught up in the moment. The guards led Nero and Nick through a hallway off the main corridors. Finally, being led into a large conference room, Nero was surprised to see so many people. Looking around at some unfamiliar faces, he said with a smile, "Okay, so who here wants me dead? Raise your hands high. I need to know who to kill after lunch." Chapter 46. Sure, but what do I get out of it? Archmage Jennings was sitting at his desk in the Mage Tower of Dorchester, going over the records of their operations. His feet were up, and he was sipping his coffee as one part of his mind was cycling through multiple reports, but a majority of his mind was preoccupied with analyzing the impromptu class, if he could even call it that, which he had just had with Nero. Through his weak scry connection to the Mage Tower in Hennings, he could still sense the Mage Council arguing and shouting at each other. Nero's antics were enough to cause them to hold an emergency meeting. Shaking his head, he wondered if the boy was right. Have they just been stagnating? Right as he was about to open a separate connection for a scry meeting with the Mage Council, they beat him to it. Sensing them reaching out to form the connection, he pulled his feet off the desk and stood up. He focused, then reached to complete the connection. A floating window appeared, and he saw Mathers, along with a few others standing there with looks of concern. Jennings raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Judging from the looks on your faces, this isn't about Nero's theories?" he asked. Mathers shook his head and replied, "No. It seems the king had tried to warn me of something, but I didn't realize it at the time. We just confirmed that House Cranston has paid the Assassin's Guild to initiate a formal assassination challenge against Nero. The guards in Dorchester are escorting him to the arena as we speak." Jennings' brow furrowed in anger. "On what grounds? And what type of challenge specifically?" Mathers said, "A blood challenge. They used the old honor rule. If you recall, they used it ages ago to dissuade noble killings. It was from back when we had that conflict in the north. It's still technically in the books, but it hasn't been applied in forever since the new noble law trumps it. Lord Cranston found a loophole and somehow got the Cosgrave heir to go along with it." Jennings reached into his memory for the details. His face looked confused as he asked, "But that requires the challenger to be within one level of the challenged, right?" Mathers took a second to think, then burst into laughter. As the others in council room caught on, they all started laughing as well. Jennings joined in, but with some effort he managed to get out, "I have to get to the arena. I have some bets to place." Without waiting for a response, Jennings forced the connection to close. He caught his breath while still smiling. Walking over to the balcony attached to his office near the top of the tower, he brought up the city plan on his link. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the listing for the challenge. They must not have posted it yet. Frowning, he spread his senses out as far as he could, trying to find a hint of Nero's essence trail. Lifting off into the air, he wrapped himself in a complicated shield of essence to appear invisible, and then flew off to follow Nero to the arena. "This is going to be great. I wonder what the odds will be," he thought to himself. As the room stood in silence, with everyone staring at him, Nero heard Nick's whisper, "Vera's in the building. She'll be here soon." Nero looked over his shoulder and nodded. Showing no fear, he sauntered into the room. Looking around, he recognized the Cosgraves, the city lord with her 2 heirs. They were standing alongside Lord Bennings, and it seemed they even invited that general from his dinner at the keep. Unfortunately, he didn't recognize anyone else. Nero said, "In all seriousness, you guys wanted me here, so let's talk." Expressions varied, but Nero's favorite was the city lord's. She looked so mad that Nero wanted to take a picture, although her son's was a close second. Lord Bennings coughed lightly, then spoke in a professional tone. "You have been called to answer a formal assassination challenge issued by House Cranston and executed by the Assassin's Guild. Citing a blood grievance, the challenge was reviewed, then accepted as an assassination challenge by Master Derek Cosgrave of House Cosgrave, representing the current holder of the city seat of Dorchester. Until the challenge is resolved, your ascension to nobility will be postponed. Do you understand the challenge?" Nero offered a blank look and crossed his arms. "Who the fuck is House Cranston?" he asked. A lot of the people in the room paled, but Nero noticed the people on the left side of the room smiled. There was a giant guy wearing black leather, who was obviously the assassin. There were 2 teenagers with him, a guy built like a spring, and a chick that looked like she spent her free time doing squats. Nero looked over at her and tried to appreciate her form without making it obvious. Lord Bennings spoke up, forcing Nero to pay attention again. "House Cranston is a great house from Hennings." Seeing as that meant nothing to Nero, she continued, "Hennings is the capital of Oglevark." Nero shrugged, then said, "Cool. So what does that have to do with me?" Before Lord Bennings could reply, the doors behind Nero opened, and he sensed Mrs. Salvatore barge into the room. He couldn't hide his grin as he felt her barely controlled fury. "I should have stopped at a vendor for some popcorn or something," he thought. Vera walked up to stand at Nero's side, and in a cold voice that filled the room, she said, "As proxy to House Walker, appointed in the presence of the city lord, why was I not notified of this farce?" Although she addressed the room, Vera's eyes made it clear that she was speaking to the city lord. With a tight voice, Lord Cosgrove replied, We only recently learned of this challenge. My son acted without my knowledge. Are you aware of the particulars of the challenge?
Vera's eyes took on an edge of violence as she said,
I obtained the details of the challenge on my own. Your office must have forgotten to forward them to me. As this is obviously an abuse of loopholes within our laws, you, as the city lord, have the power to stop this. Yet it seems that you are allowing it to proceed unimpeded. Lord Cosgrove held Vera's stare and replied, To step in now would be an insult to House Cranston. My son made a mistake. I will not compound that mistake by making one of my own. House Cosgrove will abide by the law, and Lord Bennings has assured me that the challenge is legal.
Vera nodded, then replied with venom,
House Walker has heard your words. We will remember them when our lord makes his pledge to Dorchester. With a cruel smile, Derek Cosgrave retorted, If he has the chance, that is. Nero realized that the anger in the room was getting to the point that someone might start throwing chairs, so he decided to step in. Okay, so I'm going to have a death match with an assassin. Since all the very noble nobles are on board with it, I don't have much choice. Now let's get to the important part. What do I get if I win? Nero asked, while crossing his arms and smirking. The room was staring at him, and Lord Bennings spoke as if she was reciting from a list in her link. The rules state that a blood grievance can be called after the death of a noble with a direct lineage to the head of their house. In the event of their victory, the challenged will be entitled to the assets of the noble that died. The funds and interests are to be held by Tower of Law until an accurate accounting can be made. As the mage adept Cranston was the noble in question, his assets were offered as collateral for the challenge. In addition, the Assassin's Guild has to offer 1/2 of the contract price to take the place of the challenger. Nero returned a confused stare at Lord Bennings. Then he turned to Vera and asked, What the hell did she just say?
Vera smiled and said,
A lot, Nero. You'd get a lot. Nero held Vera's gaze, and then sent her a private ping. He could see her eyes slightly widen, but she accepted the connection without saying anything. Over the link, he asked, Can I bet on myself? More importantly, can we keep it secret?
Vera said out loud,
It is very expensive for a noble house to offer this type of challenge. It seems that someone really wants you dead. Even if the challenge is legal, the repercussions from the crown will be felt for generations. As she spoke out loud to Nero, she sent him a private response. How much do you want to bet? As far as I know, you don't have any money. It will be a while before your rewards are processed. Nero nodded in response to both statements. Over the link, he replied, Didn't I win a bunch from the Noble War? Can't I use that as collateral? And out loud, he said to the room, Well, some people just don't like me being this attractive. It makes them feel threatened. Vera didn't respond over the link. Closing the connection, she turned to the room and said, When will the challenge take place? Lord Bennings replied, The paperwork has already been filed, and Mr. Walker was just formally notified. We will head to the reserved central arena from here. Vera responded, I'd like to request an hour to review our options and go over Mr. Walker's estate paperwork. Lord Bennings nodded, then replied, That's acceptable. You can use the conference room across the hall. However, as the challenge has been formally ratified, guards will have to accompany Mr. Walker to ensure his participation. Nodding in acceptance, Vera turned and walked out. Nero smiled at the room and said, I guess I'll see you all in an hour. Toodles! As Nero left, he saw Nick looking at Vera in confusion. When they made it to their conference room, the guards kindly agreed to wait outside the door without issue. Nero rubbed his hands with greed while asking, Okay, what's the plan? How do I bet what I won from the Noble War? Nick tried to speak up, but Vera held up a hand, silencing him. Nero, are you really going to bet everything on this? She asked. Nero gave her a surprised look. You expect me to wait for an opportunity to spend it? Isn't this a death match? If I lose, I'm dead anyway.
You worried about what I'm leaving you?
Nick couldn't hold in his questions any longer and blurted out,
What the hell are you two talking about? Are we not going to try and put a stop to this insanity?
Nero looked at Nick with a grin and said,
Some assholes went to a lot of trouble to try and kill me. But like most people here, they're idiots. First, I'm going to kill their assassin while laughing at them. Then, I'm going to go collect my winnings and send them a thank you basket made up of assorted nuts. Salty nuts. Do you understand what I'm hinting at?
Nick just shook his head and replied, I hardly ever understand what you're saying. Turning to Vera, he asked, We're just going to let this happen?
Vera's eyes were hard as she said,
We don't have a choice. Too many powerful people want to see this to happen, and even Lord Cosgrove is staying out of it. We'll just have to rely on Nero to win. Can you do it, Nero? Can you kill a man in the arena in front of thousands of people and in cold blood?
Nero's smile fell, but he replied,
Look, I'm not a murderer or anything, but since I've come to this world, I've come to realize that this is the way it is. And I've already killed men during the Noble War. Yes, it was unpleasant, but they started it. I'll meet aggression with aggression. Don't worry about me. I'll win. Vera held his stare for a moment, then nodded. Very well. As your proxy, I can place a bet for you with the Arena Bank. They'll have an auditor on hand to confirm the availability of funds, and we can offer your winnings from the Noble War as collateral. Although I'm sure they won't offer full price of your assets, it will still be a substantial sum. Do you want me to put it all on you to win?
Nero's smile returned as he said,
Yup. Everything I have, put it on me to win.
Vera offered a quick nod and then turned to leave.
As Nero and Nick watched her go, Nick said seriously, Nero, just because you survived some mercenaries, it doesn't mean you'll survive an assassin. These people have trained for years in the art of killing.
Nero responded easily. Can we just take a minute to acknowledge how ridiculous it is that you people have laws governing assassinations? When I found out that you guys regulated kickbacks and standardized rich people appointing their friends to impressive positions within the government, I was impressed. Finding out about noble wars and that you regulated fighting to avoid impacting the lives of the commoners, I was amazed. But regulating how to assassinate people? That's too much. Do you have laws on how to legally do everything? Nick was taken aback at Nero's question and replied, Of course we do. Isn't that the point of laws? So that the best way to do something is agreed upon, and everyone follows the rules.
Nero shook his head and said,
But isn't there something that is truly banned? Like morally wrong? What about prostitution or cannibalism?
Confused, Nick said, What's morally wrong with prostitution and cannibalism? Prostitutes are protected by the same laws as everyone else. Their industry has some more regulations because it affects public health, but calling the industry morally wrong is illogical. And why would anyone want to eat people? Nero, you're not making any sense. Nero looked at Nick as if he couldn't believe the words coming out of the straight-laced man's mouth. So everything is approached in a logical manner? What about how people feel about things? Nero asked. Nick was getting frustrated. Nero, what the hell do feelings have to do with governance? Everyone feels differently about things. That's free will. Laws based on anything other than logical arguments, backed up by verifiable data, would lead to chaos. What the hell kind of world did you come from? Walking over to a chair, Nero took a seat and thought about how to answer that question. Looking at Nick, he said, Right and wrong was determined by belief systems and social pressures. There were arguments all the time. Everyone chose sides and debated the validity of their side using whatever facts they wanted to consider true. People got to pick and choose the argument that they felt was the most accurate representation of their worldview. Nick gave Nero a look of pure horror. How did that not lead to madness? Nero nodded with a fond smile and replied, It did. And it was awesome. That's the craziest thing I think you've ever said, Nick said.
In less than an hour, I'm going to walk into an arena for my scheduled assassination attempt, which will be overseen by the local government.
Now that's crazy, Nero said in response. Chapter 47. The Fight You've All Been Waiting For. Rose watched the target leave with the guards and his attendants. The boy, Nero Walker, was nothing like she expected. She couldn't decide whether he was an overconfident idiot or he just didn't understand what was going on. She felt kinda bad for him. But then she remembered that cruel smirk of his. She decided that he knew exactly what he was doing. Rose looked around the room, and while everyone was talking politics and strategy, she thought back to what Nero had actually said. He was planning on killing those who wanted him dead. At the time, she had thought he was joking, but his eyes weren't laughing. His smirk was cold. He truly believed he'd win. Looking around, she saw that Ulrich had pulled Caleb off to the side of the room, and they were having a quiet conversation. Caleb looked excited and ready, while Ulrich was as serious as ever. With a sigh, Rose decided to take a seat at the table everyone was ignoring. While being discreet, she listened to the city lord berate her son. Lord Cosgrove hissed, "You're not listening to me, Derek. I understand what you're saying, but you're not thinking things through. Yes, this is legal. Yes, you have backing from the capital. Yes, the boy will die. Just because all of that is true doesn't mean that the royals won't be upset. Not to mention the Mage Council. You have to realize that the head of the Mage Council is currently in Dorchester's Mage Tower, acting as the court wizard. He is only here for Nero Walker. What do you think he'll do in response to us allowing the boy to be killed while under our protection?" Derek Cosgrave had a stubborn look on his face as he replied, "What can they do? The law is clear. They have no recourse. They can't legally sanction us. Lord Cranston planned this too well. You said the boy was dangerous, and now he will no longer be an issue. I don't understand why you are so angry. I thought you'd be proud that I solved the problem, and even gained us an ally in the capital." Rose thought that the Cosgrave heir had a point. All he did was allow another house to play their game in Dorchester. He lost nothing and gained allies. Lord Cosgrove's daughter spoke up in a harsh whisper, and Rose leaned in to hear what she was saying. "Brother, you aren't considering all the ways that we can still be hindered. Without the mages, our eyes are blinded. Without the royals, our hold on Dorchester will rely solely on our own strength. 1,000 small things you take for granted can be taken from us. Not to mention the real threat that you are both ignoring," she said. Lord Cosgrove looked curiously at her daughter and asked, "What real threat? Mrs. Salvatore? She will be difficult to deal with, but as long as we raise Mr. Walker to nobility after his death, her teeth will be pulled for the most part. She will have served as a proxy to a fallen house. House Salvatore won't stick their neck out for her." Shaking her head frantically, Deirdre Cosgrove said, "Not Mrs. Salvatore, Nero Walker. Remember what we saw in the Noble War. Remember that he lived, and 5 mercenaries didn't. Ask yourselves, what if he wins?" Both Lord Cosgrove and Derek were silent. Derek looked confused, and Lord Cosgrove rubbed her chin in thought. Rose leaned back in her chair and looked over at the general standing next to the Lord from the Tower of Law. They were whispering to each other, and both of them were smiling. Although she couldn't hear what they said, they both looked like they were in on a private joke. She was getting the feeling that things were going to go very wrong, very soon. When she had taken the apprenticeship with Ulrich, it was for hunting. She had known that he was a member of the Assassin's Guild, but he said that it would be years before she would have to choose her path. She was a hunter. She liked facing worthy prey in combat. But this political crap was not what she signed up for. If she did nothing, her path would be chosen for her. Standing up, She walked up to the Lord from the Tower of Law.
"Excuse me, Lord Bennings," she said.
The General and Lord Bennings both turned to Rose, and Lord Bennings answered, "Yes, is there a clarification of the law that you require?" Shaking her head, she replied in a quiet tone,
"I was just curious if my name is on the paperwork for this challenge."
With a curious tilt to her head, Lord Bennings replied, "Why do you ask?" Sighing, Rose replied,
"I'm a hunter. I was just training to be a hunter. I'm not liking the fact that I'm being pulled into these political games. I looked into that boy's eyes, and I'm pretty sure I don't want him knowing my name. In fact, I'd like to know if I sever my relationship with my teacher, will I still be associated with his actions?"
The General chuckled. Lord Bennings smiled and replied, "If you remove yourself from your current employment situation, then I will ensure that you will no longer be listed as a member of the assassination party. Does that answer your question?" Rose sighed in relief.
"Yes, it does. Thank you, my lord."
With a slight bow, she turned to walk away, but was stopped by the General. "After you end your apprenticeship, come back. I'd like a word if you don't mind. I'd like to offer you an opportunity that could help us both," he said. Rose's eyes widened in surprise. Dorchester's General wanted to speak with her. Well, it's true what they say. Paths are winding, obstructions temporary, so keep moving forward. Nodding to the General, she walked over to Ulrich to let him know her decision. Nero was walking down the hallway to the arena with an easy smile on his face. The guards were flanking him, and Nick was blathering about strategy and how to seize the essence. Bill, the guard, was walking next to him with a smile. All in all, Nero felt like he was walking to the cage with his posse. Nick was waving his hands, trying to force Nero to listen. "Nero, this is important. You have to take control of the essence quickly. Your opponent won't have a pillar, but just because he doesn't have abilities doesn't mean you aren't in danger. Cho—"
Nero stumbled and interrupted Nick.
"Hold up. How can a guy that old not have a pillar? I thought people got their first pillar at level 10.
Nick looked at Nero in confusion.
"He can't be more than 20. You think that is old? And people don't level at your speed. By law, your challenger can only be within a level of you. So he must be no higher than level 8. Wait, who do you think you're fighting?" he asked.
Nero kept walking while trying to figure out what Nick was talking about.
"The big assassin guy. I'm not fighting him?" he asked.
Bill, the guard, started laughing.
"Sorry, don't mind me. I'm not here. Continue," he said, and gestured for them to ignore him.
Nick sighed and said, "Nero, you'll be facing the young man who is standing next to him. Now listen closely. He will be using blades. Are you sure you don't want a sword and some armor?" Nero was elated. He was fighting the little guy. Now that he thought about it, that seemed wrong. Ignoring Nick's question, Nero asked, "Isn't that a little unfair?" Not understanding what Nero meant, Nick said, "You're allowed armor and weapons. The man is a trained killer. You don't think they'd force you to fight him with your bare hands, do you?" Nero decided that it wasn't worth arguing about it. After all, if the young man wanted to kill Nero, he had it coming. As they were nearing the end of the hallway, the doors were open, and Nero could see a large stadium. It looked like they were walking into the Roman Colosseum, but broken up into little fighting platforms. Each had a hovering screen showing what was going on in the mini arenas. There were thousands of people in the stands, and a large center platform was raised in the center. Above everything was a hologram that put the Jumbotron to shame. With his awe evident on his face, Nero absently followed the guards as he looked around. Nick was shouting instructions, trying to get Nero to pay attention. It was obvious that Nick thought Nero was in trouble. The guards led Nero up some stairs and onto a very large, flat stone arena. They pointed him to a colored section, and Bill wished him luck. As they left, Nero half-heartedly waved goodbye to them. He was busy staring at the crowds
and looking down at the fights that were happening on the little platforms below.
Nick grabbed Nero's shoulders and forced Nero to look at him.
"Nero, please, listen to me," he begged.
Nero,
Just make sure that you focus everything on disrupting your opponent's local essence field. If you don't take control of it, you're dead. Do you understand? Nick asked while squeezing Nero's shoulders.
Nero gave him a soft smile.
"Nick, I need you to listen to me. This isn't a fight between a swordsman and a mage. It's a defended position with a cannon being charged by a guy with a knife. Don't worry. But I need to know if there will be a shield around the arena. I don't want to hurt anyone in the crowd," he said, while gently prying Nick's hands off his shoulders.
Nick seemed to deflate.
Yes, Nero, there is a shield. Good luck. I may not have known you for long, but every moment with you has invigorated my life. Your passion and enthusiasm have left their mark on my path. Vera and I will remember you for the rest of our lives. Rest assured, Vera won't stop until you are avenged," he finished with iron in his voice.
Nero gave him a confused look.
Glancing over, he saw that the skinny guy was already waiting for him near the center of the arena. Turning to Nick, he gave him a hard slap on the shoulder and said, "Worst pep talk ever. We'll have to work on that for next time. Tell Vera thanks for placing the bet, and she should stay near the place to turn it in. This won't take long." Nero then walked off toward the small circle he assumed was his starting position. Nick watched his friend walk to his death with such confidence. What a remarkable young man, he thought as he hurried down the stairs toward the observation nook for aides and attendants.
Nero walked calmly
And kept his eyes on his opponent. All the while he was compacting more and more essence into his shield. He made sure not to stress himself, but he hovered near his limit. Seeing his opponent grinning while holding a sword and knife, Nero couldn't help but shake his head.
As Nero stepped into the circle, he said,
"Are you sure you want to do this? It's not going to end well for you." Caleb's smile widened, and he spread his arms out to display his weapons. "I'm going to take my time. I would have fought you for free, just to be able to get my name on the arena board. By the end of the day, everyone will know who I am. I'd apologize for what I'm going to put you through, but I don't talk to dead men," he said.
Nero could feel a shield form over the outside of the arena.
As it went up, the crowd quieted as the sound was blocked off. In seconds, they were inside a clear dome of silence. Nero was fascinated. It felt like a wall in his psychic senses. He could no longer extend his psyche past the edge of the arena. Nero looked over at his opponent and replied, "That's some solid trash talk. But just to be really sure, I'll ask you one more time. Do you really want to die today?" Above them, hovering in the air, a timer appeared. It was displaying large gold numbers, while a strong yet feminine voice counted down from 10. The numbers were turning more red as they reached 0. Nero looked over at his opponent and watched him hop around and sneer. Standing there calmly, Nero waited for the countdown to reach 2. Just as he was about to start his spell form, he decided to wait. There might be some rule or something. It was better to wait for the fight to actually start. When the countdown hit 0, the woman said, "Fight!" Like a dog being let off the leash, Caleb shot forward while spinning in the air like a top. As his sword slashed, the tip hit Nero's neck. As he landed, Caleb spun in order to hamstring Nero. Completing his maneuver, Caleb continued past Nero and rolled to a stop while turning to face Nero's back. Nero hadn't moved. He was using his psychic field to keep himself in place, so the strength of the strikes wouldn't send him flying like Jennings had. Caleb's blades had slid across his shield without causing any damage. In fact, Nero barely registered the impacts. He had expected more from the cocky assassin.
Not in a hurry. Nero focused on the spell form he was carving into existence above his right hand. Turning slowly, he faced the crouching assassin, while the variation on the plasma spell Archmage Jennings taught Nero a couple of hours ago completed. Where Jennings had used a spell form to collect heat, hydrogen, and lightning, Nero had adjusted it to only pull in light essence. While Jennings had imparted his center on the essence and forced the plasma to become an extension of his will, Nero just collected and compacted light and then aimed it at his opponent. There was so much light essence around that it was easy to grab more than enough for his needs.
Caleb was shocked that he had missed. He was sure he had felt his blades connect. Crouching, Caleb watched as Nero turned to face him. Seeing that Nero was casting something, he shot forward. Or, it's more accurate to say that he was about to shoot forward. Nero had carved, charged, and fired his spell in less than 3 seconds. As it was light essence, the moment it transitioned into coherent light, it was already boring a fist-sized hole through Caleb's chest. Nero wasn't using his will to fire it. He just directed it. He didn't have to force his will through Caleb's psychic field. He just shot a laser at him. The fact that mages didn't create environmental effects like this to bypass psychic fields was just another reason why Nero thought they were all idiots. Even if a person had some natural essence protecting them, it was much easier to bore through it with a laser than trying to engage in a battle of wills. Or at least that's what he took away from his one magic lesson. Jennings said that mages summoned and threw rocks, caused area of effect fireballs, hurled lightning from the heavens, created pillars of fire and webs of razor-sharp steel. But no one had made a laser pointer. Watching a confused Caleb reach up to touch the large hole in his chest, Nero looked at him with sadness in his eyes. The young man's essence field wasn't remotely strong enough to stop his laser. Nero had never been a physical bully, and he didn't like feeling like one. Caleb's eyes met Nero's, and Nero saw the instant the man realized that he was dead. Moments later, the lights went out, and Caleb collapsed. Nero felt awful. This wasn't combat. This wasn't a victory. Nero was going to have a long talk with the assholes that sent this poor guy to die for their pride. As Nero stared at Caleb's corpse, the arena shield went down. The stadium was much quieter than it was when the shield had gone up. Nero wasn't close enough to see faces amongst the crowd, but he felt like the place was holding its breath. A hologram appeared in the same place where the timer hovered earlier. It said, "Winner, Nero Walker." The lady's voice narrated, but this time she sounded a little confused. Nero gave one last glance at Caleb's body, then started looking around. He didn't see a referee, or anyone else for that matter. He coughed into his hand to clear his throat, then loudly said, He's dead. Challenge completed, or whatever. Anyone want to point me toward the exit? Maybe bring me a sandwich? I skipped lunch for this." Chapter 48. People fight for money, not trophies. The king had expected this meeting, but that didn't mean he would enjoy it. He leaned back in his chair, sipping his wine, listening to the events unfold as expected. His leadership council was using their private meeting hall. Although the general shape was the same, it was much smaller than the public hall of nobles. The king sat at the head of a semicircle, with his council surrounding him. They only met here when they needed to address conflicts and events that shouldn't be discussed in view of the public, which was a fancy way of saying this was the room they used when someone screwed up. In the petitioner's circle, both Archmage Mathers and Lord Hobbs were currently shouting at each other. Mathers was representing the Tower of Magic, and Lord Hobbs was the current director of the Hennings Tower of Law. Swirling the wine in his glass, King Oliver Oglevark let the argument play out. Everything was proceeding as expected, and it wasn't his turn yet. All of the eyes in the room snapped to Lord Hastings. Both Mathers and Hobbs exchanged angry glares, but kept silent. Lord Hastings said, "I haven't been able to follow what you two are talking about. But Archmage Mathers asked for this meeting, and so he shall be the first to speak. Start at the beginning, as a request for sanctions is a serious matter." Mathers took a deep breath and said, "A new noble in Dorchester has been targeted for assassination by Great House Cranston. They used a confluence of loopholes that allowed them to force the new noble into an arena challenge. I ask for sanctions because the law's intention is clear, but Lord Hobbs here says that the loopholes are valid until they have been closed. I ask that the Council enforce the intention of the law, and to not allow spurious details to cloud the issue. Like any sane person, I believe that a technicality does not trump a logical argument." From the other side of the room, Lord Silverbrook spoke up. "Lord Hobbs, I'm assuming that you stand in opposition to the proposed sanctions." Lord Hobbs nodded enthusiastically and said, "Yes, of course I do. It is against the law to sanction a house that has broken no law. That is a cornerstone of the noble house system. They found a loophole. They used it. It's up to this council to change it. You cannot punish them for following the letter of the law. I've already submitted a report listing the required changes to the applicable laws so that these loopholes are closed. In a way, Great House Cranston should be rewarded for their ingenuity. While it doesn't technically qualify as an exploit, it comes close. This was a brilliant move." Mathers snorted loudly and crossed his arms. Lord Hastings said, "Archmage Mathers, if the law has been followed, sanctions aren't the answer. Find another way to vent your frustration. Follow the law, but you are not without recourse. Every member of this council recognizes the slight to the royal house. But as it stands, the law is on House Cranston's side." Mathers started arguing again, and Lord Hobbs took every opportunity to reiterate the importance of following the letter of the law. The king knew that Hobbs was an ardent supporter of House Cranston, and the man had probably been integral to their abuse of the system. All of this was a stupid attempt at making the Mage Council look foolish. Yet another example of proud nobles playing their stupid games of honor and retaliation. King Oliver didn't allow himself to smile as he mentally observed Nero's conversation with Nick while on their way to the arena. He had nudged things so that this meeting would happen at the same time as Nero's fight. His first pillar was observation, and there were very few events that he didn't notice in his kingdom. For him, scrying was as easy as breathing. He just hoped he had timed it correctly. Mathers finally had enough of this farce and turned to face the king. "Sire, what's your opinion on the subject? Do you plan to let this insult stand?" he asked with venom. The king finally allowed himself his smile. With a wave of his hand, a scrying portal appeared behind the petitioner's circle. Mathers and Hobbs turned around, and the council all looked at portal. Lord Hastings said, "Sire, what are we looking at?" The king spoke in a quiet voice. "That is the arena in Dorchester. The young man with white hair is the new noble in question. His opponent is an apprentice loosely associated with the Assassin's Guild. As we speak, the new noble of House Walker meets the blood challenge in the arena." The council chambers was silent as they watched the fight begin. Mathers started chuckling when Nero cast his spell, then burst out in laughter when Nero asked for a sandwich. The king waited a moment, then closed the scrying portal. Both Mathers and Hobbs turned back around to face the king. Lord Hobbs was pale, and his hands were shaking. The council was in stunned shock. Several of them were using their links to look up more information on the new noble. A level 7 shouldn't have been able to do that. Into the silence, the king spoke with a voice of steel. "Lord Hobbs, the challenge was legal. Consider the loopholes now closed. I expect in the future, loopholes of this nature will be closed before they are exploited. House Oglevark does not enjoy having its backing ignored. The new nobles are to be protected from actions like these." But it seems in this case, the noble in question handled it well enough on his own. I'll be holding you personally responsible for following the law you so vehemently defended. If I am reading this right, Great House Cranston owes Lord Walker a great deal of money. I expect you to make sure he gets it. Please let Lord Cranston know that I'll be checking to see that the law is enforced with the same zeal that it was abused. M.I. understood. Lord Hobbs was nodding along, his eyes wide with fear. Yes, sire, I understand completely. I'll personally ensure that House Cranston pays what they owe. The Tower of Law will close the loopholes, and this won't happen again. Thank you for your trust, he said. With cold eyes, the king turned his head slightly to look at Archmage Mathers and asked, "Does this result satisfy the Tower of Magic?" Mathers was smirking. "Yes, the Mage Council is satisfied. Thank you for your time, my king," he said with a bow. After Mathers and Hobbs left, the council sat in silence. Usually the king would dismiss them, but as he hadn't, they waited patiently. The king said to the chamber, "All right, everyone. Let's discuss the recent game House Cranston played. Who'd like to start? I'll correct you along the way. There is much to be learned from House Cranston's recent gambit." Nero was being led back to a conference room by Bill, the guard. He no longer had a posse, and Nick had apparently run off to meet with Vera. The man hadn't even taken the time to speak with him after the fight, and Nero wasn't sure how to feel about that. Bill, the guard, was grumbling to himself about how much money Nero had lost him. Nero just kept smiling, while pretending he couldn't hear him. It seemed that Bill had a buddy of his place a bet against Nero for him. Now Bill owed his friend 50 Valens. When they got to the conference room, Bill said stiffly, "It's that one there. It was nice meeting you, Lord Walker." As Bill was walking away, Nero spoke up. "It was nice meeting you too. Too bad you aren't allowed to bet on things like this. You could have made a lot of money. Anyway, I'm sure I'll see you around." Seeing Bill's shoulders slump, Nero's smile was ear to ear as he went into the conference room. He was surprised to see Nick there, arguing with Jennings. "Hey guys, Nick, why'd you run off?" he asked. Nick turned to Nero with an annoyed look on his face and said, "I didn't think you'd actually win. I had to get to Vera and find out what was going on with the arena bank. I had convinced her not to use any of our funds to bet on you. After the fight, if you could call it that, she wasn't answering her pings, so I had to go find her to find out what the hell was going on." Jennings was chuckling at Nick's outburst. "Luckily, my boy, I was able to get to the betting stands in time. You just made me a great deal of money. The odds against you winning were 15 to 1. That spell you developed is brilliant, but useless. I still think you need to learn to seize the essence in a fight, as a spell of concentrated light wouldn't penetrate a more powerful essence field." Nero shook his head at Jennings' naivete. The concept of a laser was just too foreign to him. The man didn't understand the power that coherent light could output. A large enough laser could destroy a planet. Nero had seen it happen many times. In movies. Nick was wringing his hands. "Nero, I'm sorry I didn't believe in you. It's just... How the hell did you win? You shouldn't have been able to win. It's not that I didn't want you to win. It's just that it doesn't make any sense," he said while looking completely defeated and confused. Nero felt bad for the guy. Nick had given a great goodbye speech, and he had been so worried for Nero. He had really expected Nero to die. "I don't know what to tell you, Nick. I'm really hard to kill, I guess. Try not to feel too bad. Some people just lack imagination." "We'll work on it," Nero said while patting Nick's shoulder reassuringly. All three of them turned as the door to the conference room opened, and then watched as Vera entered with a mischievous grin on her face. Instead of greeting the trio, she completely ignored them, walking right past them to take a seat at the conference room table. She pulled out a bottle and some glasses from her personal space and started pouring drinks. As Nick, Jennings, and Nero joined her at the table, Nick said, "That much, huh?"
Vera replied as she poured.
"As you didn't want me to place a bet for us, I used my family money. Nicholas, my love, your wife was a rich woman. Now she is a very rich woman."
Nero took the wine glass he was offered and leaned back in his chair to get comfortable.
"That's great that my death match worked out for you, but let's have my proxy tell me about my life savings," he said with a wry smile.
Vera snorted and said,
"Life savings? You're not even a week old. The Arena Bank agreed to accept your assets and projected awards as collateral for a loan. As instructed, I placed it all on you to win. After your victory, the loan was dissolved. However, not everything went according to plan. The problem is that the Arena Bank doesn't currently have the funds to cover your winnings, as having that amount of liquid capital would be ridiculous. They'll have to pay you in installments, or find another way to cover the debt. I have a meeting scheduled with them."
Nero nodded.
"What kind of interest rate are you hitting them with? If they can't cover the bet, then they're essentially borrowing what they haven't paid me."
Vera's eyebrows shot up.
"That is a very good point. I'll have to see how that has been handled in the past, and if there is any precedent for you to receive interest. Perhaps you can acquire partial ownership of the arena. I'll look into it. Either way, you are now a very rich young man. I was planning to go over your finances and upcoming trials over lunch. Of course, that was before all of this happened."
Jennings spoke up.
"He'll need to get the pledge out of the way. I'm sure the Cosgraves ran back to the keep the moment Nero won. I was watching the assassin team leader trying to hide his trail. It was hilarious. I'm guessing that without a win, he had no way out of the city. Do you want me to take care of him along with his other former apprentice?"
Nero looked at Jennings, who was casually offering to murder people for him.
Weren't they just doing their jobs? I'm more interested in the assholes that started all of this. That Castle House or whatever. I understand they had some issue with me, but I didn't understand what Lord Bennings was talking about. I don't remember killing any nobles, he said.
Jennings coughed into his hand.
That's actually my fault. I killed one of Lord Cranston's sons. He refused an order from the Mage Council and I executed him for it. Lord Cranston knew that I had wanted to kill his son for years, and I just used the refusal as a legal screen. In order to get back at me, and the Mage Council, he used that subject of that refused order as a legal screen to validate his blood grievance. Since he had a grievance against a commoner, he took advantage of the brief window that you were not a new noble to outsource the challenge. It only worked because Derek Cosgrave allowed it. He painted his mother into a corner. Since he sided with House Cranston, if she had overruled him, then she would be insulting House Cranston. Are you following any of this? He asked Nero, who was now picking at his nails.
Nero looked up and replied,
Kind of. It's weird. I seem to be able to pay attention to a lot more. It's almost like my normal half-listening is what my full listening used to be. I got the gist of it. You pissed someone off, and they struck at you through me. The Cosgrave kid is afraid of me, so he ignored his mother, and she was stuck going along with it. The two people I have to retaliate against are Derek Cosgrave and that Lord Cranston guy, right?
Vera, Nick, and Jennings were all looking at Nero in shock. Vera said,
Well, they are the primary candidates for your revenge, but you aren't in a position to do anything to them for the moment. You'll have to bide your time.
Jennings nodded.
You already got your revenge on House Cranston. I've heard from the Mage Tower in Hennings. They've heard that the loophole House Cranston used annoyed the king enough that he charged the director of the Tower of Law to personally make Lord Cranston pay what you're owed from winning the challenge. The assets of Lord Cranston's son at the time of his death were not insignificant, he said to Nero with a smile.
Nero just shrugged and said, Great.
Looking at Vera, Nero asked, Do I have a bank account? More importantly, do I actually have any money? Or am I just waiting for all these things to be awarded? Vera smiled and said,
You still don't have any money. It will be a week or two before anything is actually in your name and available for your use.
Nero nodded and said, All right then, lunch is on you. I'm starving and people keep refusing to bring me a sandwich. Can we go now?
Chapter 49. The Tools of Procrastination, Reflection, and Avoidance. General Branson had asked Rose to stick close to him. He had said that he wanted to talk to her, making it sound like an opportunity she couldn't ignore, and she had agreed. Now she was regretting that choice. Uncomfortable situations like this were why she preferred the wilds over cities. Rose had followed the general to the city lord's private arena room. She was doing her best to ignore the nobles in the room as she looked out through the floor-to-ceiling windows. At least the view is nice, she thought. She felt a presence approaching, and she turned slightly to see who it was. She saw the general smile out of the corner of her eye. Good situational awareness, the general said as a greeting. Handing Rose a glass of wine, he said, Thank you for your patience. I'm well aware of how uncomfortable you are. Your psyche is practically screaming. If you're wondering why everyone is avoiding you, that's why. He gave her a smile and seemed to radiate a calming aura. Rose sipped her wine and nodded. It hadn't occurred to her, but she wasn't surprised. Are you going to tell me what you wanted? Rose said, then quickly corrected herself. I mean, what can I do for you, sir? The general looked out over the arena. Rose watched him pick his words with care. I try to look out for people who choose to see what others ignore, he said in a quiet voice. Rose looked around the room and realized that there was no one nearby. She matched the general's quiet tone and turned to follow his gaze into the arena. You think the kid is going to win too, don't you? She said. Nodding, the general said, I've been following the reports concerning him since he predicted the noble war. It's been 3 days, and he's already being raised to nobility, trained by the head of the Mage Council, and nearly adopted by a couple of departmental heads with ties to some very powerful houses. That boy killed 5 mercenaries on his own during the war, one of whom had an estimated level in the 30s. Yes, the young man will win. But most people refuse to see that. Yet, when you met him, you saw what others did not. Rose felt a very unfamiliar feeling rise in her chest. She knew it was pride, but she felt it so rarely that it felt weird. Unto such positive reinforcement, she blurted out, It wasn't that hard. I mean, I just thought that he didn't look scared. He looked hungry for battle. I've seen animals and monsters like that in the wilds, and it's always a good idea to avoid them. I was just avoiding a predator. Chuckling, the general replied, A predator? That's one way to describe Nero Walker. He is brash and self-centered. He knows what he wants, and he does whatever it takes to go after it. His arrival in Dorchester has caused a lot of changes in a short amount of time. Rose said, Okay, but none of that has anything to do with me. Turning his head to look at Rose, the general said, I'd like to offer you the option of entering a training camp for elite monster hunters. It will be located in Gate 15 and will help you on your path as a hunter. Squads of elites will be sent out on excursions into the wilds. Sometimes they will stay out there for up to a month. It's dangerous, and the training will be intense. I think you'll do well there. Caught off guard by the general's subject change, she stuttered, that's... Don't elite hunters have to spend time on monster elimination squads before they can be an elite hunter? Do we even have elite hunters in Dorchester? Aren't they only in the bigger cities? And how does me recognizing the obvious danger I was heading toward merit an invite? The general replied, Hold that thought, it's starting. The nobles in the room all gathered at the windows overlooking the arena, and Rose cautiously looked around at the curious faces. In the middle of the stadium, she could see the giant projection of the center arena. Seeing Caleb's face, smiling in anticipation of the fight, she felt a pang in her chest.
He wasn't a bad guy. It was a shame that he was going to die. She'd known him for years, and they had gotten along well enough.
The fight was so short that the nobles were all paralyzed in shock. Rose looked up to see the general chuckling. He turned and said over his shoulder, "Come along, Rose. We're done here." Rose hurried to follow, cold sweat beading on her back.
"What the hell was that? How did he do that?"
she hissed. General Branson said, "I don't know. That's why I want you in the training program." Rose's steps faltered, her mind trying to see the connection.
"I don't get it," she said.
As the general led her down the halls, away from the nobles' private boxes, he said, "I want someone there who is capable of seeing through Lord Walker's facade. Too many people see him and think he is an idiot. I want someone to report facts, not interpretations."
"He's going to be in the program too?"
she asked in disbelief.
The general smiled and said,
"He will. He just doesn't know it yet." Nero was finally heading back to the dorms. It had been a long day already. He was looking forward to a nap. Unfortunately, he still had a meeting with Mrs. Salvatore at the end of the day. She had told Nero that there were a lot of things she needed to talk with him about, but she was too busy during the day. After they had left the arena, Nick and Jennings had taken Nero to a fancy late lunch, while Mrs. Salvatore had taken off to go deal with paperwork or something. Nero knew he should have paid more attention, considering that she was currently acting as his proxy, but he just couldn't bring himself to care. The restaurant Nick chose was a white stone building that had a rooftop dining area overlooking the city. The portions were too small, and the atmosphere was too stuffy. Rather than complain about it, Nero had spent the entire time trying to get Jennings to give him the secrets of magic. It was difficult because Jennings said he didn't want to color Nero's preconceptions of what magic was capable of. As Nero walked up the steps of the center, he reaffirmed how different people were in this part of the city. The polite atmosphere and considerate populace was exclusive to the center. Maybe it's like church. Everyone is polite at church, he thought. Making his way through the crowds, he entered the dorms and immediately felt Ms. Averett staring at him. Proud that he recognized her psychic signature, Nero returned her glare with a smile. She walked out from behind the desk and made a beeline straight for Nero. He kept walking toward the hallway for the dorms. He figured she'd catch up to him if she really wanted. Soon enough, she did. Even knowing that she was coming, the woman still managed to make Nero jump when she appeared in front of him. Damn, she's fast, he thought sourly.
"So it appears that you are now nobility," she said as she crossed her arm.
Nero smiled at how little she seemed to care about his supposed nobility. "I guess so. I'm just coming back from the arena. I know I haven't had the chance to attend any combat classes, but rest assured, I'm taking my self-defense seriously," he said. From what Nero knew of her, that was all she cared about. Nodding, she said, "Yes, I saw your fight. You just stood there and let him hit you. Are you an idiot? If he had essence-infused his blades, you'd be dead. Where would your smirk be then?" Nero's eyes widened. He didn't know what essence-infused blades were, but that sounded bad. I was using my mage armor. I was perfectly safe. You know I won, right?" he said. Eyes hard, she huffed. "Yes, I know you won. But how you win is just as important as winning. Perfection in combat is the goal, and when you take stupid risks, you increase the chances of losing the next fight. An essence shield is just a tool. It's not impenetrable," she said through pursed lips. Nero said, "I know there is a lot that I don't know. I did the best I could with what I had available. Don't worry, I'll be more careful in the future." "Are you going to be staying in the dorms? I've heard that you acquired an estate," she asked. Nero shrugged. "Honestly, I have no idea. Mrs. Salvatore is going to be in charge of all that, I think. I'll find out tonight. I have a meeting in her office at 2200. For now, I was going to have a nap.
Ms. Everett gave Nero a blank stare as he repeated slowly, "A nap." Nero saw as a vein in her forehead start to appear.
Danger! Abort! He shouted to himself in his head. Before she could say anything, he blurted out, I just had a fight to the death, and I spent all morning in combat training with an archmage. I'm beat. I don't want to be walking around without a full center and with weak legs. Now that I'm a noble, there is danger everywhere.
Thankfully, the vein disappeared, and she replied,
That's good thinking. I'll contact Mrs. Salvatore and find out what she has planned. You have too much potential to be wasting it with noble nonsense. You should be out fighting monsters and using your talents. That was a good spell work you showed in the arena. It was a good fight.
At the final nod, she walked away without another word. Nero wiped the sweat from his palms on his robes and gave a deep exhale to relieve the tension.
That woman is a menace. Maybe staying at a mansion would be nice. She won't follow me there, will she? Worried Nero.
Back in his room, Nero tossed his satchel on the desk and threw his boots near the door. Laying down on his bed, he reached out to his link that he now kept in his pocket. Setting an alarm, he put his arms behind his head and took a look at his identity. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 7. Race: Human. Growth: 2%. Tier: 1. Condition: 100%. Age: 14. Center: 37%. Body: 1. Mind: 4. Soul: 1. Confluence: 10. Stars: 0. Pillars: 0/0. Even after a good meal and some downtime, he still only had 37% left in his center. No wonder he felt so tired. He was also going to have to spend some time reflecting on the events of the day, or he wouldn't grow. Huffing, he decided that he didn't feel like it. He'd just grab a nap and deal with it later. 5 minutes later, Nero couldn't stop his mind from going over his ridiculous morning. Nick and Jennings both knew that Nero had memories from another world, and they didn't care. Jennings was a super mage who went around killing people who pissed him off. Nick was a noble, but also wasn't. Mrs. Salvatore was capable of intimidating everyone, but that wasn't surprising. Someone had tried to assassinate him. That thought forced Nero's mental process to a halt. This world was dangerous. He knew that, but it hadn't really sunk in. The government had procedures on how to legally assassinate someone. It wasn't much of a comfort that they, at least, seemed to focus on fairness. Nero was confident that he could win a fight with someone who couldn't cast magic or didn't have abilities. But how long would that last? He was already level 7. If they had tried to kill him when he was level 9, they could have sent someone with a pillar. What effects do essence shields have on abilities? Would he be dead now? In the quiet of his room, with the lights off and the curtains drawn, Nero contemplated how close he had come to actually dying. He was flying by the seat of his pants, and too much was out of his control. Thinking back to the night of the Noble War, Nero remembered wanting to be the main character of his story. Well, his wish had come true. Someone hired a kid to kill him. Nero remembered the look in the guy's eyes as the lights went out. Nero couldn't ignore it anymore. I killed him. I looked him in the eyes and took his life, he thought to himself. Looking up at the ceiling, Nero felt his eyes start to water. When he realized that he was feeling shame and fear,
His anger sparked like a match. "Fuck that," he told himself. The assassin whose name Nero never bothered to learn was just that, an assassin. They could call it a legal challenge or a blood grievance, but it didn't change the fact that the guy had tried to kill him. Nero wasn't going to feel bad about it. In fact, he'd be starting a list. This world was full of adventure and heroes, maybe even anti-heroes, and he had enemies. Derek Cosgrave and Lord Cranston were now his enemies. Feeling motivated, Nero stared at the ceiling and made plans. He would start by participating in the creation of his training schedule. He had a lot to learn, and choosing what he learned was not something he would leave up to others. Also, in any world, finances were important. He needed to get hold of his account statements or whatever. Mrs. Salvatore was right. We have a lot to talk about, he told himself. With a grunt, Nero got up from his bed and threw open the curtains. This world had a 30-hour day, and he wouldn't get anywhere if he wasted the extra hours sleeping. Nero went to the bathroom to splash some water on his face and wake himself up. Sitting at his desk, Nero started making a list of questions he needed answered. As he listed his questions, he noticed that more and more of them were questions about magic. Pausing, Nero tapped his pen on the desk and looked at his satchel. There were answers in there. He had time to do this list later. His meeting wasn't for a while. Studying was productive. He should do that instead. Putting aside his real-world concerns, Nero smiled as he pulled out real books of magic. Just because he had to rest his center didn't mean that he couldn't read about casting. Deciding that controlling the world around you was the book of the day, Nero leaned back in his chair and started reading. Time passed, and Nero was engrossed in his book. It was a very abstract book about how essence made up the world. Matter was nothing but solidified essence. The flows of essence were potential. Casting spells using your center was giving that potential a purpose. A mage acted as a conduit, changing potential into reality. Whoever controlled the essence controlled its potential. Nero read about how essence was created by matter and actions. Wind moving through a valley would cause potential to bloom into existence. Animals in the area would passively absorb that essence and develop an affinity for wind manipulation. Since the types of essence were incalculable, the types of animals and environments were constantly changing. Sometimes essence would get trapped, and that potential would spawn monsters, or, in rare cases, dungeons. The world's essence cycle was fascinating to Nero. Every being on the planet that had a will could influence the potential in the air. As people grew, their potential would form pillars. Pillars were based on how a person lived and viewed the world. Everything was perception. A person who spent all his time concerned with cleanliness could have the option to gain a pillar of that type. Nero didn't understand a lot of what he read, but the general ideas were extremely interesting. He was so engrossed in his book, Nero wasn't prepared for his alarm to go off. Jumping to his feet, Nero knocked over his chair and barely caught his book. Heart beating wildly, he looked around the room for the danger. Realizing what the omnipresent ringing was, Nero mentally turned off the alarm and set his book on the desk. Catching his breath, he held a hand to his chest and forced himself to calm down. Looking at the papers on the desk, with the unfinished questions for Mrs. Salvatore, Nero realized he had just wasted the past few hours. None of what he had read had any practical applications in the near future. His immediate concerns were supposed to be about how to get through this noble crap without dying, how to pay for food, and what the hell he was going to do with his life. Standing up, Nero put his hands on his hips and gave a rueful chuckle. Opening his identity, name: Nero Walker. Level: 7. Race: human. Growth. 18%. Tier. 1. Condition. 100%. Age. 14. Center. 96%. Body. 1. Mind. 4. Soul. 1. Confluence. 10. Stars. 0. Pillars. 0/0.
Well, at least my center is nearly full.
And I grew a little, he thought. Then he headed to the bathroom to freshen up. In no time at all, Nero was ready to go. Although he tried to convince himself that he didn't need his books, he took them anyway. Heading out of his dorm room, Nero tried to focus on the upcoming meeting. Going over the possible topics of conversation and what he needed to know, a stray thought popped into his head. Wasn't there something about noble trials that seemed important? And do I still have to pledge to the Cosgraves after they just stood by and let someone try and kill me? Nero rubbed his chin as he passed the few people that were up and about. There really was a lot he had to talk to Mrs. Salvatore about. Chapter 50. Cash poor millionaire needs bus fare. Please help. Lord Cosgrove was standing at the window in her office. The view overlooked the courtyard, and the afternoon light caused shadows to dance in the gardens. She watched one of the keep's gardeners run his hands over some flowers. The soft green glow from his ability spread out like a fog. Taking a sip of her wine, she thought about what trials the man had faced in his life. How long had it taken him to master his craft? How many disappointments had he overcome? Her daughter's voice brought her out of her reverie. Was there really no other choice? Deidre asked quietly.
Lord Cosgrove turned to look at her daughter.
She was sitting in her usual chair in front of the desk. The other chair, the one Derek usually used, was empty. No, Derek could not stay in Dorchester. Not after what he did, Lord Cosgrove said, with ice in her voice. He didn't really do anything, though. All he did was not stand in the way of another house's game. Could he really be blamed for that? Deirdre asked. With a snort, Lord Cosgrove sat down in her high-backed chair. He waived our house's protection of a new noble. Whether it was legal or not, he took a side. He left me with no options. Putting aside that he forced policy that I had to follow, if he stayed here, his life would be in danger, she said. Nero Walker can't do anything to Derek. It will be years before he finishes the trials and is formalized as a lord. Right now he is a lord in name only. He can't offer challenges or declare a noble war. We have nothing to fear from him, Deirdre said with venom. Lord Cosgrove's eyebrows rose as she saw her daughter's anger. Daughter, don't repeat your brother's mistakes. Learn from them instead. Your anger at Lord Walker is irrational. Why make him your enemy? She asked. To her credit, Deirdre took a moment to think. Unfortunately, she didn't seem to grasp what Lord Cosgrove was trying to tell her. Walker is already set against us. Derek's actions have put us at odds. All we can do now is to play the game that is in motion. We are in the more powerful position. Letting him grow without opposition is a poor plan. There is much we can do to stunt his rise. Economic warfare against his new interests, limiting his training options, assigning busy work to his house in order to eat into his time. All of these options are legal and can be subtly used to limit him, Deirdre said. Shaking her head in exasperation, Lord Cosgrove leaned forward and folded her hands on the desk, as if she were praying for strength. Listen closely. Nero Walker isn't my concern right now. The people around him are. The head of the Mage Council is currently in Dorchester, playing at being our court mage. The man is only here because he finds Walker interesting. The last thing I want to do is give that man a reason to stand against us. We're going to have enough trouble with Vera Salvatore. That woman is smart, and worse yet, capable. I've looked into her since finding out that she had ties to the Pendletons. She will be a thorn in our foot if we stand against House Walker. Derek had to be sent away because he was a lightning rod. With him here, conflict would be inevitable. Conflict we won't win. Every time that boy speaks, he invites disaster. Instead of a powerful ally, we now have a house with an uncertain future growing right next to us. A house that has the backing of the Royals, the Mage Council, and even has local backing from House Salvatore. Do you understand what I'm telling you? She asked. Deirdre frowned in thought. Finally breaking, she hissed, "But we have to do something. We have to respond in kind." Lord Cosgrove had enough. Essence swirled as she stood up to loom over her desk. The room rattled as she roared, "You are not listening! House Walker didn't do anything but survive an idiotic assassination attempt made by your idiotic brother. If you choose to follow his example and do something equally idiotic, I won't just send you away. I will kill you myself. I am the head of House Cosgrove, and I won't have my house's path guided by children who refuse to listen. If you want to act, it will not be under my banner. You can join your brother in starting a new house. Am I understood?" Deirdre had paled and was holding her armrests with white knuckles. "Yes, Mother. I understand. I will not do anything stupid. I swear," she gasped out. "Now go. I have been putting off a ping with the arena masters. They say the matter is urgent and I've put it off long enough. Getting your brother to understand why he's leaving and trying to organize a caravan for him to join has taken enough of my day. Try to not cause any more problems for me to deal with," Lord Cosgrove said as she returned to her seat and gestured for her daughter to get out. As she watched her daughter scurry out of the office, Lord Cosgrove leaned back in her chair and took a sip of wine. Closing her eyes, she tried to put the entire matter out of her mind. She needed to focus. Nero Walker and the repercussions of today's events were for tomorrow. Now she had to address the concerns of her city. Using her link, she looked up the urgent message and sent out a connection request. The arena master accepted the connection quickly, and Lord Cosgrove could feel their concern over the link. "My apologies for the delay in getting back to you. What seems to be the problem?" she asked while trying to project calm. "We were trying to reach you because our bank is overdrawn. There was an upset today in the arena. I'm sure you've heard about it. Our bank accepted a bet that it probably shouldn't have. The manager said they were offered a collateral loan, but the person bet it all on a 15-1 long shot. There were several other large bets that were placed on the same match. The total lost by the arena is more than our bank has. Typically, we'd just take a loan ourselves to cover it, but the amounts are staggering. We're not sure what to do, and as the arenas are city property, we decided to call you personally. We don't want this getting out. We're hoping you have some ideas," the arena master said nervously. Sighing in annoyance, she said, "How much do you owe, and to whom do you owe it?" The arena master promptly replied, "We covered all the bets but the major one. We owe House Walker approximately 560 million common valens." Lord Cosgrove felt like she had just been hit in the gut with a hammer. "What the hell did he use as collateral to place the bet?" she shouted. His proxy used the statement of award from Lord Walker's victory in the Noble War. It was notarized by the Tower of Law. His proxy accepted 50% of its value as the loan. They used the loan to make the bet. The manager thought it was easy money, but it paid out at 15-1. So they are owed 558,434,867 common valens, the arena master said with fear palpable in his psyche. With a scowl on her face, Lord Cosgrove growled, "Vera fucking Salvatore." Nero walked into Vera Salvatore's office and took a seat in front of her desk. He assumed that she was on a ping because her temple was lit up. Not wanting to interrupt her, he looked around. Seeing the wet bar, he went to get a coffee.
Not seeing any, he settled on a glass of water.
Returning to his seat, Nero couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Normally, when someone is on the phone, you could at least hear their half of the conversation. But since pings were all mental, Nero had to just sit there and watch Mrs. Salvatore look through some papers, then occasionally stare off in the distance. The silence was just freaky. Tapping his fingers on his chair, Nero debated whether or not to pull out a book.
"Thank you for being on time, Nero,"
she said out of nowhere.
Nero was a little startled, but recovered quickly.
"No problem. I'm ready to talk about all the stuff I've been avoiding."
"I'm sure you have a list, so let's go," he said as he rubbed his hands together.
With a smile, Vera shuffled some papers and got her desk in order.
"All right, Nero. Let's start with matters pertaining to your nobility. I've scheduled your pledge for tomorrow morning at 8. Do you remember how to get to the keep?" she asked.
Nero nodded.
"Yep, and the link can give directions. But I can't pay for the teleport. I don't have a bank account, at least not one I know about."
Vera nodded and shuffled some papers.
"I opened several accounts for House Walker. I was going to get to those later, but we can address that now. As you might remember, you acquired a shipping concern from your victory in the Noble War. I have already incorporated that interest into my company, Precision Shipping. You told me to take care of it, and this is how I'm doing it. House Walker essentially bought into my company. House Walker now has a 40% ownership stake. Dividends will be awarded monthly. As they are calculated based on our monthly profits, you won't see a payout until the end of the month. You have an account with Dorchester's City Bank for when that happens," she said.
Flipping a page on her desk, she continued,
"The monetary winnings from your noble war should be calculated and deposited within 2 weeks. You have a separate account for that."
Another page was flipped.
"I set up a household account to pay your servants and people who will work for you at your estate. That account will be filled temporarily with money you borrowed from Nicholas and me. Don't touch that account. When your payouts come in, I'll repay the loan and set up automatic deposits from your income," she said with a stern tone.
Flipping another page, she said,
"Finally, I set up a personal account for your daily expenditures. I'll send you the information through the link. You can sign in using your sole signature. Now, do you have any questions?" Nero was focused and made sure to follow everything she was saying. "How much interest are you charging me? What's my projected income, and will it cover my household costs? How much am I expected to receive from the Tower of Law for my noble war victory? And finally, you didn't mention my arena winnings. Exactly how many Valens do I have coming to me?" he asked with an intense stare.
Vera's smile was glowing with pride.
"All good questions. Well done. I'm not charging interest for the loan. The money will only be borrowed for a couple of weeks. Your projected income will be roughly 85,000 Valens monthly from Precision Shipping. The company is managed well and has many contracts constantly being handled both inside Dorchester and between cities. The management doesn't foresee any issues with absorbing Dorchen's concerns. Dorchen's management team understood their position and didn't hinder the acquisition. They were visited by the populators several days ago, as they had an illegal division participating in smuggling. That division was eliminated, and the remaining employees are very keen on not making waves," she said.
Nero interrupted and said,
85 grand a month? I don't know the buying power of a Valen, but that seems like a lot."
Vera nodded.
"It is a lot. Over the past 30 years, I've built a large network across all of Dorchester. With the acquisition of Dorchen Shipping, we'll control around 65% of all Dorchester's domestic and foreign trade," she said with pride.
Nero couldn't help but ask,
"I thought you ran center intake."
Vera looked confused.
"I do. I don't really run the company, I just own it and set policy. Occasionally, I participate in deals, and I check to see if my management team is doing well. Intake is my passion, but I knew I wasn't going to stay there forever. I just liked having a place near Nicholas's work. Research is his passion, and intake lets me help people in my own way."
Nero nodded. Rich people with hobby jobs and community service.
He shouldn't have been surprised. He asked, "And you're okay with me owning part of your company?"
She replied, "Of course. You have no say, so you can't screw anything up. You allowed me to almost double my control of Dorchester's shipping. It's a win for both of us. Plus, once your nobility is confirmed, profits will soar with our tax breaks. But enough of that. Let's get back to it." Nero refocused and said, "Right. So I'm guessing that will cover the household. I can't imagine it costing that much to pay a few gardeners and a maid. What about the arena winnings?" Vera gave Nero an amused smile and said, "I'm afraid the estate you won is a bit larger than you're imagining. It has a live-in staff of 40, 100 guards, and 50 miscellaneous employees. Your income won't cover your expenses if you plan to keep them all." Nero shouted, "What? How big is the place? And how the hell am I going to pay them? Do I have any other sources of income?" Vera smiled. "You will be getting 18 million valens from the Tower of Law in a few weeks. That is 20% of what the Dorchens kept liquid. The estate auction should account for another 10 million, but I wouldn't count on that. As for other sources of income, you'll just have to get a job, or cut expenditures to fit your income." Nero rubbed his chin in thought. This was a lot of money. 20% of the Dorchen fortune was apparently a lot of money. Nero paled as he realized that he had bet it all on his winning in the arena. Looking up at Mrs. Salvatore, he noticed her smirk. She was waiting for him to come to this realization. "How much did I win in the arena?" he asked softly. If he was able to bet it all on winning, and he got good odds, he must be looking at a serious payout. "Almost 560 million. After paying out Archmage Jennings and myself, they can't cover the bet. I'm having a meeting with them tomorrow. Don't worry, I'll get you every valen, and charge them through the nose with interest if they decide to take their time," she said with an evil smile. Nero was shocked, but quickly got himself under control. "That's amazing. But I still can't afford to get to the keep tomorrow," he said with a grin. Chapter 51. Behind every man is a mother saying he needs to be careful. It was after dinner, and Sergeant Blackwood was annoyed. He should be at a bar trying to get laid, or anywhere that wasn't here. The city wasn't in danger, and there was no reason for him to be here. Whatever it was, it could wait for the morning. Blackwood tapped his fingers on his chair as he looked around the waiting room. The large room had paintings of battles and weapons on plaques. It was exactly what he expected a general would have tried to use to intimidate his visitors. Glancing at Captain Angelton, who was sitting next to him, Blackwood saw that the man was meditating. Of course he was. The man would train in a snowstorm. The general's aides were both sitting at their desks, flanking the wide doors to the general's office. They looked harried, but Blackwood could tell it was busy work. Their psychic auras were not stressed at all. Deciding that he was not going to wait in silence any longer, he elbowed the captain and asked, "Why are we here?" Captain Angelton opened his eyes and gave Blackwood that cold stare of his. "You know as much as I do. We were requested to be here by command, so we're here. Don't ask questions you know the answers to," he said. Blackwood grimaced. "You must have some idea as to why he wanted to see us. Take a guess." The captain grunted and replied, "Guessing is pointless. It could be anything. Just wait patiently. I'm sure the general will be here soon." Before Blackwood could respond with what was sure to be some scathing retort, the outer doors opened, and in walked General Branson, along with a young girl and 2 hunter captains. General Branson saw the 2 of them wade in, but kept up his stride toward his office as he said, "Good, you're here. Come inside and let's have a chat." Blackwood shared a look with the captain, and they followed the group into the general's office. The general took a seat at a conference table off to the side of the large room and gestured for everyone to sit down. Once everyone was seated, he said, "All right,
So rather than ask you individually how much you are aware of, I'm just going to tell you all what's going on. First, after the populators decimated the mercenary army outside our walls, essence knots and spawn points are showing up all over the place. 2 former estates are now teeming with monsters, and the animals in the wilds to the east of the city are mutating at an alarming rate. Second, we are starting up elite monster hunting teams again. Monster hunting squads are being retasked, and new training programs are being initiated. The environment is a perfect whetstone for the elite teams to hone their skills. Third, there is a new noble named Nero Walker in Dorchester. He just fought an assassination challenge and didn't break a sweat. His situation is unique. He'll need training, but he is already dangerous. I want to foster his strength, but I also want to keep an eye on him. Some of you already know him, but for those who don't, I'll be sending you everything I have on him. Fourth and finally, a preliminary warning was sent out by a division of the research center in Gate 7. The warning stated that there is a very real possibility of a monster wave being accelerated by the events of the past few days. They don't know much yet, but they're working on it. The faster we clear out the spawn points, the better it is for everyone. Looking around the table, the general saw a lot of grim faces, and one confused one. Smiling at Rose, he said, "This is Rose Vikander. She has been trained as a hunter, and she'll be on whatever training team our new noble is assigned to." Turning to his left, he said, "Captain Angelton and Sergeant Blackwood, you're being reassigned. Both of you have served on monster elimination squads before, and you both know Lord Walker. You'll be on his team too." Turning to his right, the general addressed the 2 hunters. "Sergeants Jackson and Peyton, you'll also be trainers for the squad. You'll have a total of 20 cadets. Break them up however you want, but I want Rose and Lord Walker in the same squad. The captain has command, Blackwood is his aide, and you are the trainers. Look through what I sent you and fill out the remaining positions. Questions?" Rose just sat in silence, looking around like she didn't know how to feel about what was happening. The captain and the hunters just nodded. Blackwood, however, was not happy. He didn't want to spend months in the woods. He had hated every minute of serving on the monster squads. Tentatively raising his hand, Blackwood said, "Sir, I have some questions." Leaning back in his chair, the general folded his hands on his stomach. "Go ahead, ask them." Clearing his throat, Blackwood said, "Why all this trouble for the kid? Why is a new noble going monster hunting anyway? Who is she?" He pointed his thumb at Rose, then finished, "And why am I here?" With a smirk, the general said, "Read your information packet. You're all dismissed. Not you, Rose. Let's get you set up with a room at command. You've got a busy couple of days ahead of you." Standing up, the general caused everyone else in the room to shoot to their feet out of reflex. He offered a final smile and led Rose out of the room. As the hunters exchanged grim looks, Captain Angelton opened his link to review the files they had been sent. Blackwood just sat back down in his chair and muttered, "Why the hell am I here?" Nero refilled his water as he listened to Mrs. Salvatore. "I'll lend you 1,000 valens for your personal account. As your proxy, I'll pay myself back from your main accounts when they receive payment," she said. Nero nodded, and instead of Mrs. Salvatore moving on to another topic, she paused. Her eyes scrunched, and she seemed to be deep in thought. Nero took a sip of his water and wondered what had caused the lull in conversation. "I think it's time I formally resign from my position as the director of center intake," she said with finality. She seemed to firm her shoulders and take on an air of determination. Surprised at the change of subject, Nero responded, "Why? Didn't you say this was your passion or whatever?" Giving Nero a look of annoyance, she responded, "Yes, I like working here. However, as a proxy to a noble house, I'll be too busy. As it is, I've been neglecting my duties since I've met you. You are a full-time job,
And I've always planned to focus on running a noble house, though I thought it would be my husband's. But you have a lot to learn before you can run a house on your own. For the time being, I'll be focusing on helping you and Nick complete your trials and founding your houses. I think it's for the best.
If that's what you think is best, I'll just say thank you and shut up, Nero replied easily. That's one of the things I like about you, Nero. You don't pretend to know what you don't know. I will help you become a powerful noble, because you'll listen. The most dangerous thing in the world is pride, so make sure to keep yours in check. You've had some successes, but don't let them go to your head, she warned. Chuckling, Nero replied, I'm well aware that I've survived by luck and stubbornness. With a nervous but sincere look, Nero forced out, Mrs. Salvatore, if it weren't for you and Nick, I wouldn't be here right now. I'll make you proud. Nero felt a little uncomfortable. He wasn't comfortable with serious conversations and wanted to change the subject. Noticing Nero's twitching, she smiled and said, I'm sure you will. From now on, please call me Vera. Now I've decided to go with you tomorrow morning for the pledge. It was a mistake to think you should go alone. They'll address your trials, and you don't know enough about them to make any informed decisions. Nero nodded. All right. I'll meet you on the center steps at 7. Vera made a note on the pad on her desk. That will give us plenty of time to make it to the keep. Make sure you wear the robes Nick brought you for last night's dinner. You can change the colors, and make sure you give them a light essence wash. You don't have any house colors, so I recommend a neutral gray. It won't align you with anyone, and the last thing we want is a misunderstanding. Nero was confused. What do you mean, change the colors? And can I just use one of the household spells to clean them? Aren't they, like, enchanted or something? Amused, Vera replied. You just connect with them and ask them for a different color scheme, very similar to the link. They have been enchanted with a rudimentary identity. As for cleaning, a simple spell like this will work. I'm sure you've read about them. As she finished speaking, Nero saw her carve a spell form above her hand and direct a flow of several essences to her own robes. Up until now, he'd avoided using spells that he didn't fully understand. However, he knew that eventually he'd have to rely on more complicated spell forms for casting. Standing up, Nero asked her to hold the form so he could look at it. Vera raised her eyebrows, but did as Nero requested. Concentrating, Nero looked over the different sections of the spell form. Deciding that he had it correctly memorized, he slowly copied it into his own hand. Vera watched as Nero carved the spell form with his center. As it drew in essence, he directed it, and the thin white fog rolled over his robes. Looking over his robes, Nero gave a nod of success and returned to his seat. Did you just learn that spell now? Have you never seen a cleaning spell before? She asked in interest. Kind of. My book on household spells had a purging spell for dishes. That was kind of similar, but your spell had a lot of other inputs I didn't recognize. I just copied what they looked like and let the spell form collect what it needed, Nero said, as though it wasn't a big deal. Shaking her head in exasperation. You really aren't a typical mage. You are aware of that, right? Shrugging, Nero replied, I wouldn't know. And to be honest, I don't really care. Anyway, let's get some sleep. We have a lot to get done tomorrow. Vera agreed with the sentiment and collected her things. Nero stood up and started playing with his new spell. Vera just let out a huff of annoyance and soon forced him out of her office. They walked back to the courtyard together. The entire time, Vera was trying to pack in as much information as she could about what Nero should expect in the morning. All too soon, they were at the courtyard where their paths would diverge. Nero offered her a polite wave and wished her good night. With a nod and smile at his awkwardness while ending conversations, she walked off. Nero still wasn't used to their only offering a nod in lieu of a goodbye, and walked back to his dorm room, annoyed with the situation. He was soon showered and ready for bed. After making sure to set his alarm and lay out his clothes for the morning, Nero found himself staring at the ceiling again. As he laid in bed, he connected to his link, which was sitting on his desk. He went over the paperwork that Vera had sent for his accounts and connected easily to each of them. Nero marveled at how the kingdom had set up their banking system. It only took a thought to bring up his account information. Since they used his unique soul signature as a login, the entire procedure was effortless. Laying in bed, with his arms above his head, Nero felt like he was finally getting a handle on his new life. He could cast magic. Now he had money. And tomorrow he'd finalize what he had to look forward to. Not to mention, the trials seemed like they could be considered a job, so he could consider himself employed. Making plans, he made a mental note that he had to visit his estate and deal with the employees he didn't know anything about. The amount of money involved with his future decisions was a little daunting, but he thought he could handle it. If I can fight off assassins and mercenaries, I can fire some people if I have to, Nero thought to himself. Deciding that he was just avoiding sleep, he checked his identity. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 7. Race: human. Growth: 27%. Tier: 1. Condition: 100%. Age: 14. Center: 92%. Body: 1. Mind: 4. Soul: 1. Confluence: 10. Stars: 0. Pillars: 0/0. Nero noticed that today was the first day he hadn't leveled. It seemed he finally started to slow down a little. Maybe he just didn't reflect enough on the recent events. Either way, he was too tired to think about it. Realizing that he still was holding his mage armor active, Nero was surprised that his center was so high. Why did Jennings think this was difficult? Am I missing something? He wondered. It didn't matter. Nero wasn't going to ever let his shield drop. In fact, Nero tried to calm his mind and go to sleep while keeping the shield active. Less than 10 minutes later, while Nero was asleep, the essence in the room started to vibrate. For the rest of the night, small winds were caused by Nero's mage armor expanding and contracting. As he slept, his psychic field gently pulsed, affecting the world around him. He didn't know it, but his actions caused havoc for his fan club at the Tower of Magic in Hennings. Chapter 52. Oaths are just peer pressure on steroids. Lord Halima Cosgrave was drinking her third cup of coffee while listening to her aide organize the throne room for the pledge ceremony. Almost every noble in the city was going to be in attendance. Normally, an event like this wasn't such a grand spectacle, but Lord Walker's impact on the city was well known to the nobles, and nobody wanted to miss their chance to see the source of so many rumors in person. She had only managed to get 3 hours of sleep the night before, and the previous few days with limited sleep were starting to wear on her. Her morning had started early with a request for a private meeting from General Branson. The last time he had asked for a meeting, it was prelude to a noble war, so she had made sure to be awake and attend. Archmage Jennings had surprised them both when he teleported into the office they had been using. As neither she nor General Branson had invited him, they greeted him with scolding looks. Jennings had teleported through a privacy screen, a feat that Lord Cosgrove hadn't known was possible. He had ignored their stares and told them to go on with their meeting. He was just curious about the subject they were discussing. With some reluctance, General Branson had outlined his plan for Lord Walker to complete his service and combat trials while training with the army. While she had agreed that it was a good idea, she didn't think Vera Salvatore would allow it. Surprisingly, Jennings had said that it wouldn't be an issue. Without saying anything more, Jennings offered a sly smile and teleported away before they could have responded. Grimacing at the memory, Lord Helima Cosgrove forced herself to let it go. Getting angry at an archmage was an exercise in futility. The man would do what he wanted. She just had to limit his impact on her rule. The players change, but the game stays the same. "Do we know if Lord Walker will be offering a city pledge or a house pledge?" Ms. Chandler asked. Her aide's question forced Lord Cosgrove from her thoughts. Looking up, she saw Ms. Chandler, along with several nobles, waiting for her response. Adopting a mask of calm, she responded, "We do not. However, considering the actions of my son, I'd be very surprised if he offered a pledge to House Cosgrave rather than Dorchester. We'll just have to see what happens. Rest assured, I'm confident Vera Salvatore has prepared Lord Walker adequately." Nodding, Miss Chandler turned away and returned to her discussions with the nobles and staff in the throne room. Moving off to the side of the room, Lord Cosgrove waved for Headguard Dalton to attend her. The man said something to the men he was standing with, and then made his way over to her. "Yes, my lord," he said in greeting. Lord Cosgrove whispered, "Any word from my son's caravan?" Dalton replied quietly, "Yes, this morning found them well away from the city. Nothing went wrong with the departure, and they are on schedule. Their next scheduled check-in is tomorrow. I'm sorry to report that the young master is still angry. In fact, he was heard saying that his house will bear the colors orange and white." Lord Cosgrove's eyes narrowed in anger. "Orange and white? You're sure?" Nodding, he replied, "Yes, but God Stevens said he was sure your son wasn't serious. He felt he had to report it, but believed your son was just speaking in anger." Lips pursed, Lord Cosgrove said, "If my son decides to follow through with choosing colors in direct opposition to House Cosgrove's, I want you to tell Stevens that clean slate is a go. I will not allow a future threat to my house. If he wants to be an enemy, he'll be treated as one. Am I understood?" With a grave nod, Headguard Dalton replied, "Yes, my lord. It will be as you say." "Good. Now have you selected your guards to implant within the Army's training program? I was only able to secure 5 slots, but we need those to be our eyes and ears. They must be capable, loyal, and above all, they must be discreet," she whispered. Dalton nodded once. "I chose 5 solid recruits with houses aligned with ours. They will do what we ask without question. Are you sure you don't want them to try and arrange an accident? I'm sure they could find an opportunity out in the wilds." Shaking her head quickly, she snapped, "No, absolutely not. If he survives the attempt, it would be a disaster. I just want them to watch and report. How many different ways do I have to explain that he isn't a threat until we make him one? Just make sure they know their orders. I do not want someone thinking that they can take independent action. The general, and I'm sure the archmage, both know that they are our men. Their actions will be our responsibility. I already lost a son to stupidity, and I don't want to have to purge a house because my orders were ignored. Am I understood?" Headguard Dalton replied with a tightness in his voice. "Yes, my lord. I will ensure your orders are accurately relayed, personally." Lord Cosgrove softened her voice and said, "Look, I understand that many people are intimidated by his display in the arena, but we already knew he was dangerous. Being capable doesn't make him a threat. Opposing interests make someone a threat. Threatening his life makes us a threat to him. Our stance must be hands-off. Now go. I don't want any surprises for at least a few hours." With a slight bow, Headguard Dalton headed off to ensure the pledging ceremony wouldn't be interrupted. Once again, Mother was right. The obstacles in our path are often put there by people trying to help. It makes sense that the world views listening and hearing as 2 separate skills, she thought as she returned to her coffee and reflection. Tone Nero was sitting in a plush chair, with his feet crossed on the coffee table, enjoying his coffee. The room was large enough to have several areas that were arranged for people to sit in groups. Considering the entire room was empty, save for Nero, the silence was deafening. The tall ceiling had several chandeliers with glowing balls of essence, providing the whole room with a warm glow. Heavy curtains were tied open with golden ropes, allowing the morning light to add to the room's beauty. None of the grandeur made an impression on Nero, except for the coffee. The artisanal blend was robust and had a hint of chocolate. If there was one thing that made Nero aware of the nobility of his surroundings, it was the coffee. Everything else seemed wasteful and tacky. He even thought the fancy pastries provided were a little too sweet. While waiting for someone to collect him, Nero used the link in his pocket to review the information packets Vera had sent him. She had created files for the trials of nobility, brief explanations of how they came to be and what they entailed. Nero was thoroughly enjoying his copy of Nobility for Dummies when he heard the doors open. Disconnecting from his link, he stood up to see the city lord's aide, Ms. Chandler, enter the room. Behind her were two people Nero didn't recognize. With a polite smile, she said, "Lord Walker, the city lord will see you now." Finishing his coffee, Nero returned the smile and replied, "Cool beans. I'm ready when you are." He followed her out into the expansive hallway, and her attendants took their places behind him. As Ms. Chandler led him to the throne room, she asked, "Do you have any questions concerning your part of the ceremony?" "Nope, I read the instructions you guys sent. Vera was nice enough to edit it for me so I could understand it. I'll keep to the script, don't worry," he replied. Leaning in a little as they walked, she whispered, "I know it's not my place to say anything, but I thought you should know that Lord Cosgrove understands why you are pledging to Dorchester rather than to House Cosgrove. I was the one who alerted her to Master Cosgrove's actions, and I can assure you that he was acting on his own. House Cosgrove wasn't aware of his plans." Nero gave her a side-eye along with a smirk, replying, "Sure, I understand completely. If you remember, I met Master Cosgrave a couple days ago during the recent Noble War. He didn't strike me as a deep thinker. It's too bad that he went off to start his own house. I'm sure he has an explanation for allowing someone to try and kill the guy who almost died saving him. In the future, when I see him, I'll be sure to ask him about it." Ms. Chandler offered a polite smile. "I'm sure you will. I just wanted to let you know House Cosgrave's position. Perhaps you can think of today as a fresh start between House Walker and House Cosgrave. Together, I'm sure you will both help Dorchester thrive." Not seeing a reason to reply, Nero just nodded and kept up his party smile. It was the smile he wore when he was at work. It projected courtesy and friendliness, and was based off celebrities on the red carpet. He found that it demonstrated his helpful but distant attitude while selling phones at his old job. Everyone who saw him knew that he was there to help them if needed, but people should try not to need help. As their little group approached the giant doors to the throne room, Nero felt the two attendants peel off to go do whatever they were supposed to do. Leading Nero onto a light blue large carpet, Ms. Chandler's link lit up. Turning to Nero, she said, "You'll be announced, then just walk down the carpet. I'm told you can use your link without making it obvious, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I'll be ready to guide you if needed." Nero could tell that she was nervous. He assumed that after their bungling of the assassination attempt, everyone in the keep wanted to look like they knew what they were doing. Nero couldn't help but smile. For some reason, even with all the splendor of the keep, he was perfectly calm. Perhaps life and death situations really did desensitize a person to public speaking. A deep baritone voice rang out. "Offering a pledge to Dorchester, our newest noble, Lord Walker of House Walker, approaches the court of Dorchester." Nero used his link to bring up the step-by-step instructions Vera was kind enough to provide. He walked in calmly and without showing any stress. His party smile was on full display. Nero felt like he was channeling Ryan Gosling at a movie premiere.
The throne room was so large that it looked like the inside of a cathedral.
Large pillars ran along the sides, and the ceiling arched majestically. There were beautiful murals, along with floating lights which were dancing across the struts. The people lining the sides were all whispering to each other. Considering how nice their robes were, Nero figured they were all nobles. There must have been hundreds of them. A balcony wrapped around the walls, and even more people were packed shoulder to shoulder, looking down on the proceedings. At the end of the room was a large throne where Lord Cosgrove was sitting. Along her sides were her attendants and guards, all of which were standing at attention. The room was so long that Nero could barely recognize anyone from where he entered. Walking at a normal pace, it took Nero an uncomfortable amount of time before he finally got to where he judged was the right place. He could see Vera off to the side, and she was discreetly pointing at where she wanted him to stop. Offering her a nod, he stopped around 20 paces from the throne. Following the script she had sent him, he projected loudly and clearly. "I come before the seat of Dorchester to offer my pledge. I am Lord Walker, and my house seeks a place to grow." Lord Cosgrove stood from her throne and took 2 steps forward to stand at the edge of the raised platform where her entourage overlooked the throne room. "Approach and be recognized. Dorchester welcomes you," she said with an essence-infused regal tone.
Nero went forward to the foot of the steps leading up to the throne and knelt.
"My house has no home. I will offer a pledge in return for the safety of your walls. Does Dorchester have room for us to grow?" Nero asked as he knelt and looked up at Lord Cosgrove. With light steps, she descended the stairs to stand right above Nero. "Dorchester's walls are high, and its soil fertile. As the city's lord and protector, I speak for the Council of Leadership. As Lord Helima Cosgrove, I welcome you. The houses of Dorchester would welcome you to join us. Speak your pledge, Lord Walker," she said. "I, Lord Nero Walker, pledge my house to Dorchester. I pledge my sword and magic to the defense of its walls. I pledge my assets to aid in the city's growth. I pledge my service to the people. I pledge to follow the laws of the land and to root out all who break them. As my house rises, so shall Dorchester." Nero spoke his pledge with solemnity and didn't show a hint of his inner cringe. "The seat of Dorchester hears your pledge. The council hears your pledge. The people of Dorchester hear your pledge. We as a people accept you among us. Within these walls may we grow together in common purpose. For Dorchester," said Lord Cosgrove. "For Dorchester!" The entire room erupted in one voice. There were so many people, the room shook in response. He couldn't help it. Nero got a little caught up in the moment. Feeling his heart rate rise in response to the room's unified purpose, Nero's spine seemed to firm up a little. He rose to his full height and gave a deep bow to Lord Cosgrove. Following the script, he turned to address the crowd. He spoke loudly and projected his voice as best as he could. "My house now has a home. May House Walker grow well in Dorchester's soil. May House Walker be one of the pillars that allows our walls to hold back the wilds." Nero raised his fist and shouted with all his heart, "For Dorchester!" The crowd's response, "For Dorchester!" was deafening. It was quickly followed by cheers and cries of, "House Walker!" and "For Oglivarch!" Nero's heart was pumping as he felt the room shake with the excitement in the air. He even felt the essence swirl in response to the strong emotions. He strode down the carpet at a much faster pace on the way out. His stride was long and his posture rigid. Nero felt like he was going to war, and the people were cheering for his upcoming victory. As the gigantic doors closed behind him, Nero was nearly panting. That was insane, he thought. He was well aware of the power of indoctrination. Countless stories and television shows have demonstrated the effect of groupthink and mob mentality. But Nero had never really understood the feeling. He raised his hand to his chest to feel his pounding heart, while trying to calm himself down. Standing in the hallway, he saw the guards smiling, and he couldn't help but return one of his own. Ms. Chandler was waiting to lead him somewhere, and her smile was one of understanding and patience. She must have seen this before. Nero finally understood football hooligans. He took a full minute to close his eyes and force some perspective back into his mind. This was theater. He couldn't afford to be caught up in it. Taking deep breaths, he mastered himself. Opening his eyes, his party smile returned, and he looked to Ms. Chandler. "Thank you for waiting. I wasn't prepared for that. Lead on." He gestured with his hand for her to lead the way to their next destination. Chapter 53. Practice helps, but it's talent that makes perfection. Lord Hobbs was wringing his hands in worry. He knew that this meeting was not going to be good. Although his plan had been flawless, the assassin failed, and ultimately the plan had failed. Instead of causing the Mage Council to lose face, his plan resulted in an even bigger insult to House Cranston. Pacing back and forth in the waiting room, he tried to find the words that would blunt Lord Cranston's anger. The tastefully decorated room demonstrated the owner's wealth and power to those using it to wait for an audience. It hadn't been that long ago that Lord Hobbs was in this room, hoping that Lord Cranston would consider implementing his proposal. Considering the outcome, he wished he had been less persuasive. The door opened, and Lord Cranston's aide said in a cold voice, "Lord Cranston will see you now." Scurrying behind the aide, Lord Hobbs tried to straighten his robes. Taking deep breaths to calm himself down, he prepared for the verbal battle. It was imperative that the proper people were blamed. His house could not afford to offend House Cranston. Walking into the office, Lord Hobbs saw Lord Cranston sitting behind his desk. Cranston's face was stoic, like always, and he was writing something. Rather than interrupt, Lord Hobbs waited patiently for Cranston to finish. Without looking up, Cranston set the page he finished off to the side and spoke while capping his pen. "Lord Hobbs, I'd say that your plan didn't live up to all that it promised." Cranston's voice was cold enough to crack steel. Forcing his hands to stillness, Lord Hobbs responded, "My plan was perfect. The Council's curiosity was forced to fight just like I predicted. The failure was with the assassin. All I offered was a method to get the boy into the ring. I delivered as promised." Lord Cranston stared at Lord Hobbs, and the silence filled the room. Unable to stand the tension, Lord Hobbs broke. "Everything was legal. Neither the Crown nor the Mage Council can do anything in retaliation. House Cranston is safe," Hobbs said hurriedly. Like a blade being drawn, Cranston hissed, "Safe?" Standing up, Lord Cranston placed his hands on his desk and leaned over. He loomed large in the room, and Hobbs seemed to shrivel. While Lord Cranston's face was still stoic, his anger was clear in his voice. "House Cranston was slighted in front of the entire court. You offered an opportunity to spit in the eye of the Council of Mages along with the Crown. The plan was meant to show everyone that House Cranston would not be bullied. You promised a completely legal way to kill a new noble who has been a source of amusement for those ridiculous mages. They killed a Cranston, and in response I'd kill their toy. Now their toy lives, and I have to give my son's inheritance to it. Am I misunderstanding the situation? If so, please enlighten me," he ordered. Fear evident in his eyes, Hobbs replied, "That's a simplistic evaluation. Even with the plan failing to meet expectations, the outcome was still positive. Both the Crown and the Mage Council have seen the mettle of House Cranston. They know that they will suffer in response to any slights. An assassin was successfully sent against someone under their protection, and they could do nothing to stop him. As for the money, the Assassin's Guild owes you what you already paid for their failure. They can't complete the contract, so they're liable. As for your son's inheritance, he wasn't your heir. How large could it be? The tension in Lord Cranston's eyes seemed to loosen as Hobbs spoke. However, when the subject of the inheritance was brought up, his eyes narrowed in fury. Lord Cranston roared, "Silas wasn't my heir, that's true. However, he was away from Hennings, safe from the plots and intrigues of court. Or so I thought. I was using him as a holding house for several businesses and accounts. While they were tied to his inheritance, I could pit my true heirs into a healthy competition. On paper, he would have received around 50 million in assets and common valens. Do you think that amount is large enough to merit some anger at its loss?" Paling, Lord Hobbs was unable to come up with a reply. He just stood there with his mouth open. Silas Cranston, Lord Cranston's mage adept son, was an idiot. Everyone knew that. How on earth did Lord Cranston think it was a good idea to leave him anything? Even if it was some plot for inner house politics, that was insanity. Lord Cranston said, "You are going to do whatever you have to do in order to hide the true value of the inheritance. I'm not handing over that kind of money to some no-name child in the middle of nowhere. Do you hear me?" Stuttering in response, Hobbs said, "But I'm sure the king already knows. He made a special point to say that the Tower of Law would be observed while they handle the audit. There is nothing I can do." "You can't do anything? I recommend you think hard and offer a solution," Cranston said quietly. Lord Hobbs started wringing his hands together, thinking furiously. "Maybe we could kill the boy to buy some more time. Petition the Assassin's Guild to try again. If he's dead before the audit finishes, perhaps the ruling could be contested," he said in panic. Slamming his palm on the table, Lord Cranston's stoic mask cracked, and the fury it contained was unleashed. "That boy was the only one in this whole game who played to win. Do you know what he did at the arena? He bet his entire winnings from the Noble War that earned him his title. He fought for his life and broke the arena's bank. The City Lord of Dorchester banished her son so she could distance herself from the plot. This Lord Walker was a piece who stole the board. The insult I suffered wasn't from the boy, but from the Crown and the Mage Council who killed a son of Cranston under false pretenses. I'd rather find a daughter of Cranston to tie that boy to my house than kill him. He was brilliant, vindictive, and ruthless. How would you describe your playing during this game?" Lord Hobbs was at a loss. But luckily, a thought came to him like dawn breaking over a mountain to burn off the fog. "My playing was perfection. I provided the strategy that delivered my promise. The assassin piece failed. Forgive me for asking, but if you were aware of the plan, how could you leave that much money tied to your son's inheritance? Had you altered the books before you registered the assassination paperwork, this wouldn't be an issue. Yet you offered a piece on the board that the strategy didn't take into consideration. The loss of funds for the plan was given at the start. I estimated that a dishonored son of Cranston would only merit an inheritance of 500,000, and that's what I budgeted for the assassination. You would have lost that money either way, and the goal of returning the slight would have been achieved. Regardless of whether or not the assassin succeeded," Hobbs said with all the conviction he could muster. Lord Cranston leaned back and crossed his arms. After a moment he walked to the wet bar and poured himself a drink as he thought over what Lord Hobbs had just said. This time the silence in the room was contemplative, and Lord Hobbs inwardly smiled at the ray of hope. Sighing, Lord Cranston said, "You're right. You're absolutely right. You played well. The plan's outcome was not your fault. The Assassin's Guild and I are to blame for the plan's failure to achieve the desired outcome. They didn't study their target well enough, and I didn't plan a retreat. Now, go and do you as were bid. Be sure to audit the accounts accurately. This game was my loss. It's time to retire it and start a new game. There are many fronts, and pouring resources into a loss is just compounding failure. Thank you for your service.
Lord Hobbs offered a deep bow and practically ran from the room.
Sipping his drink, Lord Cranston looked out his office windows. The city loomed large in the distance from his mountain estate. So many plots and plans were being played out among the towers. He would have to be more mindful. Mistakes like these could doom his house. This entire plan had been a lark. The loss was great, but the lesson was a powerful conciliation prize.
And now he could see why the mages were entranced with the boy. Lord Walker was someone to watch. Perhaps the idea of tying House Walker to House Cranston through marriage actually had some merit. Nero was in a training room under the keep, playing with some spells. The cleaning spell Vera had shown him last night had opened up a lot of possibilities. If he could cast spells that pulled their own essence without him having to manipulate it, then memorizing spell forms was a viable method to growing his repertoire. While sitting in the middle of the training area, Nero was holding a book in one hand and using his other to focus his center into a spell form. Although casting with his hands wasn't really necessary, it was much easier to manipulate his psychic field with a tactile medium. Rather than stamping the spell form, Nero was etching or carving it into the air. He could feel his connection to the floating symbol. The separate sections of the spell were obvious to him, even though he didn't know what they did exactly. Completed, the spell form solidified and started pulling on the essence in the room. Nero watched, while attempting to slow the pull down in order to make sure he saw exactly what was happening. In the center of the spell form, a thin needle took shape. The stone seemed to grow over several seconds until it resembled a spike. Feeling it was ready, he activated the firing mechanism. The spike shot out like a paintball. It wasn't as fast as a gun, but it still flew straight and true. It slammed into the chest of the target dummy and broke into chips of rock and dust. Nero watched as the coalesced essence returned to the ether like smoke. With a smile on his face, he closed his book and stood up. Magic is too freaking cool, he thought in wonder. Focusing, he repeated the spell form over and over again. Rather than fire another spike, he just recycled his essence and kept copying the spell form until he could recognize it on sight. Time didn't seem to pass as he was focused too intently on his training. "Are you about finished?" he heard from behind him. Flubbing his cast, he saw the spell form shudder and crack. The essence he had been using from his center floated away, now out of his control. The feeling reminded him of breaking his phone or losing his keys. It was surprising. He had read that essence loss from a poor cast was distracting, but the feeling of regret was more profound than he had imagined it would be. With a grimace, he got himself under control and turned around. Vera was standing there with a concerned look on her face. "Are you all right?" she asked. Nero nodded. "Yeah, I just had my first experience with essence loss from a miscast. That really sucks. I didn't understand when I read about it, but I get it now." Vera smiled and replied, "Yes, it is unpleasant, but you'll get used to it. In fact, training to not let it distract you is important. Do it before you go to sleep. You recover center faster when you sleep. But remember, never drop below 50%. Even if you don't feel the effects of center depletion, it's still not a good idea to be unprepared." Nodding at the good advice, Nero said, "Will do. But why are you here? Is the noble meeting over?" "Yes, court is dismissed for the moment. We have a meeting with Lords Cosgrove and Bennings, along with General Branson. The topic of discussion will be your trials. You ready to go?" she asked. "Let me grab my stuff real quick," he said.
After collecting his books, Nero made sure to grab the pot of coffee, along with the mug he had stolen on his way to the training room. Vera gave him an annoyed look that he just returned with a shrug and a grin. Soon enough, they were heading out. When Nero and Vera left the training room, they saw Archmage Jennings standing in the hallway. He was wearing a smile and had a mug in his hand. Vera just offered a nod in greeting and kept walking. Nero followed and offered Jennings a shrug. The Archmage didn't seem insulted, and quick-stepped to catch up. He held up his empty mug to Nero as they walked. "You mind topping me off? They have great coffee here. It's actually imported from the westerly lands. You wouldn't believe how expensive this stuff is in the capital," Jennings said, as though it wasn't strange that he'd just shown up. Vera ignored him, but Nero smiled and poured the man some coffee. "Were you waiting for us?" Nero asked. Jennings took a sip and smacked his lips in delight. "I was in the area. I figured I'd see what you were up to. I hope you don't mind, but I was watching you practicing your spell work," he said as if he was testing the waters. Nero chuckled and said, "I've already figured out that you were one of the peeping toms from the capital. Populator Serenity mentioned you." "Charity," Jennings corrected. "Ha!" said Nero. "I knew it. Anyway, thanks for the books." Shaking his head in amusement, Jennings said, "Very clever, Nero. And I'm glad the books are appreciated. It seems they might be of a little more use than I anticipated." Nero narrowed his eyes and replied, "What does that mean? What do you know that I don't?" Vera interrupted the two's verbal spar and said, "We're here." Opening the doors, she led them into a large conference room containing several people Nero recognized, along with some he didn't. As they went to take their seats, Jennings answered Nero's question with a grin. "I know many things that you do not, young Nero." Chapter 54. The Art of Pretending to Pay Attention. Mike's team was rattled. When they took the job to find and eliminate the spawn point, they knew it would be difficult. But things were spiraling out of control. Running through the forest, Mike saw their archer, Heather, waving for them to hurry. Increasing his pace, he panted as the trees whipped past him. Paying close attention to his footing, he leapt and made it to the outcropping on the cliff face. Pulling himself up, he kept an eye on the forest he had just escaped. Soon he saw Jerry and Sarah emerge at a run and leap up beside him. The moment Jerry landed, he started waving his hands, and essence gathered into a spell. Mike felt the illusion solidify, and he saw Jerry sigh in relief. "What are you doing? Where is Victor?" Mike asked in an urgent whisper. Heather was perched at the edge with her bow ready to unleash hell on whatever monstrosity appeared. Meanwhile, Sarah was running a glowing hand along a gash in her side. Jerry said, "I've cloaked us. We can speak freely, they won't hear us. I'm sorry about Victor. The ones hiding in the trees managed to hamstring him. Sarah and I saw him get mobbed. At least he didn't go quietly." Rubbing his head in exasperation, Mike said, "What the hell was that anyway? That wasn't a spawn point. Did you recognize what the essence was doing? I've never seen anything like that." Sarah spoke up, her voice tinged with worry. "I can't be sure, but I think it was a proto-dungeon. I've never seen one, but I've read about them." Heather didn't take her eyes off the tree line, and her voice was cold when she said, "That's not possible. They wouldn't form out here. There isn't enough ambient essence to form a dungeon." Jerry said, "Over the past few years, the essence has been collecting. You've all seen it. The animals are getting more dangerous, and the plants are changing. It's been 50 years since Dorchester's seen a beast tide. If the essence in the area is changing, then it's possible the conditions were met to mutate a spawn point." Nodding, Sarah chimed in. "He's right. The war could have been enough to shake the knots of essence. Essence first pools, then it knots, then it forms spawn points. In areas of dense essence, they can form dungeons. A proto-dungeon makes sense." Mike thought about it and said, "Fine. Even if it's a proto-dungeon, that doesn't explain the amount of monsters in the area." Jerry disagreed. "Yes, it does. Proto-dungeons have a small pocket dimension. They're spawning inside, then the overflow is what we saw. Until the dimension settles, the monsters won't feel comfortable staying inside. Growing dimensions are very uncomfortable.
Heather piped in.
That's really interesting, but that just means we're not going to get paid. Even worse, you said this might be a prelude to a beast tide. We need to keep our mouths shut and get out of Dorchester.
Sarah said, I say we report it.
The North has finder's fees for dungeons. I've never looked it up, but there is probably something on the local board about dungeon bounties.
Mike nodded and added, We're also not going to be responsible for an unreported dungeon. If that ever came out, we'd be executed.
Looking at each of them in turn, he made sure they knew he was serious.
Heather sniffed in annoyance and said,
I suppose you want us to stay and defend the city, right?
Mike gave her a look like she was an idiot.
I'm certain that we can get out before they draft anyone. Why the hell would you think I wanted to be here for a beast tide? We go, get paid, then we join a caravan heading east. Bennington is far enough away that we should be safe from the beast tide, and Victor's crazy-ass wife won't be able to find us.
Everyone nodded in agreement.
Soon they set a basic camp and went to sleep. They slept soundly, knowing that in a few days, none of this would be their problem. Lord Bennings was standing in front of a large essence hologram at the head of the conference room table. She was going to be leading the meeting and outlining the rules and regulations that must be adhered to for Lord Walker to complete his trials. Due to his age, his situation was uncommon, and there were many points of interest that she had to cover. On one side of the table, General Branson sat next to Captain Angelton, along with Sergeants Peyton and Jackson. Across from them were Lord Cosgrove, Archmage Jennings, Vera, and Nero. Pointing at a particular section of highlighted text, Lord Bennings said, You can see quite clearly that there is no accounting for the new noble's age in the eyes of the law. He must complete a trial within a year. The hologram changed to show some different text, and she continued, As he hasn't completed a branch of any knowledge trees, he is ineligible for the trial of knowledge at this time. I've spoken with Mr. Salvatore, and he concurs that the wording of the law indicates quite clearly that anything learned from Nero cannot be counted as a contribution. Lord Walker must offer something himself, and he can't publish until he completes a branch. Once again, the text displayed changed. She pointed to a section and said, The trial of legacy is also very clear. Lord Walker would had to have already married into a noble family or completed a courting term. Even if he started today, it would be 5 years before he could marry a noble to complete the legacy trial. Nero didn't like this talk of marriage, and was about to speak up when Vera beat him to the punch. Why can't he marry a commoner? If she is pregnant within a year, it would constitute a confirmed legacy, would it not? She asked. Lord Bennings shook her head. A child between someone of common birth and a new noble facing the trials wouldn't be considered a legal scion until the age of awakening. I made sure to explore the inheritance laws quite thoroughly. Vera replied. Then all we have... Nope, Nero interrupted loudly. I'm not marrying anyone. I'll get to that trial when I get to it. Next, he ordered. Several people chuckled, and Lord Bennings frowned at him. Nero just returned a blank stare. He wasn't going to marry some random person to fulfill some ridiculous law. With a sniff of irritation, Lord Bennings moved the presentation forward. As the text displayed on the hologram changed, she said, That leaves the trial of combat and the trial of service. In more martial areas of Oglevark, they are usually completed at the same time. General Branson contacted me earlier today and presented a very clever plan. I'll turn the meeting over to him at this time. Taking the empty seat next to Lord Cosgrove, she joined the audience as General Branson took the spot at the head of the table. We all know what is currently happening in the wilds to the east, he said. Waving his hand, the hologram changed to display aerial views with highlighted areas and spots. Nero had no idea what any of it meant, but it looked very detailed and impressive. Listening to the general drone on about the aftermath of the populators' war with the Dorchin mercenaries, Nero tried to force himself to pay attention. Unfortunately, there was too much he didn't understand. Essence pockets and knots, along with condensation points, sounded familiar, but Nero was lost. When the general started bringing up graphs and data sets, Nero stifled a groan. The last straw was when the general started referencing Nick's essence collection data. Nero's mind wandered, and he started mentally going over spell forms. While he kept staring at the hologram like everyone else, he wasn't even remotely paying attention. His mind was separating the spell forms into their individual parts in order to find similarities and determine each section's purpose. In the future, he was planning to start making his own spell forms. Nero had already had some success, but throwing together simple spells wasn't the goal. Understanding how spells were formed was his ultimate aim. Rather than watching a presentation on what he'd already figured out, Archmage Jennings was watching Nero. The last time the young man's mind wandered like this, Jennings saw him develop a crude temperature alteration spell. Now he was waiting patiently for Nero to do something absurd while sipping his coffee. Eventually, General Branson started outlining his plan to combat the upcoming changes in the wilds. He based his proposal on how other cities in high essence areas dealt with their dungeons and spawning areas. Lord Cosgrove was smiling as she imagined all of the incoming essence crystals and what it would mean for Dorchester's prosperity. Around 600 years ago, the kingdom had fought a war with Dorchester's ruler, City Lord Linus Dorchester. The fighting was intense, and the populators had fought the local forces in the streets. The results were months of essence storms and a city in ruins. The essence in the area was never the same, and Dorchester had suffered because of it. It was a testament to the balance of the world that when Linus Dorchin's line was finally ended, the essence seemed to return to Dorchester. Maybe it's time to change the city's name, Lord Cosgrove thought to herself. It had only been a few days, and the economy was already booming with the influx of essence from the monster hunters taking advantage of the surrounding spawns. General Branson made a point of how these next few months would be critical in establishing a local structure of city-sponsored monster hunters. Outlining the expansion of the army, he finally got to why he was bringing this up now. He wanted Nero to join one of the elite monster hunting training programs. Listing all of the benefits that this cooperation could have for Lord Walker, he made note that 6 months of service would fulfill the trial of service. There was precedent that hostile territory training was graded differently than regular service. Furthermore, if he managed to personally kill a dangerous beast or monster of Class 3 or higher, it would fulfill his trial of combat. As the general was detailing his plan for Nero's squad training, he focused on speaking to Vera. She seemed nervous, but she was listening to the proposal. He highlighted the command structure and even added that Captain Angelton would personally be teaching Nero the sword. Furthermore, Nero would have a chance to focus on his magic, while living in an environment filled with essence and potential for growth. It would be dangerous, but Nero could survive the wilds with some training. While the general did his best to convince House Walker's proxy, Lord Walker was subtly creating spell forms behind his chair. Using his psychic field, Nero wasn't paying attention to what his eyes were seeing. His focus was on what his field was showing him. With a light touch, he was trying to not draw any attention to what he was doing. As no one was yelling at him to pay attention, he figured he was getting pretty good at being sneaky. It was much easier to hide his spell forms if he used his own essence. Slowly, he created balls of earth in the air, then reversed the spell form and broke the earth back into essence. It was a useless spell technique, but Nero was enjoying watching the coalesced essence form and then break apart. Jennings was watching Nero play, but he couldn't figure out what Nero was trying to accomplish. It looked like Nero was just condensing and releasing essence, but he was sure there was more to it. Nero was too brilliant to just be playing. Right? Jennings' focus was broken as he heard Vera ask, "What do you think, Nero?" He watched as Nero blinked a few times and mentally returned to the room. The boy looked around and saw that everyone was waiting for his response. He adopted a look of intense thought and started rubbing his chin. With total seriousness, he said, "The general makes many good points. The charts were particularly well done, but after careful consideration, I have to agree with whatever Vera thinks is best." Nodding to himself, Nero looked like he fought hard to reach that decision. Almost everyone in the room was stunned to silence. Lords Cosgrove and Bennings shared looks of confusion. Jennings couldn't help but hold a hand to his mouth to cover his chuckle. General Branson was just smiling. He didn't seem surprised at Nero obviously not having heard a word he had said over the past hour. Captain Angelton just stared at Nero, trying to see if the young man was joking. Vera, however, was holding back a tidal wave of anger. Her eyes were nearly closed as she squinted at him in fury. "About his proposal, Nero. What do you think about his proposal?" she asked through gritted teeth. Nero, staying true to form, replied, "Oh, that. Well, I can see both sides. I think there is a lot to consider." Rubbing his hands, he continued, "We should order another pot of coffee and talk more about it. Really explore the proposal. Consider all the angles. Maybe we could get some food, too. I'm sure we're all hungry. Just not those pastries from the waiting rooms. They were too sweet. I'm thinking sandwiches. Can't screw up a sandwich. What do you think?" That did it. Captain Angelton's face fell into his hands as he realized that Nero hadn't been listening. Lords Cosgrove and Bennings just stared at Nero in shock, unable to comprehend his audacity. General Branson's smile seemed to grow even wider. Meanwhile, the hunter sergeants Peyton and Jackson were still confused. As Vera verbally laid into Nero for ignoring the seriousness of the situation, Jennings burst into laughter. Archmage Jennings hadn't had this much fun in years. Chapter 55. Burritos Make Everything Better. Nick was in his lab, reviewing the data from the essence collectors. Unfortunately, the interference from the Noble War had ruined years of research. And it wasn't just Dorchin's corrupted data. The populator's destruction of the mercenary army resulted in localized, low-level essence storms, which were completely disrupting the area's regular flow rates. Nevertheless, Nick couldn't stop staring at the data overlay. His assistant, Kendra, was right. It could be a precursor to a beast wave. As the holograms floated in a semicircle around his desk, Nick sipped his coffee. Over the past week, too much had happened. He hadn't been sleeping well, and now Vera was leaving her job to work full-time on Nero's new noble house. Even worse, Nick knew that she would soon be making him found his new house as well. With bags under his eyes, he slumped in his chair and shook his head in defeat. He needed to put all of that nonsense out of his mind. He needed to focus, as there was something in the data that he was missing. He was sure of it. Manipulating the displays, he opened up the current scrying reports for the city. Superimposing them on the overlay with the essence flow data, he narrowed his eyes at the result. It was familiar, but he couldn't place it. His thoughts were interrupted when he received a ping from Vera. Opening the connection, he asked, "What is it, dear?" Vera's nervousness was palpable through the link. "Why are you still in your lab? Nero's pledging ceremony is in 20 minutes. Wincing, he replied, "I'm sorry, Vera. I'm not going to make it. Before you get mad, just listen. Something's going on with the data from the essence collectors. I just can't figure out what it is. I received the data from the Archmage, which allowed me to recalibrate the plotting, but I'm still missing something. I just can't get it out of my head." Vera, smiling, he said, "No, dear. Thank you for understanding. Tell Nero I wish him the best. Try not to let him cause another noble war.
He felt her amusement as she closed the connection.
Looking back at the map, he had a realization. He didn't have enough data. The original purpose of the collectors was simply to map essence flows. After the Noble War, those flows were completely changed along the eastern wilds, and in turn that affected all of Dorchester. His face paled. That's why this looks familiar. Quickly, he started using the link to find what he was looking for. In seconds, he brought up an old paper he had read on the effects of large-scale casting affecting local essence distributions. The researchers were just focusing on density, but their overlays showed a similar pattern. Hello, Nick. What can I do for you? I don't see you in attendance for Nero's big day, said Jennings. Nick seemed to ignore the question, and instead asked one of his own. Yesterday, when we were looking over the data for our essence flow tracking, do you remember the question you asked me? You asked if we were able to calculate density thresholds with our local hub. I want to know why you asked that. Nick felt the Archmage's amusement. Oh, did something occur to you? He asked. I'm not in the mood for games. I've been staring at these datasets for hours, and I'm terrified that I'm right. I want to hear it from someone else, Nick said, with terror coloring his psyche through the link. Taking pity on the poor man, Jennings said, You're probably not wrong. Even before the populator's little kerfuffle, the essence flow rates in the area had been showing signs indicative of a threshold event. You've probably got more than a beast wave to worry about. It looks like Dorchester is going to start having dungeons again. I think you're in for a few exciting years. Before you overreact, I've already dropped a few hints to the people who will need to know. Now, after we finish talking, you should ping General Branson. Be sure to send him the overlay on your left. I'm confident you two will figure out what needs to be done. Nick sat back in his chair, stunned. Realizing that the Archmage was currently watching him work, Nick gulped. I'll do that. Thank you for your time, Archmage. Please, enjoy the rest of your day. Sorry to bother you, Nick said, as politely as possible, then closed the connection. It was easy to forget how powerful the man was. Nick pushed his terror down and pinged the general. As the connection opened, he felt the general's attention was somewhere else. I'm in the middle of watching your friend become a noble. What can I do for you? He asked. Nick replied, Archmage Jennings said I should touch base with you about the events outside our walls. The general's psyche radiated satisfaction, as if some plan of his was coming to fruition. Be at my office in Central Command in an hour. We have a lot to discuss. The Archmage made me promise to let Center Research do its job, but he offered enough hints for me to get a head start. You should start thinking about a replacement for your position as the Director of Research for your gate. If things work out the way I think they will, you'll be too busy to run Center Research. I'll see you in an hour, he said, then closed the connection. Nick sat in his chair, unable to fathom what had just happened. Dorchester was leveling up, and he was going to have to accept it, and then figure out how to deal with it. Nero was slumped in his chair as he listened to Vera lambasting him for his behavior. Rather than argue, he took his lumps like a man, which to Nero meant sitting quietly while whoever was angry at him vented, and making sure he looked sufficiently apologetic. To his credit, he managed to endure for almost 2 full minutes before he got fed up and snapped. Vera had been sitting next to Nero in the conference room, so she had turned to face him in order to shake her finger at him while speaking louder than necessary. All of these people have taken time out of their day to work on finding a way to help you with your trials. The least you could do is pay attention to them. General Branson obviously put a great deal of effort into this plan for the defense of the city you just pledged to defend, she said. Nero's eyes shot to hers, and he replied quickly, Hold up. You don't really believe all of this crap is actually about me, do you? Brought up short by Nero's question, Vera paused in her tirade. She gave Nero a confused look.
Nero pressed on. The general is in charge of the entire city's defenses. He had to make a plan to defend it, one which has nothing to do with me. I'm a new noble, a 14-year-old kid who is only a noble because Lord Cosgrove is scared of the royals and Lord Bennings is a stickler for the law. This meeting isn't about them helping me. It's about them asking me to do something for them. Vera looked stunned. Everyone else in the room seemed to anxiously squirm in their seats. That is, except for the general, who looked extremely pleased with Nero's deduction. Nero looked around the room, then continued. Obviously, there is a lot of bad stuff going on outside the city walls that needs to be taken care of. But do you really think they need my help for it? Literally everyone in this room could kick my ass. The general only wants me involved because he thinks I'll develop some camaraderie with the army or something. It's the same reason Lord Cosgrove is here. She wants me to feel like she cares. Think about it. Her son tried to have me killed, and I'm guessing she's been putting out political fires left and right, so getting me out of the city would be great for her. And Lord Bennings doesn't care. She's just here so that she can tell the capital that the law has been followed. Even Jennings doesn't care about any of this. He just likes watching me play with magic. Nero looked over to see Jennings smiling, and he pointed a finger in accusation at him. Don't give me that look, old man. I felt your psychic field watching me practice. You're not as sneaky as you think you are. Waving his hand as if none of this mattered, Nero went on. You're here because you are who they have to convince. I'll do whatever you say. They know that as well as I do. They're just confusing you with more information than you can handle. Let's make it simple, like Lord Bennings did. Nero pointed at the general's giant hologram, which was currently displaying a map of the eastern wilds. Bad stuff's happening outside Dorchester. Rather than letting me spend money and hide in my fancy new estate, they want me to go fight in a forest. The general wants me to use it to train. That way, I'll be away from you and Nick and have to rely on the army, hopefully resulting in my indoctrination. Then, Lord Cosgrove has demonstrated that she doesn't want any trouble by hiding her son as far from me as possible, probably so I don't have to kill him. Then, Lord Bennings is here to sign off on everything being a good plan to fulfill my noble trials. There. We didn't need a long-ass meeting. But because you put me on the spot, now everyone knows that I don't care about any of this. And I didn't even get a free meal out of it, Nero finished with a huff, then crossed his arms and pouted. Jennings stood up out of his chair and started clapping. Wonderful. Well-reasoned, Nero, he said happily. Turning to look at Vera, who was leaning back in her chair with a calculative look on her face, Jennings said, It's just as Nero said. It's all up to you. If you think it's a good idea, he'll do it. Otherwise, he'll retire to his estate and study magic in solitude. He probably didn't understand half of what we've discussed, and he still saw the game for what it was. Well done, my boy. Jennings sat down with a large smile on his face, then summoned a plate with what looked like a burrito on it. Nero's eyes lit up as Jennings slid it across the table for him. Vera looked around the table at the stunned faces, and to her credit, she mastered herself faster than anyone else in the room. Lord Cosgrove didn't handle Nero's evaluation well at all. She still looked pale from Nero's blunt dissection of her strategy. Addressing the general, Vera said, I agree that something has to be done about the events occurring outside the walls, but Nero makes a good point about it not being his problem. However, I have a counter-proposal. Since Nero will be voluntarily aiding the military without rank, he should be able to collect what he kills as an independent contractor. His spoils are his. In addition, I'll be sending along a bodyguard to ensure that he doesn't meet an unexpected end, as he will be surrounded by people who don't necessarily have his best interests at heart. Also, Nick will be going along with him, as he can start his trials at the same time. The general nodded along, up until Vera mentioned a bodyguard. At that, he visibly bristled. Then, at the mention of Nick,
He started shaking his head in refusal. My men would protect him. Every one of them is hand-picked by me, he said. Nero snorted and said, Lord Bennings is right here. Want to have her oversee a bet? I'll wager everything I'm owed from the arena that at least one of the people on your list is in the employ of a noble house. Want to roll the dice? Nero offered the general an evil smile. As the general was about to speak, he was interrupted by Lord Cosgrove. Not a word, General. I'm still doing paperwork from the last time we allowed him to make a bet. You'd lose anyway, she said with a sigh. Nero leaned forward so he could look at her from where he was sitting and asked with curiosity, Another assassin? Or just observation? I'm guessing observation, but I could be wrong. Lord Cosgrove offered a polite smile and replied, Observation only. They have already been sufficiently threatened to ensure they will not do anything stupid. You're correct in your assessment of our intentions. House Cosgrove has no ill will toward House Walker. Nero nodded with a smile and leaned back. He then turned to Vera. What's with the spoils? Will this be another source of income? Vera gave him a look that told him to shut up. Nero held up his hands in surrender and went back to enjoying his burrito. General Branson just stood there, with his hands on his hips, glaring at Nero for doubting his professionalism. Vera said, Well, General, are the 2 additional recruits to your squad acceptable? Nodding in defeat, he replied, Very well. But Nero will have to be active and enthusiastically participate in the training. Otherwise, this is all pointless. Lord Bennings chimed in. Participation with a passing evaluation from his superior is required for the trial of service to be completed. And his fight must be verified as single combat with a Class 3 in order to satisfy the trial of combat. Archmage Jennings was eating a burrito of his own and offered his own addendum. Captain, you should bring that mage you were going to use to train Nero in combat casting. Along with the woman Mrs. Salvatore is thinking of, Nero would nearly have a full hunting team, he said, while sour cream was clinging to the side of his mouth. Nero asked, Like an adventuring party? Nodding, Jennings replied, That's a very good way to think about it. You need some frontline fighters, some ranged, and a healer. Everyone has some specialties, and the team works in concert. Holding up his fingers to count off the team members, he continued, Angelton is the healer and front line. His mage is with you at range. Nick is crowd control and specialization. Vera's bodyguard will be another front line. You could use an archer, but I'm sure the general could provide one. Finishing with a smirk, he gave the general a knowing look. The general coughed into his hand and said, I'm sure we can find someone. For the first week, you'll just be training anyway. Nero nodded. He was warming up to the idea. Looking over at Vera, he saw her give him a nod. That decided it. He was going on his first adventure. Nero pointed a finger at Jennings and said, All right, Vera says I'm going, but I need something from you. Jennings leaned forward in his chair, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity. What did you have in mind? He asked. Nero smirked and said, I need books. Specifically books on hunting, a monster manual of some sort, how to harvest valuables, healing, and, last but most importantly, a book on personal space magic. I need storage. And if you have a magic tent or something, I'll take that too. Turning to Vera with a toothy grin, he said, If you weren't in charge of House Walker before, you are now. I'm going camping in a magic forest. Chapter 56. The After the Meeting meeting. Archmage Mathers was in his office, attempting to address the sea of paperwork in front of him. It had only been a few days since Jennings went on his adventure, and Mathers was already annoyed. With Jennings gone, everyone was reporting to him. Considering he was a great deal more pleasant than Jennings, everyone seemed to be taking advantage of the situation. Walking in without warning, one of his aides held up a stack of papers and said, Sir, none of these are filled out. The interruption caused Mathers' concentration to break. Sighing, he looked up at what the aide was pointing at, and Mathers fought to keep his temper in check. That's because that's from the inbox. When I asked you to upload and send out the papers on my desk, I assumed I didn't have to specify which pile to take, he said through gritted teeth. Not even remotely intimidated, the aide nodded and placed the pile he was holding on Mathers' desk, not even close to the inbox. Walking over to the other side of the desk, he collected the stack of papers from the outbox and held them up with a smile. "I'll get these sent out right away," he said, and started to walk away. Mathers leaned over to his desk to move the papers his aide just dropped off into the inbox clearly marked on his desk. Trying not to shout, he addressed his aides back. "Remember to read the top of each page to make sure they're sent to the right department and/or person." Not hearing a response, he started to stand up. "Of course. I know how to send mail. I'm not an idiot," the aide shouted from his desk outside Mathers' office. Sitting back down, Mathers rubbed his temples and tried to convince himself that killing aides was not a solution to his problem. Receiving a long-range connection request, he isolated the point of origin and viewed who was trying to reach him. Seeing Jennings waving at him, Mathers reached out and helped open the psi connection. A floating portal started form above his desk, and the image of Jennings started to appear. The moment the connection was picked up by Jennings, Mathers said, "When are you coming back?" Jennings' amusement was obvious as he replied, "I might be out here a while. It looks like Dorchester is ascending back to a level 2 city a little earlier than expected. It seems the recent kerfuffle they had was enough to put it over the edge. I'm calling because we need to push up our plans for the Center Point Academy we were going to build. We should also send someone out here to actually be the court mage. You and I both know I'm not going to do it." Mathers' cork finally popped. "Are you kidding me?" he shouted over the scry. The connection shook with his rage, and Mathers watched Jennings' eyebrows shoot up in surprise. "There is too much that needs doing here for one man alone. You've been gone 2 days, and I'm a week behind. How the hell do you expect me to get any of this done with you traipsing around with Nero? Get your ass back here and do your job. You jackass," he said, trying to find a sufficiently scathing insult. Jennings just chuckled. "The council is sending everything to you, aren't they?" he asked. Mathers paused for a full 5 seconds, then asked, "What do you mean?" "Well, I've felt most of them watching me since I got here. I was wondering how they found the time, but I guess now I know. You don't really think I was doing all that paperwork, did you? Just try to imagine what I'd put up with, then cut it in half. That's about all I do. The council was created for this purpose. In fact, as my right hand, you already do most of my paperwork," Jennings said as if it were obvious. Mathers' knuckles turned white as he squeezed his desk in fury. "Those sons of bitches, time-sucking vampires, opportunists! I'm going to drag them one at a time into the arena and hang them upside down. I'll spank them like the unruly children they are in front of the entire damned kingdom," he shouted. Jennings was smiling and nodding along to Mathers' rant. "That's great. In another 100 years, you'll be burning your enemies with your words alone. Keep practicing. In the meantime, just start yelling and threatening them. Otherwise, they'll just walk all over you. In fact, you're in charge. Start giving some orders," he said, with enthusiasm. "Yes," said Mathers as he hopped up to his feet and slammed his fist into his palm. Jennings said, "First order of business is to have someone organize the daily highlights of the recordings they've been watching. Call it Project Nero. That way everyone won't complain about being forced to start working again. Then, teleport someone out here to run the local mage tower for me. Also, assign someone to find out what House Cranston is up to. We don't want any more surprises. You're going to have to deal with the Tower of Fate yourself, though. Make sure they don't do anything stupid. Who knows what they're thinking about doing? Watch yourself with them. They're all morons." Mathers paced back and forth, nodding along. Right, he said as he mentally took notes. Anything else? Jennings shrugged and replied, Not off the top of my head. You'll figure it out. You've been with me for a couple 100 years. Just do what you think I'd do. It only annoyed you because I was doing it to you. Now you'll be doing it to others. You'll love it. Mathers couldn't find fault in anything Jennings was saying. Now I have to go. I just wanted to check in and update you on the happenings. They're going to force Nero to go join an elite monster hunting squad. And there are so many stupid plots afoot that I don't want to miss it when they tell him. I can't wait, Jennings said, and closed the connection without waiting for a reply. Mathers just shook his head in annoyance. Jennings would never change, but his antics didn't seem to bother Mathers as much as they usually did. Perhaps it was a result of Mathers acting as the director of the council. He now understood why Jennings was the way he was. Putting up with idiocy on a daily basis was harder than he expected. After their meeting at the Keep, Vera decided to head back to the Gate 7 Center with Nero. Sitting opposite each other in a carriage, they were discussing the next few days. As much as Nero enjoyed ignoring the particulars, Vera enjoyed discussing them in excruciating detail. However you want to do it is fine, Nero said while watching the citizens go about their day through his window. Well, I understand you don't want to worry about it, but they owe House Walker millions, and I'm going to make sure we get it, she said with some anger. Nero sighed and said, Look, why don't you just do the same thing you did with the shipping company? Doesn't the city own the arena? Why don't you just negotiate a buy-in? In the long term, it will be more money, and isn't that easier than moving a ton of money around? Or whatever it was you were just trying and failing to explain. Vera's eyes lit up. Yes, that would work. I checked, and you can't own an arena, but you could be an investor. You'd be the only house with a stake in the arena. Lord Cosgrove will consider it a win. She'll tie you more firmly to Dorchester and make it seem like a gesture of goodwill. They'll know what you're doing, but it solves the issue nicely. It'll be years before you make back what they owe you, but you'll come out ahead in the end. That's good thinking, she said. Nero nodded along as if he was listening. Hey, you mentioned something about wanting me to keep the spoils from my kills. What was that about? He turned to her and asked. I said that for the essence crystals mostly. They're the backbone of the economy. I know you read about them. Normally, city teams turn in their spoils and only receive a share. No reason to let them benefit from your work, she said. Nero gave her a grin and said, That's what I thought you were hinting at. Isn't the market for essence crystals going to explode? From the general's presentation, it seems like the city's economy will have to shift to account for an influx of hunters and essence crystals. We should open up some businesses to take advantage of that. We already have a shipping company. Can we use that somehow? Vera leaned forward and said, That's a good point. Typically, nobles would be tasked with addressing the concern, but there is no law that says we couldn't get a head start. What did you have in mind? Nero gave her a confused look and replied, That was my whole idea. I don't know anything about the economy. I was just pointing out that we should do something. You're the one who would know how to take advantage of the situation. Why do you think I brought it up? Vera leaned back and shook her head ruefully. Fine. I'll set up some trading houses and start stockpiling some weapons and armor for trade. The prices for crystals are regulated, but there is plenty of profit to be made. We can open up some stores near Gate 15. I'll call it Precision Supplies. Nero shook his head and quickly replied, Nah, call it Precision Trading House. That way people can say they're hitting the trading house, and word of mouth will spread that when you have essence crystals, that's where you go. Trade is where it's at. Also, make sure it's a separate company. We'll be 50-50 partners. We keep it separate so we can manipulate the prices you charge us for shipping. It'll help with the tax breaks. Vera's eyes widened in shock. Nicholas said that you had memories of a past life. Were you involved in finance? Nero didn't want to get into his past, so he just replied, Something like that. After getting a transport to Gate 7, they were back in another cab heading toward the center. Isn't there a faster way to move around the city?
A 40-minute commute is annoying, Nero grumbled as he looked out the window. He noticed that the people walking around Gate 7 were much more common-looking. The fancy robes were gone, and everyone looked more relaxed. Vera answered Nero's question. Yes, most noble estates have private Astra platforms. They are small teleport junctions that can take you directly to a hub. You can't eliminate the commute, but you can cut it down drastically.
Speaking of estates, said Nero, am I even going to see my place before I move to the army compound for training?
Probably not. I'll handle it. Don't worry about it. You should spend the rest of the night in the dorms. Tomorrow, too, if you can. Nicholas and I have a lot to do, and every time you leave your dorm room, you cause chaos, she said with a grimace. Chuckling, he said, No problem. I have a lot of reading to do. I can use the training rooms they have there, right? Vera nodded in response. Nero continued, Have you pinged Nick yet? How does he feel about you signing him up for an adventure? Also, you're not going to send Ms. Averett with me, are you? Vera looked surprised. I haven't had a chance to speak with Nicholas, but why would you think Ms. Averett would be joining you? She asked. Shrugging, Nero replied, She's the only person I know that could both fill the position of bodyguard and that you had a connection to. Vera looked like she was considering something. I do have an entire guard force that works for precision shipping. I was going to assign one of the trainers to you. But Kathleen is a really good idea. I know she's been difficult to deal with the past few years. She loves helping nurture young talent, but she has the heart of a warrior. She came to Dorchester when 2 of her brothers were stationed here. Since they were deployed to the front, she's been bouncing off the walls. Nero said quickly, I wasn't trying to give you ideas. I was trying to say that she was a bad idea. Training with that woman around would be a nightmare. Smiling, Vera said, Yes, she is very good at what she does. She'll make sure you get the best out of the experience. That was a very good idea. I'll talk to her and see if she's interested. Nero paled and said, So you're doing that selective hearing thing that you do when Nick is around. Fine. I trust your judgment. But I want you to keep in mind that I'm not Nick. Retaliation is a possibility with me. So don't consider me a doormat. Chuckling, Vera replied, Doormat? That was a rather amusing image. Thank you for that. And don't worry, I'm well aware that you aren't someone who takes slights lightly. You can be reasoned with, while Nicholas just tends to do whatever he feels like in the moment. The larger game was never his concern. Nero said, I can see that. He seems like a typical nerd, focusing on things that interest him while ignoring everything else. Let's get back to the everything else. Did they send you the training schedule? When do I have to move to the compound? Vera said, Probably 4 days from now. I've been going over the details they sent over while we were talking. Just stay at the center until you hear from me. I'll be pinging you to keep you updated on events. I'll prepare everything. I have to do it for Nicholas anyway. You just focus on preparing yourself for a drastic change in your lifestyle. Take this seriously, as your life will depend on it. Nero nodded. I'll be reading and training. That's the entirety of my plans. Let me know if I need to do anything else. As their conversation devolved into small talk, their ride came to an end. Vera had some business at center intake to deal with. She had to organize her replacement and have a ton of meetings. Vera was dealing with a lot of stuff that Nero didn't pay attention to. While she went to her office, Nero went to the cafeteria. The burrito he got from Jennings wasn't enough, and he felt like pie was a good idea. Chapter 57. Nero. The man, the myth, the legend. General Branson had just returned from the keep, and things were going according to plan. His conversation with Lord Cosgrove, following the meeting with Lord Walker, went well enough. She seemed to understand the daunting task ahead of them. He didn't think that she would interfere with what had to be done. Hopefully, she would be able to keep the other nobles from causing issues.
Captain Angelton and the sergeants had returned immediately after the meeting to organize the training facility at the Army compound in Gate 15. The proximity to the East Wilds would provide the best environment for what they were planning. There was a lot to do, and not a lot of time in which to do it. As the general approached his office, he used his link to go over the reports of the day. The mountain expedition out of Gate 3 reported success in their mission to clear out a kobold infestation. Gate 9 was asking for reinforcements. They needed more men to deal with the sewer slimes. There must be a queen slime somewhere, and they couldn't find it. The general sent orders to Gate 2 to assist them, as the mountain-facing side of the city was quiet as of late. Seeing his aides, Privates Neeling and Mason, standing at their desks awaiting orders, General Branson asked, "Anything to report?" Private Nealon's eyes went to the right of the room, and he replied, "Sir, Specialist Howard insists on a meeting." The general turned to see Specialist Howard standing by the waiting room chairs. He projected his anger well, both with his frown and his crossed arms. "We need to talk, sir," he said. There was little to no respect in his voice. General Branson just smiled and said, "In my office. I'll be right with you." Giving the general a curt nod, Specialist Howard strode to the office while waving his hand to open the doors. After passing through the doors, they slammed shut of their own accord. Both the aides gave a sneer at the disrespect, but General Branson didn't seem to care. Instead of addressing Howard's conduct, the general started giving out orders. As the aides took notes, the general spoke in quick sentences, detailing how he wanted things done. He addressed all the issues that were currently affecting his army, and the minutes passed quickly. Spending the day at the keep had put him behind schedule, and the three of them worked efficiently to catch up. The general's office doors slammed open, and Howard walked out. With an angry tone, Specialist Howard started, "General, we need to The essence in the air froze. The aides felt like the temperature dropped 20 degrees, and Howard felt his control over the ambient essence vanish. It was at that moment he knew that he had gone too far. The general's voice was so cold that it caused everyone in the room to wince. "Boy, you will go back into that room and sit your ass in a chair. I am busy. You are not a priority. I will deal with you in a minute. Now don't speak. Just close the doors," he said. The doors closed softly, and the aides felt the essence normalize. The anger in the general's voice seemed like a bad memory as he returned to his normal tone and resumed giving orders. Not saying anything about what just happened, the aides went back to furiously taking notes. Several minutes later, the general finished. "If you have any questions, I'll be in my office. Don't worry about interrupting. This meeting isn't important. Also, get some food up here. I'm thinking some stew," he said, and then went into his office. Entering his office, the general barked, "Now why are you here?" Specialist Howard shot to his feet at attention. His foul mood had returned, but it was held in check. "Sir, I would like to protest the orders that I received. There are much more useful things for me to be doing than babysitting a noble brat," he said, clearly fighting the urge to shout. General Branson poured himself a glass of water and took his chair behind the intimidating office desk. "Like what?" he said in interest. Specialist Howard was expecting the general to argue, and the question threw him. "Well, there are many threats to the city that I could be addressing. I heard that the East Wilds are teeming with monster spawns, and the beasts are mutating like crazy. I could do a lot of good there." The general took a sip of his water and leaned back in his chair with a comfortable sigh. "Yes, they are. Did you read your orders? I believe this is a recurring problem with you. You are impulsive and don't adequately prepare for battle," he said. Confused, Specialist Howard split his mind so he could bring up his orders over the link while they were talking. Reading the orders again, he saw his mistake. Trying to pivot, he said, "Sir, I just meant that I could do more for Dorchester by clearing the wilds themselves." Giving the young man a smirk, the general said, "No, you didn't. You read the part about being assigned to a training unit with a focus on a noble and jumped to conclusions. I'm going to be blunt, because you need to hear it. You're an idiot." Specialist Howard bristled, but held in his response. Seeing that he wasn't going to be interrupted, the general continued. "You act without considering the larger picture. This assignment will be good for you. You probably didn't even bother to notice the name of the noble you'll be training. The boy is a thinker. He is a self-trained mage. He's killed men in combat and won an assassination challenge in the arena. Unlike you, he acts with intelligence and forethought. In addition to helping him with his magic, I want you to watch him. Learn from observing him. Do not ask him for training or explanations, because the moment you show weakness, he'll exploit it. He sees a great deal, and I don't want to give him another level. I wouldn't have sent you if the Archmage himself didn't subtly ask for you to be given the assignment." Shocked, Specialist Howard tried to parse through what the general had just said. "It's the kid that's been on the news? Why is he training with an elite monster hunting squad?" Shaking his head, the general replied, "That's what you took away from what I just said? Dear gods, man. You need to stop spending all your time on spell manuals. If you don't start paying attention to what is going on around you, then you're going to die. Not everything attacks you from the front." Placing his water to the side of his desk, the general started moving papers on his desk. His patience with the young specialist had ended. He had more important things to deal with. Without looking up, he said in a clear and firm voice, "Just go and pack. I'm not discussing this with you anymore. Since you clearly can't think for yourself, just follow your orders." Specialist Howard could see that the general wasn't going to say anything else. Without any other choice, he offered a quick nod and left the general's office. Without glancing at the aides outside the office, he walked quickly into the halls. Specialist Howard had a lot to think about. The general, though, he went back to work. The specialist quickly forgotten. Dorchester had many things happening, and Specialist Howard didn't merit any more consideration. The man was a talented mage, but he was incapable of being anything other than a weapon to be pointed at an enemy. Nero was enjoying his dinner. While he ate, he used his link to reread the first book he had read when he got to this world. Specifically, he was going over the section on condensing experience into growth. When he first read it, he thought it was spiritual mumbo-jumbo about how to meditate. Yet after all he'd seen, he realized that it was very literal. It was difficult for Nero to treat things like internalizing your feelings as a scientific principle. Regardless of how annoying it was, Nero knew that he would have to start meditating and playing by the rules that made up this world. It was time to stop being a whiny little bitch and start treating his personal growth as an important facet of his new life. With his new perspective, Nero started understanding what the author was saying. Every experience resulted in a person absorbing essence into their center. Understanding how that essence fit into a person's personality matrix, or identity, was essential to leveling. The faster the person internalized that growth, the less experience was lost to the ambient ether. If Nero didn't start examining what he experienced, he'd lose the essence that he gained from those experiences. Rubbing his forehead, Nero closed his link. As important as it was too philosophical for Nero to really understand. Instead of worrying about it, he focused on enjoying the rest of his meal and tried to let the deep thoughts marinate. Hopefully, some clarity would come with time. When he finished, Nero went to drop off his dishes at the busing station. Curiously, Nero noticed that a lot of people were staring at him. After dropping off his dishes, he headed back to his room. Along the way, he started to pay attention to how much people were staring. Nero saw small groups whispering to each other. People's smiles were a little wider than usual when they offered their polite nods in greeting.
It seemed like he was garnering a lot of interest, and he didn't like it.
After hurrying through the halls, he eventually got to his room. As he closed the door, blocking out the people in the halls, Nero exhaled like he had made it through a minefield. What the hell was that? He wondered. Nero knew that Vera was busy. He remembered her going into great detail about everything that she was doing. It all seemed important, even though the specifics were lost on him. Imagining her response to him asking, "Why are people staring at me?" made Nero shiver. Asking her was not an option. Without any better ideas, Nero decided to check in with Nick. He hadn't spoken with him in a while, and he could use that as an excuse for the call. Maybe Nick knew what the hell was going on. Opening the connection, Nero felt Nick accept the ping. "Hey, Nero. I've heard you had a busy day. I'm sorry I wasn't at your pledging ceremony. Something important came up," Nick said as he picked up the ping. "No problem. Vera and I had it handled. You doing all right?" asked Nero. Nick's psyche seemed a little nervous to Nero. "Yeah, everything's fine. Or it will be. Listen, how much have you read about city levels? Or essence density?" asked Nick. Nero could sense that this was going to be a full-on conversation, and wanted his question answered before they got into it. "Hold on, Nick. I got a question first. This may sound weird, but just bear with me. Do you happen to have any idea why people at the center are staring at me? I'm wearing the noble clothes you gave me. I changed the theme to gray. Does that mean something that I don't know?" he asked. Surprised, Nick responded, "No, gray just means that you're a neutral. Houses and people wear that color to show that they haven't picked a side. You'll have to choose your house colors at some point, and those will mean something, but that's not what you're asking. Have you checked the news?" Nero asked. "What news? Is there a paper on the link or something?" Nick chuckled over the link. "Nero, are you capable of opening a separate connection while using the link to hold a ping?" "I don't know. I've never tried." "What do you want me to connect to?" Nero asked. "Just open a connection to the city directly. Not the center hub. Focus on connecting to the city hub," Nick said patiently. Nero took a seat at his desk and closed his eyes. Focusing on his mental gymnastics, he made sure to keep a tight hold on his connection to Nick. It took some effort, but he was able to split his attention and open a connection to the city. Directing his thoughts to Nick, he said, "Okay, I got a city connection open. Now what?" Nick replied, "Focus on opening the section for current events." Dutifully, Nero opened the pathway to current events. There were headlines for different news stories and sections highlighting the different gates. It was the equivalent to city news alongside local news. Scanning the top stories, Nero immediately saw what Nick was trying to show him. There was a big picture of Nero kneeling at the steps to the throne. There were several stories about him, and profile pieces on Dorchester's newest noble. Shocked, Nero fumbled the connection to Nick. Luckily, Nick stabilized the connection. Nero felt Nick's amusement clearly. "I'm guessing you found out about your newfound celebrity," said Nick. "What the hell, Nick? There's videos of my pledging ceremony. I don't remember seeing any cameras," Nero said as he tried not to panic. "Cameras? Most of those are memory engrams from people who attended the meeting. Cameras were probably there, but those don't record the feeling of being there. The news usually avoids using them," said Nick. "Nick, I have to go. This is a little too much to take in right now," Nero said. His heartbeat was pounding in his head, and he felt like he was about to have a panic attack. "Calm down, Nero. Just try to meditate and breathe. Maybe get some sleep. It's not that big a deal, you'll see. Also, make sure to read up on essence density. It's important. I'm sure you'll feel better in the morning, but ping me if you need to," Nick said, and then ended the connection. Nero sat in his chair, mentally staring at the numerous articles about his time since he arrived in this world. They even had an in-depth review of his actions in the Noble War and the arena. He was city-wide news. Just imagining what the section for Gate 7 local news said about him gave Nero the shivers. The fact that there was news was something Nero hadn't considered. Was there entertainment? Movies? Web shows? Did this world have a YouTube equivalent? How much had Nero missed? Putting his head between his legs, Nero cut the connection to the city hub. Taking deep breaths, he focused on calming down. Clearing his mind, he concentrated on his breathing. After several minutes, he got up to go to his bathroom for some water. Standing at the sink, Nero threw some water on his face and looked at his reflection in the mirror. The panic in his eyes was gone, and only shock remained. Staring at himself in the mirror, Nero calmed down. I guess I'm a celebrity now. It might be time to revisit that t-shirt idea. Clothing lines are big money, he thought to himself. Chapter 58. Everyone has their own concerns. Mistress Deirdre Cosgrave was carefully manipulating her spell form while sweat dripped from her chin. Her private training room was empty, as she preferred to train without distractions. Her spell form finally snapped into shape, then started to draw on the essence in the air. She watched as the small fireball started to form. Paying careful attention to the input streams, she let it grow. After several seconds, she triggered the spell's targeting function. Like a fast-pitched softball, her spell shot toward the dummy. As the spell form dissipated, the fireball exploded in a glorious conflagration of fire and destruction. Deirdre took a deep breath at the success. With a smile on her face, she collected a towel from a bench and wiped the sweat from her face. Grabbing her water bottle, she was mid-sip when she received a ping at the door. Walking over, she threw her towel over her shoulder and kept drinking. Katarina Nielsen, her advisor and teacher, entered with a proud smile on her face. I felt that last one from the hall. You're getting better, she said. Deirdre smiled and said, The spell form is still tricky. The weave is still too slow. I'll get there eventually. Regardless, the sentiment is appreciated. What can I do for you? Katarina's smile dimmed as she said, I wanted to speak with you about your plans. Deirdre gave her a defiant look and replied, You're actually going to try and talk me out of it. Shaking her head, she replied, No. However, I'm not going to stand by and let you doom your house. If you persist in this foolishness, I'll have to inform your mother. Shocked, Deirdre said, You've never threatened to tell my mother anything in the past. What's different now? You know what's different. I'm sure you've heard the rumors. Your brother plans to declare his house in opposition to House Cosgrove, said Katarina. Waving a dismissive hand, Deirdre said, That's nonsense. He's just angry. As he has every right to be. After Lord Walker's dead, Mother will send for him. He'll come home, and everything will sort itself out. This will all be nothing but a memory in a few years. Katarina stepped forward and gripped Deirdre by the shoulders. Staring at the girl with firm eyes, she said, You're not listening. Banish your emotions and analyze the situation. If you were the scion of another house, and you were analyzing House Cosgrave, how do you think the next few moves will play out? Deirdre was paralyzed in confusion. Katarina had never, in all the time she'd known her, acted like this. She was always there to help, to comfort, to offer support. Deirdre had never known her to be so forceful. Trying to imagine the scenario Katarina asked her to, Deirdre took a minute and thought it through. She realized what Katarina was trying to tell her, and she felt herself start to panic. You're right. We don't have a lot of time. If Lord Walker doesn't die before Derek declares, Mother will have no choice but to have him killed. This isn't about a slight to House Cosgrove anymore. My brother's life hangs in the balance, she said firmly. Deirdre watched as Katarina's eyes fell. Without another word, Katarina turned and walked away. Although Deirdre didn't know how old the woman was exactly, Katarina looked like she had just aged a decade as her shoulders slumped and her steps seemed forced. At the door, Deirdre heard Katarina mutter, "Stupid, foolish children." never learning, always repeating the same mistakes. Nearly 2 decades wasted. Realizing the danger, Deidre opened her link. She had plans to alter and trails to eliminate. Everything had to happen without Katerina finding out. It had to appear that Deidre had decided to cancel her plans to have Lord Walker killed. Success would be difficult, but it was possible. Lord Walker had to die before her brother reached a city. Opening a map with the link, she saw the closest city he could reach was Locksgrave. With some quick math in her head, she estimated a month. 30 days should be more than enough time to organize an accident. Taking into account travel times, she should have her brother back in no more than 2 months at the latest. Smiling, she sat down on the bench and started sending out pings. After she eliminated every plan Katerina knew about, she'd have to find some hunters. Specifically, some hunters who were looking for money and weren't interested in staying in Dorchester. Deirdre went through her contact list. She needed a fixer, and she knew just who to ping. While mentally working on his essence density report for General Branson, Nick had received a ping from Nero. Although the conversation was short, it did a lot to relieve Nick's stress. Hearing Nero find out that he was now a celebrity was priceless. Nero's psyche was in shambles, and Nick tried his best not to laugh at the poor boy's misery. Walking into the dining room, Nick saw Vera and Lord Bennings having tea. Vera had invited the Lord over to talk about Nick's acceptance of the trials. While their purpose for meeting was to discuss Nick, he wasn't surprised that they were instead talking about the events of the past few days. Seeing Nick come in, the conversation turned toward his ascension to nobility. Taking a seat, Nick listened to them decide his fate. "You're going to have a lot of work to do with House Walker. Are you sure you want to found a house right now?" Lord Bennings asked Vera while sipping her tea. Nodding, Vera replied, "It's necessary. Nicholas and I always planned on doing it eventually, and this seems like the perfect time. This way, he can watch over Nero while completing his own trials. Nero is the one on a timeline. We can file for Nicholas to complete both the Trial of Knowledge and Trial of Service already. His work with Center Research fulfills the requirements for both." Lord Bennings replied, "Quite right. Lord Walker only has to complete 1 trial a year, but it must be done. New nobles are under strict requirements if they want to maintain the protections the royal house provides. As for Nicholas, will he be keeping the name Salvatore? As a scion, he could. Even so, it will still only be a branch house. Typically, for those, a new name is chosen." Vera looked to Nick with a smile and answered, "We've spoken about it. We've decided on the name Verena. It's a name from the north, meaning truth." Nick nodded. The name had always spoken to him. With a wave of his hand, Nick summoned a glass and a bottle of the expensive whiskey he preferred. Lord Bennings nodded. "Then after I file this paperwork, you will be Mr. and Mrs. Salvatore Verena of House Verena. Any last-minute changes before I file this?" Vera and Lord Bennings reviewed the paperwork together, as Nick just sat and enjoyed his whiskey. He was more than fine with Vera handling everything. This was her area of expertise, and he'd just get in the way. Soon enough, the paperwork was filed, and Lord Bennings left for her own estate. Nick was still at the table when Vera returned from seeing the Lord off. As Vera walked back into the dining room, she said, "Please tell me that you didn't just sit there the whole time drinking. Did you finish your paperwork for leaving Center Research? Or were you working on the report General Branson asked you for?" Paling, Nick replied, "I was focusing on watching you work. You're amazing, my love. The way you navigate the game and seek advantage is awe-inspiring." Nick's smile was wide and charming. Vera offered him a blank look and said nothing. With a sigh, Nick stood up and finished his drink. "I'll be in my office if you need me. I have some work to get done before morning. Let me know if you need anything," he said. Smiling as if she hadn't gotten exactly what she wanted, Vera replied, "Of course, dear. I will be in my office as well." She went over and kissed Nick on his cheek, then walked off. As she was exiting the dining room, she said over her shoulder,
"It seems we are going to be opening some trading houses. Make sure to let your brother know that you'll be taking some blacksmiths and enchanters along with you when you officially leave House Salvatore tomorrow. I'll send you a list in an hour or two."
Nick just stared at her back as she left. What the hell is that woman up to now? He wondered. Shaking himself out of his curiosity, he walked toward his office, making sure not to forget his bottle of whiskey. It was best to not try and figure out Vera's plans. He just had to do what he was told and enjoy the benefits of her machinations. Nero had gone to bed early. Too much had happened yesterday, and he wasn't handling it well. Now it was 3 a.m, and he was staring at his breakfast. The cafeteria was nearly empty, but there were still groups who were either starting or ending their day. Nero could tell they were watching him. He felt their attention like it was an itch he couldn't scratch. Social anxiety had never been a problem for him, but he had never liked groups. He preferred anonymity. His newfound celebrity was unwelcome, and he grit his teeth in annoyance. Picking up his breakfast, he decided to find somewhere else to eat. Walking quickly through the halls, he was soon back in his room, safe from the stares and interest of his peers. Eating quietly, Nero opened his identity. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 7. Race: human. Growth: 36%. Tier: 1. Condition: 100%. Age: 14. Center: 100%. Body: 1. Mind: 4. Soul: 1. Confluence: 10. Stars: 0. Pillars: 0/0. He couldn't deny it anymore. He had stopped growing. Nero could feel it. Too much had happened, and he felt out of control. This world was different. It was as though all the experiences were bottled up in his gut, and he couldn't face them. The stress was like acid reflux. If Nero didn't get a handle on it, the experience would just fade into the air. While absently stabbing his pancakes with a fork, Nero sat in misery. He wondered why the world was so different, and why he had to deal with all this self-help ridiculousness. In a flash of insight, he realized the answer. Was the world actually different? Yes, but all the self-help crap sounded the same, because the lessons were the same. He knew how to do this. Countless TED Talks and articles and examples were at his fingertips. Know yourself was just as important in his old world as it was here. The only difference was that in this new world, he could grow. In the old world, good mental health just decreased the chances of high blood pressure and stopped a person from relying on antacids. With determination, Nero stood up and downed what was left of his coffee. Walking over to the meditation mat in the corner, which he had never used, he sat down. Turning off the lights through the link, Nero closed his eyes and faced his problems head-on. Reviewing everything from the past few days took time. There was a lot to cover. Nero made peace with his actions in the arena. It wasn't his fault, and he knew that. His desire to live was more important to him than the life of a budding assassin. This world wasn't led by the weak, and he wouldn't be a casualty. If he had to kill again, he would. Nothing would stand between him and his future. His previous world was a battlefield. He just never fought. Here, he was in the middle of it. Facing that was difficult, but Nero firmed his heart. If combat were necessary, then his enemies would fall.
Addressing his new nobility wasn't nearly as difficult. He'd become rich. Vera was like a mother figure he'd never really had. His old mom was great, but distant. Growing up, he knew that his mom didn't have high hopes for him. But Vera believed in Nero. It made Nero want to believe in himself. Nick was like an older brother. They were his family here. He had to get strong in order to protect them. House Walker would rise, and they would rise with him. As time passed, and Nero sat in contemplation, the essence in the air started to swirl. After over an hour of quiet meditation, the essence started to move the air. Nero felt his level approach. The weight on his soul was lifting. It was like he was climbing a mountain, but as he neared the top, the handholds were easier. In a crescendo of essence, Nero felt the ding as he leveled. He could sense that he had more saved up, and that it wasn't over. Yet, as he panted, he had to open his eyes. His senses were humming. He could feel the air gently moving around the room. The sweat on his back was cold. Nero needed a break. Standing up on shaky legs, Nero decided on another shower. Checking his identity, he saw that he was now level 8. He had shot past the bottleneck, leveled, and gained almost 40% of another level in just a few hours. Stripping out of his sweat-soaked robes, Nero went to the bathroom. Standing in the hot water, Nero reflected on what he learned. Experience was just sitting there in his soul. He had to face it, understand it, and accept it. There was more to face, he knew that, but he wasn't ready. Rushing it was just as bad as ignoring it. Turning off the shower, Nero decided to see if his breakfast was still good, or if he had to make another trip to the cafeteria. Looking out the window, Nero saw the sun coming up outside. A new day was starting. Nero smiled and promised himself that he would be productive. He had magic to learn, and an assignment from his friend. After second breakfast, he'd find out what essence density was all about. Chapter 59. Fear is a powerful motivator. Captain Angelton stood with his hands on his hips, looking around at the facility he was taking over. It had a wide courtyard with training rings and workout equipment. There were obstacle courses and training aids. Along the wall, there was even a full-size shooting range. Surrounding the courtyard were 3 large buildings in a semicircle pointing toward the training areas. Tall stone walls encapsulated the entire compound, and wooden gates, twice the height of man, were the only entrance. The ground was packed gray dirt, and only a few trees offered any color. The dull stone buildings looked like they could take a beating, and the windows were reinforced with metal. Everything here was designed for war. This will work, he thought. The captain watched Sergeant Blackwood organizing the cooks and other staff. If there was one thing that man did well, it was organization. He may be lazy and a complainer, but the man knew how to get things in order. Near the building on the right, the 2 hunter sergeants were organizing the training equipment. They had requested a lot of gear, both for training and for outfitting the recruits before heading into the wilds. Captain Angelton appreciated their attention to detail, but wondered if the sergeants were just taking advantage of their budget. It wouldn't surprise him, as both Sergeants Peyton and Jackson were used to being sent into the field with minimal support. Their smiles as they went through the gear made Captain Angelton want to send them for some additional training. He didn't think anyone should enjoy their time at a training facility. Squashing his urge to eliminate joy on sight, the captain returned to his assessment of the compound. One building was for housing the recruits. One was for housing the staff and the trainers. The center building was the largest and was for command housing along with lecture halls, magic training, and the armory. Kneeling down, Captain Angelton ran his hand over the hard ground.
He could feel the memory of all the people who had trained here. There was sweat and blood bonded to the earth. Skills would be easier to learn here. He opened his link and reviewed the dates when this compound was last in use. It had been resting for 2 years. Now it was ready again. Once more, the soil would see soldiers grow. Trying to imagine it, he was confronted by the image of Nero smirking in his head. The young man didn't fit the image Captain Angelton was forming in his mind. Imagining Nero training to exhaustion, developing bonds with recruits, Captain Angelton couldn't see that happening. Standing up, he dusted off his hands and put away his concerns. He had a job to do. In 2 days, the recruits would be here. Everything had to be ready. Nero closed the book and leaned back in his chair. Rubbing his eyes with his palms, he took a minute to focus on reality again. Getting lost in what he was reading was great for comprehension, but not pleasant when he stopped. He forced himself to stand up and do some stretches to get the blood moving again. As he twisted his core back and forth, Nero thought about the general's presentation he had been forced to sit through. There was only one conclusion. Dorchester was in for a rough few years. The city would be surrounded by essence storms, a common occurrence during density shifts, not to mention the numerous essence events and other such nonsense that will result in the wilds being swarmed with all manner of monsters and mutated beasts. Beast tides were complicated. Like everything here, essence influenced so many factors that predicting anything was useless. Nero was having trouble with the concept that animal populations could be influenced by an area's history. Nero finished his stretching and hopped up and down a few times to finish waking up his body. Checking the time, 13:15, he decided to get some lunch. A walk would do him some good. Rather than carry his satchel, he decided to just focus on digesting what he had read while he ate. The moment he left his room, he remembered why he had been hiding in his room. People in the hallway noticed him emerge. Immediately, all eyes were on Nero. Looking around, he just offered them a nod and walked off to the cafeteria. 2 steps later, he realized that he forgot to bring his dishes from breakfast. Stumbling, he felt a flash of indecision. Should he look like a fool and return to collect them? Or should he just continue on, preserving what was left of his dignity? Nero paused in the hallway, paralyzed by indecision. Recognizing the panic he felt, reminding him of his old life, he got angry. Turning around, he stomped back to his room and grabbed the breakfast dishes. He kept the frown on his face as he marched toward the cafeteria. Not here. I'm not that guy anymore. I'm Nero Walker now. I'm a mage and a noble. They can stare and talk, but I am in charge of my actions. I've always said that the opinions of others never bothered me, but here, I'll make that true. I have more important concerns, he told himself. Walking the hallways, Nero found it easier than he expected to ignore the looks and whispers. Embracing his new outlook, Nero returned to thinking about how essence and the environment influenced each other. Essence was everywhere. It was created, changed, and destroyed by meaning. Sapient beings created their own meaning with their center, their sense of self. Materials, like rocks, could form in areas of concentrated earth essence. Environments were built by conflicting essences interacting. Physical reality on this plane was really just coalesced essence. And that coalesced essence in turn reinforced the environment's identity. Animals and plants in an area worked similarly. Unintelligent beings could be spawned by the environment. Nero wasn't sure what a squirrel spawning would look like. He found it difficult to imagine. The concept of everything being connected sounded so New Age that Nero had to reread a chapter several times. The book had given a great hypothetical example of a tribe of wolves interacting with their environment. Imagine a forest that has had wolves for a long time.
Hunters pass through, killing all the wolves. The forest spends essence refilling the wolves' population. Now the imprint of a forest full of wolves isn't as strong as it was before. Hunters kill all the wolves again. The cycle repeats until the forest forgets that it's supposed to have wolves. As Nero contemplated the hypothetical, he collected his lunch and found a seat in the busy cafeteria. He ignored the attention he was drawing and quickly found a seat with some space around it. His face was a mask of concentration, and it was apparent to everyone that he was deep in thought. While he ate, he tried to make the hypothetical more complicated. The book had mentioned evolution and how the meaning of what a wolf was could change over time. Once wolves were spawned, they were not attached to the environment, so they could migrate. Over generations, they could imprint themselves into an environment. Ice wolves would exist in the tundra, fire wolves near volcanoes. The environmental essence would shape them as they shaped it. It was difficult, but Nero kept trying to add more scenarios to his hypothetical. Invasive plant species would take time to migrate, but they could. The book talked about this taking hundreds of years, and since people lived so long, they had the data to back it up. The timeframes were mind-blowing. Understanding the essence cycle was essential for understanding the things that disrupted it. Beast tides, dungeons, monster spawns, planar gates, and tons of other things all affected, and in turn were affected, by local essence conditions. Of particular interest to Nero was a throwaway passage that differentiated between monsters and beasts. Monsters were animals from other planes. Their identity pattern was lodged in essence knots that converted local identity into monster spawns. Over time, those monsters could start to imprint their identity into an area. Eventually, the knot would unravel on its own. The aftermath would be a population of beasts, but fully adapted to this plane. Again, this happened over hundreds of years. In the meantime, hordes of monsters could build up in an area, devastating the local environment. Beasts started off as animal spawns from this plane. Time was the main factor that altered them. They could be monsterized by getting their identity warped. It could happen in places with weak barriers between the planes. However, usually, beasts were similar in pattern. The world considered any type of wolf a wolf, regardless of the type of wolf it was. But over time, they could absorb essence and mutate from animals into beasts. There were so many factors that it amounted to a chance of it happening. Nero realized that he was staring at an empty plate. Bussing his dishes, he headed back to his room. During his lunch, his frown had gone from angry to concerned. Memories of the general's presentation were difficult to ignore after what Nero had read. The essence flows were creating beasts and monsters at alarming rates. A beast tide was imminent. Hordes of mutated predators would spawn, and even with the environment churning out animals for them to eat, there wouldn't be enough food. Groups of 10 would grow to hundreds. Within weeks, those groups would join together to form thousand-strong herds. Their mutations would be working to prevent infighting, and they would strip the environment bare. It was this reality's reset. The descriptions of a beast tide only amounted to a page in a book. But Nero had looked through the link for more information. He had seen bears the size of houses, panthers large enough to jump hundreds of feet, mutated hawks the size of 747s. Thinking of the walls of Dorchester, Nero wondered if it would be enough. Nero wasn't sure how much time they had, but hopefully it would be enough. Villages would have to be emptied, resources stockpiled, weapons prepared. Dorchester had survived beast tides before, but never one empowered by a density shift. At least, not according to the records Nero found in the link. Across the kingdom, it wasn't uncommon for cities to fall. They would be rebuilt years later.
but the thought of Dorchester falling chilled Nero to the bone.
When Nero arrived at his room, he decided that he needed to make a ping. Opening a connection, he sent out a request to Nick. As the connection opened, Nero spoke first. "Hey Nick, are you still interested in recording my star usage? I don't want to sit on them anymore. After leveling last night, I want to put my star to use." Nero felt Nick's sigh. "No, Nero, you're too much of an outlier to be useful for progress tracking. I think what we already have will be plenty. Just focus on your leveling. I'm guessing you read up on density shifts. We have some time, but it's going to be bad," he said quietly. Nero nodded and replied, "I didn't understand everything I read, but that much I figured out. I'm assuming plans are in motion to prepare the city."
Yes, everyone is aware. Troops and supplies are being sent from nearby cities, but it will be months before they arrive. We don't know how long we have. It could be 6 months, or 1. Analysis teams are being created to answer that question. Just focus on your training. Vera said she sent you the schedule, said Nick.
"I saw the ping, but I haven't read it. Don't worry, I'm on it," said Nero. "You have 1 more day on your own. Study hard," Nick said, and then cut the connection.
Standing in the middle of his room, Nero was deep in thought. He didn't enjoy the seriousness of the conversation he just had. It was amazing how much can change by just knowing what was coming. This morning, he was happy and feeling like the world was full of possibilities. Now, he had something specific to prepare for.
Nero felt a disturbance in the room's essence, and his eyes looked toward its epicenter. A heartbeat later, a bright light flashed, and a satchel fell onto his desk. Eyes wide, he cautiously walked toward the satchel, and he saw a folded note attached to it. His curiosity overrode his caution, and he picked up the note. "Nero, here are the books you requested. Start with Magic for Adventurers, Essentials, Volume 1. Don't worry so much about the next few months. There's plenty of time. Live in the moment. Prepare for the future. Learn from the past. You have tonight and tomorrow to study. Be ready for training. Follow your path with conviction. Jennings." Smiling, Nero carefully folded the note and set it aside. Opening the satchel, he saw a bunch of tiny books. Curious, he put his hand inside to grab one. Once his hand crossed the threshold of the pocket, he saw it distort. It was like looking at a stick going under water. His hand seemed to shrink. The bag was magical. Pawing through the books, he found the book Jennings recommended. Nero placed the note inside the first page and closed it. He wanted to keep the note safe, as a memento. Hopping onto his bed, Nero ran his hand over the cover. It was dark red and made from thick leather. Gold embossed lettering ran along the side. Sturdy and solid, the pages were strong. This was a tome for adventurers. This was just what Nero needed to snap out of his funk. With a grin, he opened the book with reverence. It was time for another step forward. Chapter 60. Getting things ready is always a pain. Setting down the barbell, Kathleen Averett gave Vera the side eye and shouted over the noise, "Why me?" The training hall they were in was busy. It was the size of a warehouse, and every inch was put to use. Cheering people surrounded training circles, which were being used for matches. Rows of gym equipment were clanging, while people grunted with effort. People were running on a track that circled the gym along a balcony. Huge skylights, augmented by hanging lamps, provided healthy light. The air was alive with energy. Psyches of people pushing their limits reinforced each other. Vera hated it, but recognized that some people enjoyed this type of thing. Standing in her robes, with her palms folded in front of her, Vera replied loudly, "You expressed interest in his training. I have secured a slot for a bodyguard to train alongside him. Nick will be there to aid in his magic training.
but I'll be relying on the army for his physical development. I'd like someone there with his best interests in mind. And Nero specifically asked about you.
Kathleen chuckled as she drank deeply from her water bottle. She bent over and picked up her towel. As she started walking off toward the lockers, she said over her shoulder, "Wait for me outside. You're buying me lunch if you want to keep talking." 30 minutes later, Vera was sitting on a bench outside the center training facility. As she waited for Kathleen, Vera used her link to speed run through paperwork. Over the years, she had put a great deal of effort into growing her pillar of efficiency. Where most people would have chosen to enhance their strikes or casting ability, she focused on mental efficiency. When it came to paperwork, she was precision incarnate. Unfortunately, she finished all the paperwork she currently had available. Her remaining tasks would require her to make some pings. Talking to people was such a bother. Case in point, she was still waiting for Ms. Averitt to finish getting dressed. As her impatience grew, she decided to start on her contact list. Luckily, before Vera could open her first connection, Kathleen came strutting out of the training hall doors. Once again, dressed in her work robes, she waved to Vera and offered her a smug smile. It was obvious that she had taken her time getting ready. Vera held in her irritation. Standing up, she waited patiently for Kathleen to complete her victory lap. "So I'm ready when you are," said Kathleen. Offering the woman a blank look, Vera turned and started off toward the entrance to the center. Turning her head to Kathleen, she asked, "Have you given any thought to whether you'd like to take the position?" Walking alongside Vera, Kathleen ignored the question and asked, "What's the pay?" Vera responded, "Standing elite guard pay, 3,000 valens a week. Standard penalty clauses would apply." Ms. Averitt replied quickly, "You know that I am very close with many people on the arena circuit. I've heard about Mr. Walker's recent windfall. I think 10,000 a week is more like it." Vera's patience was at an end. She was not going to waste any more time on this. Stopping abruptly, she said, "That's Lord Walker, Ms. Averitt. The entire point of me asking you to take the job was predicated on you having his best interests in mind. If you plan to play your own game, I have plenty of other pieces I could use." Kathleen turned to face Vera, placing her hands on her hips and flashing a wide smile. "Can any of your other options fight as well as I can?" Not intimidated in the least, Vera replied, "No. But at the moment I trust them more than I do you. And now that I realize that, I believe we're done. I apologize for wasting your time." Offering Kathleen a nod, she started to walk away. A few paces away, Vera heard Kathleen ask, "Is he as promising as I think he is?" Turning back to face Kathleen, Vera said, "He learns faster than anyone I've ever met. Whether you're referring to magic, tactical analysis, or politics, his talent is monstrous. His only failing is that he looks for plots everywhere. If he doesn't trust you, he won't listen to you. He'll first look for corroboration before he believes anything you say. Your attitude is a poor fit. He warned me, and I didn't listen. It almost makes me wonder if he planned it, putting us at odds in order to give himself breathing room." Kathleen cocked her head to the side and asked, "Is he really that sly?" Vera shook her head and said, "I don't know. I can't read him. But based on his winning streak, I'd say yes." Kathleen closed the distance so they didn't have to speak so loudly. "It's his eyes. I noticed them when you first introduced him. He sees the entire world as a threat," she said, and then crossed her arms and her face turned serious. "Several days ago, I told him that I work at the center to help bring out the potential of Oglevark's youth. When we spoke, I warned him that he could be a demon or a god, and I would help him find his path. I always keep my word, and training him to meet his potential might be very interesting." "I'll take the job," she said, while staring unblinking into Vera's eyes. Vera responded quietly, "Will you put his interests before your own? Will you serve Lord Walker as he walks through the wilds? Can I entrust his safety to you?" Without breaking her stare, Kathleen said,
I will serve House Walker in duty and faith while the training you mentioned is going on. I will train him as I was trained. After that, we will renegotiate. That's the best I can do.
Vera nodded.
That's enough. I'll send you the details. Training starts tomorrow. I'd tell you to be prepared, but I've known you for over 40 years and I've never seen you unprepared, she said.
Kathleen's mask broke and she smiled.
All right, enough of this serious talk. Let's have that lunch you owe me. You can resume plotting the downfall of your enemies in an hour.
Vera chuckled, and they started walking off together.
Leaning over, Kathleen asked, "So how much did he actually make off that pathetic excuse for an assassination challenge? No one would tell me. They just grimaced and said, 'A lot.'"
Vera couldn't help it. She started laughing. Miro was sitting on his meditation mat, trying to go over all the information he had learned since he woke up. It was a lot. He was always a fast reader, but he usually only focused on getting the gist of what he read. Maybe it was his increased stats or his newfound desire to learn. Either way, his retention was nothing short of amazing. It made him wonder if this was what being smart felt like.
Feeling like he was close to leveling, Nero refocused and cleared his mind of anything but his goals. His celebrity status wasn't important. His gains weren't important. His wealth wasn't important. It was all just a means to an end. That end being his mastery of magic. Nero focused on the spell forms he had learned. They felt etched into his mind. He visualized casting them. He imagined the scenarios where he would use them. He prepared himself for the future. He felt ready. As the essence in the room swirled, Nero felt his new star coalesce in his soul. His nerves were tingling, and he felt high. This feeling is never going to get old, he thought, as he opened his identity along with his stats. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 9. Race: Human. Growth: 0%. Tier: 1. Condition: 100%. Age: 14. Center: 64%. Body: 1. Mind: 4. Soul: 1. Confluence: 10. Stars: 2. Pillars: 0/0. Body: 1. Base: Operative. Level: Stress. Presence: 9. 10.8. 8.4. Durability: 7. 8.4. 2.1. Recovery: 13. 15.6. 14.9. Speed: 11. 13.2. 4.1. Adaptability: 24. 28.8. 17.6. Power: 8. 9.6. 0.8. Mind: 4. Base: Operative. Level stress: Weight: 26. 46.8. 1.2. Control: 29. 52.2. 4.6. Field: 23. 41.4. 7.2. Precision: 39.
70.2. 9.1. Endurance. 46. 82.8. 5.6. Focus. 48. 86.4. 2.1. Soul. 1. Base. Operative. Level stress. Size. 26. 31.2. 6.8. Density. 101. 121.2. 1.3. Intensity. 76. 91.2. 1.7. Pressure. 23. 27.6. 8.5. Harmony. 3. 3.6. 47.2. Adaptability. 270. 324. 1.1. It had been a while since Nero had looked at his stats. His level stress would dictate if his base stats went up. While he hadn't focused on training anything other than magic, he'd been through a lot. At least, he thought he had. According to what Nick and Jennings said, his level stress was still being affected by his recent entry into this world. Regardless, he needed to use his stars now. There wasn't enough time to see if a few push-ups would change anything. In fact, Nero could feel the soul bloat that Nick had warned him about. It wasn't debilitating, but it seemed much more difficult to ignore than when he had 3 stars saved up. If this trend continued, he'd have to spend his stars the moment he got them. Feeling like he had to make a decision, he focused on sending a star into his soul stat. As he felt the stat open, it was like he was pouring from one container into another. His awareness blossomed like a flower. His soul stretched out to feel the world around him. The essence danced across his metaphysical body as he floated. If it weren't for his body, he might be able to slip free from this plane of existence and rejoin to the souls in the upper planes. All too soon, the feeling ended, and Nero was returned to his body. His senses were dulled once more. For a moment, reality was a weight he wanted to reject. But cooler heads prevailed, and he looked at his gains. While his body and mind hadn't changed, his soul stat had grown. Soul. 2. Base. Operative. Level. Stress. Size. 29. 40.6. 0. Density. 101. 141.4. 0. Intensity. 76. 106.4. 0. Pressure. 27. 37.8. 0. Harmony. 24. 33.6. 0. Adaptability. 270. 378. 0. It looked like the books were right in one respect, at least as far as Nero could tell. Half of the level stress would be applied to the base, with the amount applied going down the higher a person's base stats. The fall-off was supposed to start when base stats reached 20. It was his stress levels that were way out of the norm. Getting level stress over 10 was considered extremely difficult. People could train for years and only gain a few points in level stress. Yet Nero didn't seem to have any problems doing it. Nero's mind was still growing fast, and he was growing his body without effort. He knew this was temporary, but Nero was happy with his progress anyway. The numbers made him feel like his work was appreciated by the powers that be.
Taking a deep breath, he sent his last star into his body. His senses came alive, and he felt like he belonged to the world. He felt solid. It was like he became denser. The pores on his skin opened to let the essence sink in. Nero felt the essence shield he kept constantly active turn off, as if someone had removed the battery. His body had pulled in the essence and still reached for more. The feeling faded, and Nero opened his eyes. His stomach roiled, and he felt like he was going to puke. Not trusting his legs, he rolled onto his hands and knees, focusing on keeping hold of his dinner. Never again. The moment I get my next star, I'm using it, he thought. It took a few minutes for his stomach to settle, but eventually Nero returned to his seat on the meditation mat. Looking at his body stats, he could see some real growth. Most likely it was due to how low his numbers were to begin with. Body. 2. Base. Operative. Level. Stress. Presence. 11. 15.4. 0. Durability. 8. 11.2. 0. Recovery. 21. 29.4. 0. Speed. 13. 18.2. 0. Adaptability. 32. 44.8. 0. Power. 8. 11.2. 0. Without any other ideas, Nero attributed his adaptability and recovery to all the damage he was doing to himself while training his magic. The body was the medium his mind used to create his psychic field, and if there was one thing Nero constantly kept active, it was his psychic field. Reaching out, Nero practically caused an essence vacuum in the room while creating a new essence shield. Without it, he felt naked. Expecting essence to rush in to fill the void, he was surprised to see the flows just calmly fill the empty space. Thinking about it, Nero decided it made sense. Otherwise, mages would use that as a technique to strip the available ambient essence temporarily during combat. Tired and sore, Nero stood up. He felt gross. His star usage had made him sweat, and he was still feeling the after-effects of the changes. Stripping off his clothes, he forced himself to trudge toward the shower. Under the hot water, he repeated his vow that he would henceforth use the stars as soon as he got them. The heat eased his sore joints and loosened his shoulders. Nero spent some time luxuriating in the above-average water pressure. 30 minutes later, he was in bed with freshly brushed teeth and looking forward to a full night's sleep. He hadn't set the alarm. The default was fine with him, as he couldn't be bothered to turn it off. Staring at the ceiling, he thought about the upcoming day. He had a lot of spells to master and books to read. If he really buckled down, it was possible that he could level again. Jennings said that his leveling speed wouldn't start slowing down until after he reached level 10. As Nero was letting his thoughts run wild, his eyes snapped open when he realized what hitting level 10 meant. Pillars. He was going to get to choose his pillar. How the hell do pillars work again? It had something to do with choosing from options you've cultivated or something, he thought with a scowl. Pushing it out of his mind, Nero went to sleep, leaving tomorrow's problems for tomorrow. Chapter 61. The View from the Top. Lord Cosgrove was enjoying her dinner. It had been some time since she had been able to spend some time with any of her consorts. Tonight, she was dining with two of them, Dustin Mosgrave and Terence Blackwood. She'd been with them both for years, and everyone was relatively sure that Dustin was the father of her current children. Graciously, City Lord Hilima Cosgrove didn't hold that against him.
Her children's failures were their own, and she didn't blame him in the least.
The dining room they were currently using was cozy, and the table was not overly large. Dim lights gave the room a romantic ambiance, and the wine was flowing freely. Rank had been disregarded, and the conversation was easy for all of them.
Leaning back in his chair, Terence said,
I agree that Derek is a lost cause. The boy has always been an idiot. Remember when he wanted to have that kennel master executed because he couldn't figure out how to get the hounds to listen to him? He was maybe 7 or 8?
Chuckling, Dustin replied,
He's not an idiot. He just refuses to think. Those are two different things. An idiot would learn poorly, but Derek learns the wrong lessons well. He chooses the conclusions that he wants, then picks the facts that support his position. It's our fault for not stomping on that trait early. Halima smiled at the two men. They both cared greatly for the children. Hopefully that trend will continue with the new brood she planned on having. They were both accomplished men, and she appreciated them for more than their duties in the bedroom. Currently, Dustin was doing a wonderful job running the keep. She had put him in charge of staff appointments and scheduling. The man was a wizard with a clipboard. He wasn't very powerful, but he was reliable. She would miss him when he was gone. She could already see that age creep was starting to affect him. Terence, on the other hand, was still as attractive as ever. Technically, he was her liaison with the military. However, mostly, he was her eyes and ears among the guards and soldiers in the city. If someone held a weapon while at work, Terry knew about them. He was a registered problem solver, and it was comforting to have his unwavering support. Because of his duties, he spent a lot of time training. He was leveling well, and Halima expected him to be around for a long time.
Terence interrupted her thoughts.
He said, It's Deirdre I'm worried about. Normally she's very smart, but she lets herself be dragged into Derek's plans too often. Even if she seems to have let her grudge with Lord Walker go, I think she's still planning something. I heard some whispers today. He finished quietly, and then sipped his wine with a frown.
Halima shook her head in disappointment.
I've said my piece, but I think she's ignoring my counsel. I don't know if it's due to the shame of having to be saved during the Noble War, or vengeance on behalf of Derek, but she's still angry, she said. Dustin spoke up. Are you going to send her to start her own branch too? Halima looked at Dustin, trying to see what he felt about the option. The man's face was blank, and she couldn't tell if he approved of how she handled Derek. Rather than play word games, she just asked him, Are you angry about how I handled Derek?
Dustin shook his head.
I've known the children since they were born. Several of us have treated them as our own. I love both Derek and Deirdre a great deal, but I'm not blind to their faults. You did what you had to do for House Cosgrove. He nearly pitted us against the royals, all for the sake of his pride. You did the right thing. Don't doubt yourself, he said, his voice filled with compassion.
Terence chimed in. I agree, and if Deirdre follows his example, she'll have to be cut off as well.
You need an heir that isn't impulsive, one that thinks things through. You know they were only your first children. You have many chances to try again. Don't worry so much. It will work itself out.
Frowning in thought, Halima asked,
Terry, what whispers did you hear?
Sitting comfortably in his chair, Terence sipped his wine and replied, Nothing's confirmed, but I think someone is looking for a hunter team that would be willing to cause an accident for Lord Walker out in the wilds. It may not even be Deirdre, but I can't think of anyone else that would put their foot into that trap.
Dustin exhaled deeply and said,
I had such high hopes for the girl. Is there any way you can stall the search? Maybe give whoever is behind it a chance to calm down and think things through. Shaking his head, Terence replied, Right now it's just people talking. I could look into it, but then I'd know about it. I don't know if that would be any better. Halima was tired of the subject. Her daughter wasn't her concern anymore.
Terry, tomorrow morning contact General Branson and tell him what you heard. Make sure he relays to Lord Walker that House Cosgrove issued the warning. Let's put some distance between us and the plot. Even if Deirdre is behind it, she'll have covered her tracks well enough."
Terence nodded, and his link lit up to indicate that he was leaving himself a note.
Halima stood up from the table.
Picking up her glass of wine, she leaned forward to grab the bottle. "Now let us put this matter aside for the moment and concentrate on something more important. We have some new heirs to make," she said with a smirk. Grinning, the two men stood up to follow her out of the dining room. They had a lot of very enjoyable work to do. Nero had known that Vera and Nick were rich, but he didn't know that they were noble rich. Looking around their mansion, he marveled at how different the architecture was from the center and the keep. While the keep was medieval stone with a gold gilding, and the center was wood walls with cathedral-like ceilings, their mansion was something like concrete wrapped in glass. Tall windows were everywhere, and Nero could see their massive estate stretching into the distance. Although he knew that the estate was near the city, he didn't know if it was inside the walls. There was a tree line in the distance, with gardens and fountains in between. Large grass sections were cut with patterns, while stone walkways crisscrossed from one end to the other. The sun was beautiful as it set behind the mountains in the distance. Sipping his water, Nero looked around the room he was in. The tall ceilings had strips of essence lights providing the room with a warm glow. The white and black tiles on the floor would not look out of place in any of the fancy cribs from Nero's old world. Artwork was on the walls, but it was not excessive. Instead of scenes of battle or victory, they were landscapes of magic forests and fantasy environments. Nero supposed that here they were actually places he could visit. What use was fantasy when your world was already full of wonder? Nick walked into the room and said, "Sorry about that. Dinner will be ready soon. Do you need anything?" Shaking his head, Nero replied, "No, I'm good. I have to ask, though, where are we? Are we still inside the city walls? And if not, are we safe?" Pouring himself a whiskey from a wet bar along the wall, Nick chuckled and said, "Yes, we're safe. Don't worry. I showed you a map of the city once, didn't I?" Nero thought about it and said, "Yeah, kind of. You showed me an overhead view, but I think it was only a part of the city. It definitely demonstrated how big the city was, but I don't remember there being any place with this much open space." Nick smiled and walked over to Nero. Moving to stand next to him, Nick waved his hand, and a hologram of the city appeared on the floor in front of them. It even showed some of the mountains that the city sat up against. The scale was so massive that the walls were only an inch high. The city rose and fell with the uneven land. Some sections were able to overlook others, but the distance was so great that it would require skyscrapers to get a nice view. Nero looked closely and saw that the inner ring had several sections that were full of greenery and forests. He assumed they must be the areas for noble estates. Looking closely, Nero found the keep. Although it was so small he couldn't see the features, he recognized the walls and the fact that the city was organized in a pinwheel around it. As he stepped through the hologram to get a closer look, Nero was amazed at the planning that must have gone into creating something like this. Looking back at Nick, he asked, "Why don't you guys build up rather than out? Taller buildings would provide better views." Turning back to the hologram, Nero pointed down and said, "There are towers here that aren't that tall." Nick burst out laughing. He said, "Nero, think of the scale of the walls you passed through. How tall were they? Compare that to what you're looking at. If we built taller, it wouldn't be economical. Over time, Dorchester will grow taller, like every other city in Oglevark. I don't have an accurate representation of Hennings, the capital, in my link, but if I did, you'd see buildings tall enough to reach the clouds."
Dorchester is less than 2,000 years old. It's still growing.
Taking a deep drink of his water, Nero felt a little sick.
This was just too large to comprehend. He knew that a couple million people called Dorchester home, but seeing it was different. Nero walked over to the area near the mountains and knelt down. It looked like there were some industrial sectors, and the gates in the area went right into the mountain. The wall bent along mountain, creating a lip that protected the city. He'd never seen anything like it.
Quietly, Nero asked, "Are all cities in Oglavak this size?" Nick seemed happy with Nero's discomfort.
Yup, Dorchester is nothing special. I wish I could show you Hennings. Now that is a city. It's a Tier 4 city with planar pockets and soaring spires. If it were displayed in the same scale as this, he gestured to his hologram of Dorchester, it would be larger than this room. Nero stood up and nodded, as if he'd just realized something. This is why there is so much money in shipping. Goods have to travel from the gates to everywhere in the city. It would take too much effort to transport everything, so it has to move along these highways, Nero said, as he pointed out little lines that went through the city. The pattern looked like a web that spanned the city.
Nick walked up and said,
They are trains, Nero. Shipping concerns have storage houses that collect the stock and ship it along the train lines throughout the city. Transportation costs are one of the biggest drains on essence crystals in the city. Just then, Vera walked in and saw what Nick and Nero were doing. Smiling at the two men looking over Dorchester, she enjoyed the visual metaphor for a moment before speaking.
"All right, gentlemen, let's have dinner and go over the plan for tomorrow," she said.
Nick looked up at her and smiled. After he waved away the illusion of the city, he started toward her. "Thank you, dear. I'm sure dinner will not disappoint," he said. Nero hurried to follow them out of the room and toward the dining room. On the way, Nero made sure to appreciate the tastefully decorated hallways and sheer size of the mansion. "Do you guys have a staff? This place seems a little large for just the two of you," asked Nero with obvious curiosity. Snorting as if the question was too stupid to answer, Vera said nothing. Nick, however, took pity on Nero and said, "Of course we have a staff, but it's after hours, and we value our privacy. Once dinner is made, the cooks are the last to leave. If you were here during the day, you'd see maids and butlers aplenty. Outside we have a large staff of gardeners and landscape architects. Many of them live here, but they're in a different wing. Every house has a different preference, but we tend to like to do things ourselves." Nero nodded, as if that cleared things up. However, in his head, Nero was still confused. Did they really make enough at their jobs to pay for all this? That seemed unlikely. Soon enough, they were at a small dining room table. The room itself wasn't exceptionally large, but it was very well appointed. The furniture was sparse, but of high quality. Floor-to-ceiling windows looked out onto a courtyard, and pale green drapes added to the comfortable atmosphere. Nero imagined it would be beautiful in the morning. As they ate, Vera did most of the talking. She told Nero about what she'd been up to over the past few days. Vera had successfully parlayed Nero's arena winnings into a 15% share of the arena. Technically, he shouldn't have received such a high percentage, but she had argued their inability to pay out immediately deserved compensation. Nero was happy to learn that he had caused them to change their betting policies to cover eventualities like his in the future. Now that he had a stake in the arena, he was glad they wouldn't be repeating their mistake. Checking his link, Nero saw the new accounts that were linked to him. "How much do you think I'll be making from the arena?" he asked. Vera took a sip of her wine and replied, "Around 284 valens annually. That's just a guess, though. I based the estimate on the arena's reported annual net earnings." Nero frowned in confusion. "That doesn't make sense. And when you just said valens, it didn't sound right," he said. Nick chimed in. "Interesting. This is the yening effect in action. Everyone takes it for granted, but it must seem very odd to you," he said excitedly. Still confused, Nero asked, "What's the yenning effect?" Nick set down his fork and focused on his upcoming lecture. Taking the tone of a teacher, he said, "The yenning effect was first Making it as obvious as possible, Nero turned to Vera and spoke over Nick's lecture. "What's the yenning effect?" As Nick harumphed, Vera chuckled and replied, "It's what happens when you use a common word that is shorthand for something with multiple meanings." Using our conversation as the example, let's talk about valens. When I said valens, I was referring specifically to lordly valens. Each lordly valen is worth 10,000 common valens. When someone says valens, the detail of which tier of valens they're talking about is imparted through the essence in the air. You don't have to be specific. Have you really not run across this yet? It happens all the time. Nero tried to think about it. "I don't think so. Would I even notice it?" he asked. Nodding, she replied, "Definitely. You noticed right away that we were talking about two different things. You can't miss it. Usually you come across it when people talk about units of measure in order to be precise. It can also come up when using some common terms when addressing people. Think of the variations of what a person could mean when they say soldier or even you." Nero asked, "I know that we talked about money before. You use terms like millions and thousands. Why didn't you use these different valens then?" Vera cocked her head to the side. "You asked specifically how many common valens you had coming to you. I thought you were trying to conceptualize it, and I followed suit. It makes more sense now that I know you had never heard about the tiers. It goes by titles. One royal valen is 100 dukely valens, or 10,000 lordly valens, or 1,000,000 noble valens, or finally, 100 million common valens. You just multiply a common valen by 100 for every level. Get it?" Nodding, Nero thought that was simple enough. But he found the fact that everyone could automatically imply subtext based on what they were thinking about when they spoke was hard to imagine. As he tried to wrap his head around the concept, Nero thought of something he wanted to test. "What do you hear when I say this room is about 20 feet wide?" he asked. Vera chuckled, and Nick nearly squeaked. With a wide smile, Nick said, "I hear feet, but the foot you're talking about isn't an Oglavark foot. Our foot is based off our first emperor, while your foot is tiny in comparison." Nick and Nero wasted about 10 minutes going back and forth, until Nero finally pieced together their measuring system. When he realized that it was basically very similar to the metric system having a baby with the imperial system, Nero got mad. Proper mad. Everything was called a unit, and everything was based off 3, which worked out to being extremely simple, just weird. A foot was either called a foot or unit, and was what everything was based off. Divided by 3 and you have a tri-unit. Every time you divide it, you add an exponent. So 1 unit is 3 tri-units, or 9 tri-squared units, or 27 tri-cubed units, etc. Going up, it's 1 unit is 3 trip units, or 9 trip squared units, or 27 trip cubed units, etc. All the while, you just use the term units, and what you mean is applied by the yenning effect. Nero understood it. He hated it, but he understood it. It seemed completely arbitrary, while being ridiculously specific. Just imagining someone saying, "I need you to cut this board to 1 unit, 4 units," was infuriating. When Nero described why he was angry, both Vera and Nick laughed until Nick started to turn red. Nero tried to focus on the original question he wanted answered. "So, since I wasn't paying attention originally, tell me again how much I'll get from the arena?" he asked Vera, with annoyance clear in his tone. Vera caught her breath and took a sip of her water. Then she said, Around 284 Valens. Nero could now hear the conversion to lordly Valens in his head.
Nero's eyes widened.
Isn't that more than our shipping company will make in profit for a whole year? He asked. Nodding, she replied with a grin. The arena brings in billions of common Valens a year. Keep in mind, it will still take over 200 years before they pay back what they owe you.
Nero gulped.
Taking a large drink of water, Nero felt a pit in his stomach. All these numbers and details were starting to make him queasy. He needed to simplify it. So I don't have to worry about money, and my estate doesn't have to fire anyone now? He asked. Vera nodded and replied, Yes, you're running at a profit now.
Nero leaned back in his chair, relieved.
Fine. Let me know if that changes, and let me know if you know of a trustworthy accountant. I don't want to think about the taxes and crap I'll have to deal with. I'm going to do what rich people are supposed to do, hire people to do the things I don't want to deal with. Is there contract magic or something? How will I know if the person I hire is trustworthy? Nero started working himself back into a panic. Luckily, Nick interrupted Nero's spiral by speaking up. Nero, calm down. It's not something you have to worry about now. You only have to focus on your training. Tomorrow, we head to the training facility, and that needs to be your only concern. Let Vera handle everything else. She is a wizard with paperwork, and you can trust her with your life. Nodding, Nero pushed the concerns he wasn't ready to deal with into the back of his mind. Nick was right. He had bigger things to worry about. Remembering the information on density shifts he read, Nero thought to himself, maybe I'll get lucky, and Dorchester will get flattened in the next few years. Then I won't have to worry about any of this crap. Chapter 62. Getting dropped off by Dad and having him stay. It was night, and the facility's lights were on full blast. The entire grounds were lit up as though the sun were out. People were rushing in and out of the buildings, completing the last-minute tasks which needed to be done before the morning. They had less than 15 hours before the recruits started to arrive. Captain Angelton stood in the middle of the training field and was going over the paperwork in his clipboard. Checking the lists, he looked at the groups of people hustling to finish their preparations. The corners of his mouth almost made a smile as he appreciated the efficiency of every man and woman under his command. Everyone here was part of the army, and each had trained in their respective positions for years. From the cooks to the equipment managers, everyone knew what they were doing. "Captain, recruit Averett reporting as ordered," said a voice from behind him. Nearly jumping, Angelton turned quickly to address whoever had managed to sneak up on him. There he saw Kathleen Averett, standing at attention with her fist to her chest, doing an impersonation of a soldier saluting. How the hell did she sneak up on me? I didn't feel her psyche at all. But now it's like she was always there? Maybe some kind of stealth ability? A pillar? He thought with a frown on his face. "You're not a soldier. The salute is unnecessary," he said. Looking down, he could see a large bag next to her. Apparently, she was here early for training. Looking back to meet her stare, his eyes narrowed, and he asked, "Why are you here?" "There are no orders demanding your presence. This is a private training facility." His voice was iron, and his annoyance was clear in his tone. Instead of being intimidated, she looked up at the giant of a man and matched his glare. Her lips curled into a smile as she said, "I'm here under the orders of Vera Salvatore Varina of House Walker. I'm to be Lord Walker's bodyguard and trainer. I've arrived early to prepare lodgings for my lord, and to get the lay of the land. Which building is the bunkhouse?" Captain Angelton's eyes widened, and he felt his confusion turn to panic. He knew of the Averetts. They were a northern family of nobles, yet they didn't focus on politics. Their focus was war. There were many branches of their house, and thousands of Averetts were spread across the kingdom. He hadn't known this Averett was capable of being a bodyguard. "Don't you work as a den mother in the center dorms?" he asked in confusion. Her smile was all teeth. and she replied in a cheery voice, "I quit. Mrs. Salvatore offered me a chance to help a young warrior on his path. I aim to make him reach his potential. We can't leave his training up to an army in the south, can we?"
Rather than being insulted, Angelton was reassured. If she really was one of those combat-obsessed avarites, then she might work out just fine.
Gesturing off to the building serving as the bunkhouse, he said, "There's where the recruits are staying. Follow your nose for chow. Lights out at 2800 and reveille is at 0400. Your fellow recruits arrive tomorrow. Any questions, soldier?" Snapping to attention, the smile vanished from her face, and she shouted, "Sir, no sir!" Angelton couldn't help but smile at the tiny woman. He never judged a book by its cover, but seeing someone who he was previously introduced to as a dorm mother acting like a soldier was hilarious. He had a feeling that she was going to be fun to watch. People from the north could fight, and if she was half as dangerous as he thought she might be, he'll be glad to have her with him in the wilds. "Dismissed," he said. She grabbed her bag and walked off without another word. Captain Angelton watched her leave for a while, then shook his head to put her out of his mind. Returning to his clipboard, he went back to reviewing the preparations for their training. They had 10 days before their first excursion, and he needed to have the recruits ready by then. Most of them were already trained for combat, but he didn't have high hopes for Lords Walker and Salvatore Verena. 10 days just wasn't enough time. It will be months before they were able to stand on their own. Then again, they were mages. "I'll just stick them in the middle of the formation and let them hide behind the real soldiers. As long as I give their squad easy missions, they should be fine. Mages have their place, but it's not the wilds," he thought to himself in worry. Nero was looking out the window of the carriage, cataloguing the differences between Gate 7 and his temporary new home. Where Gate 7 looked like a fantasy village, Gate 15 looked like it was built for the frontier. It was an appropriate setting for a training camp, intended to forge monster hunters. Nero's eyes tried to take everything in. It wasn't easy, as he had to ignore Nick, who was explicating how much time this entire venture was going to waste. The people walking the streets were all armed, and most of them wore some kind of armor. There was a lot of leather, along with unstrung bows on their backs. Glints of knives and other weapons were everywhere, along with fur linings and cloaks. The wood buildings had fewer flower boxes, and everything looked much more martial than what he had gotten used to. There were fewer smiles, and the general feel of the area was more dangerous. It wasn't so much a feeling of danger, but more like he was entering a gym. People here were dangerous, and it was best not to start anything. Nero felt a kick on his shin, and looked over to see Nick carrying out the opposite window. "That should be the training compound," Nick said with disdain. Nero slid over and looked out the window. All he saw were some tall walls surrounding a block that was separated from the rest of the buildings. Giving Nick a glare, Nero said sarcastically, "Oh yes, obviously that's the training facility. Thank you for drawing my attention to it." Nick just nodded with a grim face. "This is going to be hell, Nero. I know you haven't been listening, but I want you to be prepared. Pay attention to your training and don't mess around. These are serious people, and what they do is serious business," he said, without taking his eyes off the wall. Nero just snorted and went back to looking around. Eventually, they stopped in front of a large gate, and then stepped down from their carriage. Nero connected to the cab through his link and confirmed the charges. It was nice to be able to pay for things again. The familiarity and the sense of empowerment was pleasant enough to cause Nero to start smiling. Nero collected his large duffel bag, along with the magic satchel Jennings had given him. Although Nero had read up on personal space magic, he didn't feel comfortable trying to create his personal pocket space yet. For now, he'd have to rely on his bags. Looking around, Nero saw people going in and out of the gate. They were being checked in by some soldiers in chainmail and blue tabards. It was weird seeing them using clipboards like they were bouncers.
As their carriage drove off, Nero turned to Nick and asked,
Why are they using clipboards? Why don't they just use their links? In fact, why do people even use paper at all here?
Nick picked up his bag and started walking toward the gate. While walking, he said,
Nero, people can't be on their links all day. It would tire them out too quickly. We've talked about this before. Now stop asking questions. You need to bottle up that incessant curiosity of yours and focus. People here aren't going to put up with your asinine observations.
Nero followed along quietly, but internally, he was planning all sorts of unpleasantness to visit upon Nick in the future. Reaching the gate, Nick announced them like he was addressing the court.
Lords Nicholas Salvatore Verena and Nero Walker. We were bidden to arrive here and begin our training. Our names should be on your list.
The guards shared a look with each other. Clearly, they were not impressed.
Nero couldn't help it and started laughing.
Nick looked over his shoulder and gave Nero a firm stare down. That only served to make Nero laugh harder.
Stop it! I can't stand it! Look at these guys, they don't care about your fanciness. They're here to get paid and check people in. Don't talk to people here like that or someone is going to fart on your pillow, Nero said while trying to catch his breath.
The two soldiers chuckled, and the one on the left said,
He's right, my lord. After you pass through this gate, your titles mean nothing. Just focus on your training, and you'll be fine.
Nick was so obviously out of his element that the soldiers felt the need to reassure him. Nero fought to control another bout of laughter from delaying them any longer.
Eventually, they were checked in and sent off to the bunkhouse.
Looking around, Nero was surprised at how big an area the facility covered.
When he had heard there were only about 20 recruits, he didn't expect to train in a place that took up a city block. The walls served to block out the city, and the feeling of isolation was palpable. It was like the entire world outside was cut off, and the only thing left was the packed dirt under his feet and the 3 intimidating buildings in the distance.
Walking along the central path, Nero saw the training areas. There were training circles with weapon racks. He saw the massive firing range along the wall. A dirt track for running created a large ring. There were a few trees and shrubs, but as the only greens, they didn't really offset the feeling of purpose. The essence in the air felt directed. Nero felt like this place only existed to train soldiers. The feeling was intimidating, and Nero's playful attitude felt stifled.
There weren't many people around, mostly moving in 2s and 3s. Everyone was wearing linen shirts and thick trousers designed for training. Rather than arms and armor, like Nero expected, everyone wore colored shirts to designate their rank or purpose. He didn't know what the colors meant, but it was obvious they meant something.
When they got to the building they would be staying in, Nero saw some young men and women talking in groups and sitting on benches. They were all wearing white shirts, and Nero assumed they were his fellow recruits. Instead of introducing himself, or trying to make a good first impression, Nick strode through the doors and looked around for a room assignment chart. Finding it quickly, he turned to Nero and shouted,
"Come along, Nero, I've found our rooms," he yelled from inside the door.
Nero just smiled and shook his head at Nick's antics. After looking at the board, Nero and Nick went to the end of the hall and saw their rooms. All the rooms were identical, and it looked like a hotel hallway, although instead of concrete, everything was stone. Solid wood doors opened to a room not much smaller than Nero's former dorm room, the only difference being that there was no bathroom. Noticing the small, wide windows near the ceiling, Nero felt the place looked like a large prison cell. The bed was a single, and the only furniture was a chest of drawers and a small desk with a chair, though at the end of the bed was a small trunk. Nero didn't see a lock on the door, but that didn't mean anything with how enchantments here worked. After tossing his gear on his bed, Nero returned to the hallway. From his door, he could hear Nick muttering from the room next to his. Peeking in, he saw Nick furiously unpacking. While shoving his clothes into the drawers, Nero listened to his rant.
Simple brute. She thinks I'll just go along with everything. Well, she has another thing coming. I'm my own man. If I want to be a noble, I'll be a noble. Don't have to order me like I'm a child. I'm a scientist, a respected leader in my field. People have come to hear me speak on... Nick muttered and ranted as his face was twisted in a pout.
Not wanting to interrupt, Nero held his hand over his mouth to stifle his chuckle. Stepping back into the hallway, Nero looked around for the bathroom. He assumed it was like his college dorms back home. It turned out to be just 2 doors down and at the very end of the hall. Opening the doors, Nero saw a dozen sinks, along with some lockers. There were some toilets along the walls, and opposite them were some pillars with shower heads. Nero looked blankly for a moment. His mind didn't seem to want to comprehend the obvious conclusions. All he could think of was, where is the toilet paper? Chapter 63. Have you no shame? It had taken them 2 days of hard travel to get back to Dorchester. Mike and his team of hunters were looking forward to a hot meal and some sleep. But first, they had to report their sighting of a proto-dungeon. Getting paid was more important than their comfort. After they finally got through the gates, they made their way through the crowds easily. People parted to let the group past. It probably had a lot to do with their smell. Each of them was covered in grime and blood. It was clear that the group of 4 had been through the wilds and were deserving of some respect. Taking it as their due, they didn't think much of it. Jerry, the illusion mage, spoke up. So, first we report in, see what we can get for the coordinates. Then a meal? Mike, their leader and resident rogue, just nodded. Heather, their archer, ignored him. Sarah, the healer, was nice enough to at least reply, "Yep, that's the plan." "Is it just me, or is this place busier than it was a week ago?" Mike had been looking around, and he had noticed the same thing. There is definitely something going on. Come on, let's get to the lodge and get paid. Increasing their pace, they soon found the crowd in front of the Hunter Association. Pushing their way through, they entered the Hall of the Hunt and found a free teller. "We've just come from Wilds and have to report on a possible proto-dungeon," Mike said without preamble. The teller didn't respond like they had assumed he would. Instead of being surprised, he just asked, "What are the coordinates?" Pressing some buttons on his desk, a map of the East Wilds was projected on top of his desk. While Mike, Heather, and Jerry were confused, Sarah caught on quickly. "We're not the first to report a sighting, are we? How bad is it?" she asked. The teller gave them a look. Noticing their haggard appearance, his eyes seemed to soften a little. In a calm tone of voice, he said quietly, "It's all bad. Even if you are reporting something we already know about, that still leaves 34 proto-dungeons currently active. The wilds are teeming with monsters, beasts, mutated beasts, and the hordes are already forming. The dead from the noble war are feeding the fresh spawns, and everything is progressing fast. It will be months before a tide hits, but at this point, everyone knows it's coming. I'm sorry to say, you probably won't get much for reporting a proto-dungeon in these conditions." The team's shoulders sagged, and the weight of the past few days hit them all at once. Mike spoke up. "Fair enough." He leaned over and started manipulating the projection of the wilds. "Here is where we saw the proto-dungeon. Open up a node and I'll send you the memory engram of the beasts it was spawning." After manipulating his desk, he gave Mike a nod and waited for him to connect. After a few seconds, Mike returned the nod and sent him the memory. The teller spent a minute in silence, going over what Mike had sent him. As the hunters waited, their hope for a payday waned. Sighing, the teller looked up at them and said, "Sorry, that one has already been reported. But they didn't get a good look at the monster spawns, they just recorded the location. So you can get 5 lordly Valens. That's something at least." Nodding, Mike thanked him and filled out the paperwork. The process only took a few minutes, and their account was credited with 50,000 common Valens.
It was a good payday, but nothing special. Their gear needed repair, and housing costs were going to suck if they didn't want to stay in the bunks. The team found an area off to the side of the hall to regroup and discuss their plans. As they circled up, Mike looked at them with a grim face and asked, "So, what do we think?"
Heather spoke up first.
We need money. This isn't enough to get us out of Dorchester, and if we stay, we'll have to pay Victor's wife his share, which cuts into our profits even more. This is a disaster.
Jerry and Sarah nodded. Mike rubbed his chin in thought. All of them stood in silence. Heather's simple summation of their situation was as accurate as it was depressing. Eventually, Mike addressed the group. "We've been in tight spots before. This is no different. We just have to look at alternate means of income." Sarah looked uncomfortable and asked, "I hope you aren't thinking of what I think you're thinking of. We did that once, and it was for a good reason. They were shitty people that deserved it. There are probably tons of ways to get a payday with all the essence flying around out there right now. Acting like raiders is unnecessarily stupid." Mike looked at the group and judged their faces to see how they were taking what he said. Heather seemed fine with it, and Jerry seemed to not care what they did. But Sarah would be a problem. Locking eyes with her, Mike said, "We don't have as many options as you think. There are a lot of hunters here. Just look around. Every hunter in the city is active and working. Every day more will come in from the villages, looking to make their valens." Waving his hand, he indicated the packed hunters' hall. Sarah looked around and grimaced. Though she wasn't blind to what he was saying, the less than savory aspects of being a hunter had never been her thing. Teams that wiped out other teams were eventually hunted in return. Moral questions aside, it was just not a good idea in the long run. Scavenging gear was one thing, but if she was right, Mike was suggesting actively hunting targets of opportunity. They only did that once, and it was a team of assholes a few years ago. Sarah didn't object at the time because, to be honest, their leader was a scumbag. Jennifer Hitchens was the woman's name, and her team made stealing bounties into an art form. Making a decision, Sarah hardened her eyes and said, "All right. If there is another situation like we had before, I'm in. Otherwise, I think it's time we part ways. With all the hunters here, I won't have trouble finding a new team." As she looked to the faces of her team, she saw Mike's smile and Heather and Jerry's indifference. Come to think of it, why would she stay with these people? Even if they found a target, could she trust a team that thought like this? Maybe it was better to cut ties now. Sarah met each of their eyes, and before Mike could say anything, she interrupted him. "On second thought, I think I'll take my leave now. I'll take my valens and go. I don't want any part of what you're going to do. I'm not judging, but I just don't want to walk that path. It's been nice knowing you all, but I think it's time we part ways," she said. Heather's eyebrows rose in surprise, but Jerry just nodded as if it weren't a surprise. Mike frowned and said, "Are you sure? We've been working well for over 10 years. You and I are the only ones still around from the beginning. You want to end it like this?" Sarah offered him a small smile and replied, "Sorry, Mike. I think we're just heading in different directions. I wish you the best." Using her link, she withdrew from the team, taking her share of the account with her. "May your paths be wide and clear," she said, then gave them a curt nod and turned away to go find a shower. As the remaining members of the team watched Sarah leave, Heather spoke up. "While you were having your heart-wrenching goodbye with the incorruptible healer, I've been speaking with some old acquaintances. Our old noble friend needs a favor, and I think we have an opportunity for a real payday." Heather's smile was cold, and her eyes glinted with mischief. Mike looked over at her and returned the smile. "Well, don't keep us in suspense," he ordered. Nero rushed into Nick's room, eyes wide with panic. Without giving Nick a chance to say anything, Nero blurted out, "Tell me you brought toilet paper!" Nick was staring at Nero in confusion. His hands were frozen, holding a pillowcase, half applied to a pillow. Seeing Nero's state, he tried to figure out what Nero was talking about. "You need to use the bathroom?" asked Nick, his voice tinged with worry and confusion. Nero started shaking his head while gripping his hair with his hands. He started pacing back and forth. "Communal bathrooms, Nick. There are no doors. Everyone showers together. But that's not the worst part. The toilets, Nick. They are just out there, exposed. And the cherry on top of the dump cake is that I didn't see any toilet paper," Nero finished with a shout. Nick was trying to piece together what Nero was trying to say. He didn't see a problem with anything Nero just described. Maybe it was a cultural thing? He needed more information. Stuffing the remainder of his pillow into its covering, he placed it on the bed. Turning to Nero, he put his hands on his hips and asked, "Is it the proximity of the toilets to the shower that you're having a problem with? And why do you, of all people, need toilet paper?" Nero's pacing just stopped as his brain short-circuited. "What the hell does that mean? Me, of all people? I shit too, Nick! Wait, am I not supposed to be shitting?" Nero was hysterical. Nick raised his hands and tried to calm Nero down. "Nero, take a breath and start from the beginning. What's the problem?" he asked calmly. Nero took a few deep breaths and closed his eyes. After 30 seconds, he opened them and stared at Nick with an intensity that was unnerving. In a tight voice, he said, "Nick, I know the translation magic of the world is working, so I need you to listen. There is no toilet paper. There isn't even a place for them to put the roll. The design is for people to shit and then go to the showers and wash themselves. We're going to be standing in our excrement as we shower. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?" Nick was trying to follow Nero's line of thought, and he came to a startling conclusion. "Nero, do you not know how to clean yourself with magic? That's usually the first thing people learn. Many people can cast that spell before they even awaken," he said in astonishment. Nero's eyes narrowed to slits, and he said, "Show me the damn spell form." Chuckling, Nick didn't even raise his hands. A spell form appeared instantly, and Nero could feel Nick forcing it to not activate. It was the simplest spell form Nero had ever seen. It simply channeled purification essence at the caster. There was one input, and the output was directed onto the caster. Nero had no trouble copying the spell form. Seconds later, Nero felt the grime on his body disappear, and he felt as fresh as a daisy. His eyebrows rose as the pleasant feeling lingered. "So then why do the other bathrooms I've seen have toilet paper?" Nero asked. Smiling, Nick said, "Even if you can cast the spell, lots of people don't waste their center on something so trivial. This is the army, though. Stress is required for growth. Everyone is expected to be able to clean themselves." Nero thought about it. "Stress is required for growth? Is that why there are no doors in the bathroom?" Cocking his head in confusion, Nick replied, "Nero, just because I understand what the words you're using mean, doesn't mean I understand how your brain works." Breaking into a chuckle, Nick continued, "One thing has nothing to do with the other. You're going to be heading into the wilds with these people. You'll be together, facing life and death struggles with them for weeks at a time. At some point, you'll guard each of them as they crap in a hole that you helped dig. Why would showering together cause you stress?" Seemingly missing the point, Nero replied, "There are girls in the unit. Aren't they going to be uncomfortable showering next to the men? Do we shower with swim trunks on or something? Or is there a privacy spell that I don't know about?" Nick didn't seem to understand Nero's problem and asked, "There are many privacy spells, but why would you use them in the shower? Are you ashamed of something? Is there a physical deformity that I missed during your testing? I don't remember seeing anything during your scan." "Nick, are you saying that no one cares about being naked around other people?" Nero replied, trying to get Nick to see reason.
Nero, no. Why would anyone care?
He asked right back.
Because men could get excited seeing naked women. The women would feel objectified and stuff,
Nero said, almost whimpering as he imagined the shame. Nick just stood there, staring at Nero like a puzzle that didn't have all the pieces. Nero, are you worried you can't control yourself around a woman you find attractive? If so, we have bigger concerns than you being uncomfortable naked, he said seriously.
What? No, of course not. I'm just saying, aren't separate bathrooms for men and women a thing here?
Nero asked, begging for the answer to be yes.
No, they're not. People are expected to have a modicum of self-control and a basic awareness of their surroundings. You don't have to worry about people objectifying you in the shower, Nick said mockingly. Apparently the word objectifying didn't translate well. He seemed to think the word itself was stupid. Nero didn't know what to say, so he just stood there, like an idiot. From behind him, he heard a chuckle.
This is going to be great.
I have a feeling you're going to be fun to watch. I don't know why I ever thought about turning this job down, said Ms. Everett. Nero spun around to see the hawk leaning against the door jamb with a cruel smile on her face. Well, that's that. I'm fucked, Nero thought, as he resigned himself to a week of pain and shame. Chapter 64. The moment you realize it was you all along. The king was once again meditating in his tower, his psychic field spread over his capital city. He was relaxed as he luxuriated in the feeling of an unrestrained psyche. His presence was spread so thin that it would be invisible to most of the citizenry. Only those with a mind-focus stat over 1,000 would have a chance of noticing his feather-light touch.
Feeling his aide Walter leading a group of 3 up the stairs below,
the king reigned in his psychic field. In less than a moment, his senses were pulled in tight. It was like he removed his hands from the surroundings, but could still see them clearly. He took his time mentally adjusting to the perspective change, while watching the group approach through the tower. He had plenty of time before they arrived. Minutes passed before they finally arrived. Stilling the wind around him, the king put on his robe and watched as the floor opened to reveal his guests. Before the king could say anything, Walter spoke up. "Sire, Director Weatherby said it was urgent. He insisted that you would want to hear what he has to say in person, and without delay." Walter was obviously annoyed, and his voice was heavy with disdain. As the king had a good idea what this was about, he merely responded with a smile. Locking eyes with Director Weatherby, he waited for the man to speak his mind. Weatherby expertly ignored Walter's tone. "Sire, the matrix of fate has successfully recalibrated after the anomaly in Dorchester. It's updating our projection models for everything. I'm sure you remember Weaver Duncan," he said as he gestured to the man on his right. "He has been leading the team concerned with the war against Islangur. While interacting with the matrix, he saw something you need to hear." Weaver Duncan stepped forward and bowed. His face was grave as he introduced himself. "Sire, you may remember me from the briefing held at Army Central Command a few months ago." Nodding, the king responded, "Of course. What do you have for me?" "While I was double-checking some of the prophecies concerning the war in the south, I was shown several different visions of the future. I saw a leader rise among the people of Islangur. I saw them win the war. Our cities were burning, and our people were slaughtered in droves. Then, I saw our armies victorious. The front was shattered, and we pushed through Islangur with ease. Our victory was absolute. More and more visions assaulted me. I saw revolts happening across their kingdom. Their country split into warrior states. I saw us winning the war, and our kingdoms merged. A crown was placed on a head of white hair. Hordes of undead walked the land, and the living hid in fear. I saw wyvern riders massacring cities. Nothing made sense.
The images were unclear and fleeting. The official prophecy was given, and it read, "When the child of the heavens picks his path, his destination will be clear." When the prophecy was penned, none of the visions of the future were found. I was the only one to see them, he finished with a trembling voice.
The king didn't let it show, but he was surprised. He figured that the war projections would have needed to be updated, but this was a little more serious than he thought. The Matrix of Fate didn't like to admit its shortcomings. For it to tell the Fate Weavers that it didn't know the future was somewhat worrying. Putting his hands behind his back, the king turned to look out over his city. Like a statue, he thought over what he had just heard, and everyone waited patiently for his response. The king wondered how many questions the Fate Weavers had asked about the boy. Why were they so concerned about him? There had to be more to it. In a flash of insight, the answer came to him. The king realized that it wasn't about the boy. It was about all the unanswerable questions it was being asked. The boy is an unknown, and his arrival has skewed everything. It no longer felt comfortable making predictions. If it could be wrong once, it could be wrong again. It was buying time to learn from the experience. As usual, the Fate Weavers didn't understand his grandfather's machine. They were jumping to conclusions again. "You think it's a Nexus event, don't you?" the king asked while still looking out into the distance. Director Weatherby replied, "What else can it be? Our records go back to the founding, and that is the only thing that fits. Many paths leading to one road. Sire, what do we do?" The king felt their agitation and fear. Even Walter's psyche was trembling with worry. If he wanted them to refrain from doing anything stupid, he'd have to choose his words carefully. "You do not need to be concerned. Our victory is still assured, have no doubt. This war was never a real danger to the kingdom. I think that what Weaver Duncan saw wasn't a warning as such. It was an apology," said the king. Confused, Duncan tried to speak up to defend his visions, but before he could say anything, the king continued in a calming tone. "Nexus events are things that will happen. There is nothing to be done about them. No matter what we do, they'll happen. They are rare and usually dependent on a powerful individual building up to a decision. For example, if Plastia started destroying cities, the Matrix would be capable of determining how long we had until Hennings was destroyed. It could offer an absolute warning that the city would be destroyed, but it couldn't give the details. We could do many things, but Hennings wouldn't remain where it is. We could not stand against a great dragon. That is a Nexus event."
Luckily, what you saw wasn't a Nexus event. It was, in fact, the opposite. It's saying that a person will be powerful in the future, and that anything could happen during their rise. Those were all just possibilities, not futures. Grand, sweeping visions, all of which were shown to make its point. The words it gave, that was the point. "Do you understand?" the king asked, and turned to face the group. His words of reassurance didn't seem to put them at ease. Director Weatherby asked, "Is it the boy in Dorchester?" With worry and a hint of anger, he pressed on. "Should we have him eliminated?" The king couldn't help it and burst into laughter. The four men were shocked, as the king was not prone to showing such strong emotions. They'd seen him chuckle, but he'd never laughed in their presence. The king was usually very composed. With a smile on his face, the king said, "No, Director Weatherby, we won't have the boy eliminated. I told you the Matrix wasn't offering a warning. It was saying that anything can happen, and it doesn't like not having the answers. Without having a better way to say it, it showed you what it could. Let me clarify what it was trying to get you to see. The boy will be powerful. Don't exile him. Don't kill him. Don't interfere. His path is out of our control." In short, the Matrix was saying,
Until he makes a decision, stop asking about him. It doesn't have any insights to share. Hopefully you can understand that. I'm not sure I can be any clearer." The 3 Fate Weavers all bowed and thanked the king for seeing them on short notice. In no time at all, they were scurrying back to their tower. The king watched them through his psychic field with a smile on his face. "They really are too attached to that silly little toy. I better do something soon before a stupid weed ruins my garden," he thought. Nero had returned to his room to sulk. Laying in bed, he was trying to look on the bright side. Miss Averett wasn't all bad, and she would probably be a great trainer. The bathroom situation wasn't ideal, but he was sure he could adapt. Different cultural values were the least of his worries. In the grand scheme of things, did it really matter if he shared a shower room with women? As he tried to move past his upbringing, his room speakers broke him out of his thoughts. "All recruits report to the yard. All recruits report to the yard," spoke a firm voice from the walls. Nero couldn't see any speakers, but quickly dismissed that as a priority. Opening his door, he saw everyone moving quickly to the front of the building. Following along, Nero felt very short. Everyone around him was taller than him. Luckily, no one seemed to be shoving or posturing. The ambiance was extremely professional. The recruits filtered out in front of the building and were soon in 2 rows of 10. Nero made sure to avoid the front row. The last thing he wanted was to be in the spotlight. He'd seen movies with basic training. There was always one guy that was used as an example, and Nero didn't plan on being the sacrificial lamb whose arse-whooping demonstrated how serious their training was going to be. Captain Angelton stood in front of the recruits, holding a clipboard. Various trainers, along with Sergeant Blackwood, were spread out to his sides. They were all wearing blue linen shirts and thick canvas pants. Their boots were shined, and Nero couldn't help but think of them as gym teachers. The image was so powerful he had to stifle a chuckle while he looked for their whistles. The captain finished checking something on his clipboard and handed it to Blackwood. Striding forward, he addressed the recruits in the firm tone Nero had gotten used to. "Where you come from doesn't matter. Whether you are from the monster hunting teams, the clearing teams, or are a hunter, or even a noble, from now on you are all elites. Dorchester hasn't had elites in over 400 years. There was no need. Now the threat has returned, and we will rise to face it," he said. The captain started pacing, his words trying to convey a communal purpose. "We will train you to be the most dangerous thing in the wilds. As the danger out there grows, so will you. Among you are various skills. Those skills will be shared and grown in concert. Together you will face the horrors of the wilds, and together you will return victorious," he said. Gesturing to the training circles behind him, the captain continued, "These grounds have seen thousands of recruits. While training, you will feel them supporting you. Dorchester itself will be watching. The city needs you, and you will not let it down. Tonight, enjoy your last meal as individuals. Afterwards, stop by the equipment hall to receive your kit. Bed down early. Tomorrow, reveille is at 0400. I expect everyone here in the yard and ready to train by 0430. Dorchester needs you to be elites, and you only have a week before you have to face the wilds. You're dismissed." Like a bomb going off, everyone left to go about their business. Nero just looked around confused. "That's it?" he thought. As speeches go, that wasn't all that inspiring. He was expecting something more. All in all, it was pretty weak on the indoctrination. No one got their ass kicked, and there were no insults. If anything, Nero thought it was more of a pep talk. Shaking his head, Nero walked off toward the cafeteria. He saw Nick and Ms. Averett walking side by side, probably talking about him. Rather than join them, Nero walked on his own and tried to listen in on all the conversations going on around him. He thought it was more important to get a feel for the recruits than it was to listen to Nick making fun of him. Nero tried to figure out who the city lord's spies were, but everyone just looked too normal. Men and women both. There wasn't a consistent hairstyle or anything that made them seem like a unit. They were really just 20 people who looked like they were in pretty good shape and wearing the same outfits. No one really stood out. Nero wasn't liking the normalcy. Where were the typical characters? Why wasn't there a joker, a bully, a misunderstood rebel? There were women here, so where was the super attractive girl with a complicated backstory? Nero hadn't admitted it to himself, but he kind of expected the city lord's daughter to be here. It would have been thematically perfect. She would hate him for what happened to her brother, and Nero would eventually win her over. Their love story would have been epic. With a frown on his face, Nero waited in the chow line. He listened as people introduced themselves to one another. Everyone was polite, and there didn't seem to be any ego clashes. What was going on? No one seemed interested in bothering him. Nero knew that he was keeping to himself, but he expected someone to walk up to him and start a conversation. Why was everyone respecting his personal space? Where was his character-defining confrontation? Soon enough, Nero had collected his plate. He stood looking over at the tables, which were being shared by the recruits, and he saw Nick waving him over with some impatience. As Nero set down his plate and took his seat, Nick said, "Why are you scowling at everyone? Are you already causing problems?" Nero didn't look up, and just started eating his meal while replying, "No, Nick, no problems. I just didn't expect this. This whole thing is weird." The woman sitting across from Nero had really short blonde hair and looked like a softball player. Attractive, but not overly so. She didn't seem to have an issue inserting herself into Nero and Nick's conversation and asked politely, "What whole thing is weird?" Nero looked up, surprised that someone was speaking to him. I just figured that someone would try to position themselves as the group leader. You know, try to intimidate everyone, assert their dominance," he said lamely. While chewing on some sausage, she looked confused and asked, "Why would anyone try to do that now? No one knows what anyone else is capable of. We have all week to figure out the pecking order, and I doubt the captain will choose squad leaders before at least a month of training." Nero just nodded numbly. His disappointment in their professionalism was immeasurable. So no hazing or fighting. Everyone will just act all prim and proper. They'll just do their jobs and work together for the greater good. "That's just great," he said with practically no emotion. His apathy was so apparent that several people were staring at him in confusion. Nick seemed amused by the situation and chimed in, "Nero's just not used to people doing what they're supposed to. He's incapable of it, so it depresses him. Don't worry about it." Everyone chuckled and returned to their conversations. Nero took a big scoop of mashed potatoes and created a catapult with his spoon. If no one else was going to have a personality, it was up to him. Subtly, he aimed it toward Nick on his right and let loose, instead of the satisfaction of a food fight. The mashed potatoes just halted in front of Nick's chest. Nero turned to see him scowling, which was nice, but not what he was going for. Nick used his psychic field to lower the potatoes back onto Nero's plate and said, "Nero, I've been told that I will be your partner tomorrow afternoon for magical combat training. Are you sure this is the precedent you want to set?" Nero returned the scowl and replied, "If something interesting doesn't happen soon, I just might have to do something drastic." Nero saw Nick's face lose its scowl and morph into one of worry. Pleased with his efforts, Nero returned to his meal. As he ate, it dawned on him that maybe he was the Joker? Chapter 65. Dorchester's Elite Boot Camp. Come for the workout, stay for the food. Kathleen Averett watched as her charge, the new Lord Walker, fought with the pull-up bar. His little body was drenched in sweat as he forced himself to continue. To his left and right, recruits were pulling themselves up, then transitioning into handstands on the bar for an upside-down push-up. The recruits shouted out their count as they dropped back down to repeat a rep. It was obvious that they and Nero were in entirely different classes as warriors. Yet, what amazed Kathleen was that Nero didn't seem to care. He was all smiles as he shouted out his count. His just kept going. He wasn't quick, and he wasn't powerful, but he didn't seem to be getting tired. She couldn't take her eyes off him as he just wouldn't stop. Rep after rep, he just kept going. She had seen countless children grow into warriors, but she'd never seen someone like Nero. Just yesterday, during orientation, Nero actually looked disappointed when he heard training wasn't starting right away. Even more, she had been watching closely, and Nero had seemed extremely unimpressed with the training regimen. As she watched him train, she wondered how could she have been so wrong. When Vera first introduced her to the boy, Kathleen had thought she had a good read on him. He was just another soft southerner who wouldn't last 30 seconds in a real fight. The kind of young man who dodged training and focused on empty words and politics. Yet she couldn't argue with the facts in front of her. The boy obviously had the soul of a warrior. Even in the north, a freshly awakened boy couldn't have survived the trials Nero had faced. He had killed 5 men in single combat. She had personally watched as he dominated a trained assassin in the arena and then asked for a sandwich. At the time, she had thought it was possible that he was just crazy and lucky. But she couldn't ignore what she was seeing. The recruits on Nero's left and right switched out again, and a new pair joined him on the bars. Yet Nero didn't stop. It was obvious that every rep was a struggle, but he kept smiling as he forced himself to complete each rep. His voice was clear as she heard him yell, 217! She thought about what she had seen in Nero's eyes during last night's dinner. Filled with apathy, he tried to hide his disappointment. He had asked why there was no fighting for status and no battles to be had for leadership. The boy, only 14 years old, was unhappy with the fact that no one would be trying to haze him or attempting to beat him into submission. His eyes were full of unmet expectations. It was clear that he had been looking forward to a fight. Finally, his arms gave out, and Nero fell to the ground while panting in exhaustion. Yet she saw that he was still smiling. Kathleen couldn't help but grin as she thought, "This boy is a monster." Struggling to his feet, Nero started laughing. "Hey, Cap," he shouted. "Since each set is supposed to be 25, does that mean I did all 9? Or do they not count because I couldn't do them all fancy like everyone else? Never mind, don't answer that. I'll just go run laps," he said while still chuckling. Giving his arms and legs a little shake, he took off into a run toward the track. Kathleen turned to see Captain Angelton shaking his head in exasperation while writing on his clipboard. She could see that he didn't understand what he was witnessing. This was the birth of a war god. Songs would be sung about this boy. How could he not look past the weak body and see the signs? Nero was having a great time. He felt like a superhuman. As he ran around the track, he opened his stat panel. Body. 2. Base. Operative. Level stress. Presence. 11. 15.4. 0.1. Durability. 8. 11.2. 2.1. Recovery. 21. 29.4. 7.8. Speed. 13. 18.2. 2.3.
Adaptability.
32. 44.8. 1.6. Power. 8. 11.2. 4.3. Mind. 4. Base. Operative. Level. Stress. Weight. 26. 46.8. 1.2. Control. 29. 52.2. 4.6. Field. 23. 41.4. 7.2. Precision. 39. 70.2. 9.1. Endurance. 46. 82.8. 5.6. Focus. 48. 86.4. 2.1. Soul. 2. Base. Operative. Level stress. Size. 29. 40.6. 0.1. Density. 101. 141.4. 0.2. Intensity. 76. 106.4. 0.2. Pressure. 27. 37.8. 0.1. Harmony. 24. 33.6. 0.6. Adaptability. 270. 378. 0. Nero's panting didn't hinder his smile. It was amazing to see his level stress shoot up during his training. His day may not have started that well, but once training began, everything was coming up Nero. Last night, Nero sulked while retrieving his gear from the equipment hall. His frown remained while he listened to Nick coach him about containing his psychic field to avoid bad dreams. Nero couldn't focus, and his only concern was how different reality was from his favorite movies. The constant courtesy and kindness of his fellow recruits was more than he could take. He even managed to take a quick shower before bed, so he would be able to have the bathroom all to himself. Nero knew he'd have to face the community shower eventually, but last night, he just wasn't up to it. Just like Nick had warned him, Nero had bad dreams. Dreams of brutal training. Broken bones suffered and healed, spirits broken, and recruits washing out. Waking up, Nero couldn't shake the feeling that today was going to be the worst day of his life, followed quickly by every day being worse than the day before. As Nero ran, he started to laugh at how different his day had actually turned out. Looking at his stats, Nero figured it was his body's adaptability and recovery attributes that were to blame. He just couldn't run out of energy. Nero could feel his soul pulling on the essence in the air. He could almost feel the facility's previous recruits cheering him on as he ran. Nero had always hated exercise. He had done it, but he hated it. Looking back, he thought it was the feeling of being tired, bone-deep tired. But in this new world, everything was totally different. Their first task in the morning had been to do 20 laps. Everyone had outpaced Nero from the start. Even Nick had made Nero feel like he was standing still. Some people must have lapped Nero at least 10 times before he had finished. But while they had gotten tired, Nero had just kept going. The calisthenics that followed the run were like yoga mixed with aerobics. Intermixed with burpees and complicated stretches, they used what looked like an adult jungle gym for their training. Nero had kept falling, his body was unable to complete the exercises. But that feeling of exhaustion never came. No matter how hard he had pushed, Nero just didn't feel it. He could only conclude that his stats and the essence in the air were working together to do something. Whatever it was,
Nero was happy about it. The feeling of pushing past his limits was exhilarating. He may not be able to really complete a single task, but he never once felt like quitting.
Nero's run was interrupted by Sergeant Blackwood shouting, "All right, Nero, that's enough. Fall in."
Jogging back to the group, Nero's smile was met with confused stares by his fellow recruits. Everyone was looking at him like he was crazy. Nero couldn't help but laugh at their exhaustion. They all looked like they'd been through hell, while he felt like he could go another 10 rounds. Wringing the sweat from his shirt, he took his place in line and stood at attention. The captain took his place at the front and addressed the recruits. "That's what we'll be doing every morning. All of you know what you have to work on. I expect daily improvement, and I will get it from each of you. Now, breakfast is ready and waiting in the mess hall. I want to see you back on this field, ready to work in 30 minutes. Fall out!" he shouted.
Nero turned to head toward the mess hall, when all of a sudden, everyone cast a cleaning spell on themselves. Everyone was bathed in a white light, as if they were all affected by a mass casting. No one seemed to notice that Nero didn't follow suit. Without any chatter or whispers, all of the recruits then proceeded to the mess hall with a quick walk. Amazed at the impromptu coordination, Nero just stood there and watched.
"You all right, Nero?" Nick asked as he approached from behind Nero. Spinning in place, Nero saw Nick